Chapter 1143. Eagle Hound. Wolf-bodied eagle with a pair of eagle wings on its back. Its head, neck and wings were covered in black feathers, its body and limbs were covered in gray fur, and it had the most dark path Dao marks on its body. This was a rather special type of fierce beast. Ordinary desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts reproduce through the interaction between males and females. But eagle hounds were not like this. Eagle hounds reproduced through infection. The eagle hound's poison would affect any dog-type or eagle-type beast. When this influence reached a certain degree, the dog or eagle-type beast that was poisoned by the eagle hound's poison would gradually turn into an eagle hound. Thus, the eagle hound race had different individual strengths. Some eagle hounds were transformed from desolate beasts, so they were desolate beast level. Some eagle hounds were transformed from ancient desolate beasts, so they were ancient eagle hounds. Immemorial eagle hounds were rarely seen, even in black heaven and white heaven. Everything was clear now. When the first eagle hound appeared, Fang Yuan had already understood the relationship between the falling star hound and these eagle hounds. This falling star hound was targeted by the eagle hound group, they shot it down from the sky and confined it in Taichio to grow. When the falling star hound matured, it would leave its infant form and become a true ancient desolate beast. At that time, the eagle hound group would use poison to transform the falling star hound into an ancient eagle hound. As for why the falling star hound ended up near the teleportation goo formation, the answer was clear: it was the influence of providence. Two ancient desolate beasts, the rest are desolate beast eagle hounds. Fang Yuan's gaze was filled with coldness as he paid close attention to the two ancient desolate beasts. He did not sense the aura of any immortal goo on these eagle hounds. This gave him greater confidence in the following battle. With or without wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would have to use two completely different battle tactics. Eagle hound, he killed it in one move. Not dead, but fainted. What was that move just now? It looked like a giant palm. The hairy man goo immortals reacted at this moment, they were extremely shocked. The one that fainted from Fang Yuan's giant hand was naturally a desolate beast eagle hound. Strength path giant hand. With rank 7 battle strength, it was not strange to have such a result. If he was dealing with the ancient eagle hound, it would be different. 12th Hair had never seen Fang Yuan fight. He had always thought. When Fang Yuan taught him how to fight, he displayed Fang Yuan's strength. 12th Hair forced himself to calm down and thought to himself, although Fang Yuan knocked out an eagle hound, there are still so many of them. No matter how brave he was, how could he do it alone? This battle was fraught with grim possibilities. It was better to retreat first. Ah! In the end, 12th Hair couldn't help but cry out in alarm. After Fang Yuan made his move, the confrontation with the eagle hound beasts was very short. The moment he knocked out the eagle hound beside him, he launched his attack. Sword escape immortal goo. Whoosh! Only an afterimage of Fang Yuan was left in his original position. His speed was simply shocking. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan had moved from the edge of the battlefield to the very center. What kind of speed is this? The hairy man goo immortals were shocked. Even 6th Hair's pupils shrunk. He gritted his teeth. He had guessed that Fang Yuan was using immortal goo sword escape. This was Bo Qing's immortal goo. Fang Yuan floated in the air, looking down at the giant beast below him. This was an ancient eagle hound. The moment it appeared, it had knocked down the diamond bear, sent the golden white tiger flying, and pecked the chestnut yak blind. The ancient eagle hound was stepping on the diamond bear, preventing it from getting up. Behind it was the young falling star hound, curled up on the ground, shivering. They were very close. Between Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound. Less than 100 steps away. Their eyes clearly reflected each other's silhouettes. The ancient eagle hound jumped in fright, Fang Yuan suddenly appearing in front of it made it subconsciously take a step back. But soon, its bestial nature was stimulated. The ancient eagle hound opened its mouth and howled in anger, flapping its wings and using its hind legs to attack Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered. He shouted, "Beast, get down." Boom! The strength path giant palm imprint was unleashed once more. From top to bottom, it was like a huge pot lid, fiercely slamming down. The giant hand collided with the ancient eagle hound. Despite the ancient eagle hound's ferocious momentum, it was still not a match for the giant hand's power and was suppressed. The giant hand was also sent flying up a distance from the rebound. But soon, under Fang Yuan's control and replenishment, the strength path giant hand once again slammed down like thunder and wind. The giant hand hit the ancient eagle hound's head, immediately causing its head to droop and its four limbs to bend in an exaggerated manner. Its wolf claws supported its body as it stomped on the ground, creating four pits. The strength path giant hand was sent flying up a distance from the rebound, the thick and dense giant hand becoming thinner. But at the next moment, the giant hand condensed back to its original state and heavily slammed down. The ancient eagle hound was very indignant. It wanted to raise its head, but at the next moment, it saw the strength path giant hand covering the sky and earth, filling its entire vision. Boom! With a loud sound, the ancient eagle hound's head was ruthlessly slammed into the ground by an enormous force. The sharp and hard eagle beak was deeply inserted into the ground. The eagle feathers fluttered in the air, and its four wolf claws were also embedded into the ground. The ancient eagle hound fell into extreme anger. It had never suffered such humiliation before. It wanted to slap up, so its four limbs exerted strength and its muscles bulged. It was about to raise its head at the next moment. Boom! The strength path giant hand was faster than it, hitting its head and back. Its bones creaked from the impact. It could not bear the heavy burden. Its brain shook intensely. It felt dizzy, and all the strength it had gathered just now dissipated. But Fang Yuan did not let it go. He slammed 3 times in a row, almost smashing this ancient eagle hound into the ground. It did not move, and fresh blood seeped out of the surrounding soil. The hairy man-gu immortals were stunned. After Fang Yuan knocked out a desolate beast eagle hound, he charged into the center of the eagle hounds without any fear of the enemy's strength. Facing the ancient eagle hound, he slammed down more than 10 times with his hands, like slapping flatbread, directly smashing the grand ancient eagle hound to death. Such ferocity was something the hairy man-gu immortals had never seen before. It was extremely terrifying. In fact, not only the hairy man-gu immortals, even the other eagle hounds were stunned. By the time they reacted, if one of them claimed it, it would be directly reimbursed. There was no sound, there was not even any wind. Under everyone's gazes, Fang Yuan slowly raised his head. He looked up at the sky. Several eagle hounds were circling in the sky, among them was the second ancient desolate beast. "Next, it is your turn," Fang Yuan said plainly. At the next moment, he soared into the sky. The eagle hounds in the sky. Immediately, ear-piercing eagle cries resounded as they scattered in all directions. 12th Hair and the rest could not close their mouths as they watched Fang Yuan fly even higher into the sky, chasing away the eagle hounds like they were sparrows and crows. Was this still an eagle hound? A grand ancient desolate beast, where was your spirit? 12th Hair felt like he was dreaming. In fact, seeking luck and avoiding calamity, preserving oneself and seeking longevity were the instincts of all living beings. Wild beasts bullied the weak and feared the strong. This was also normal. Once the eagle hounds dispersed, Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation. Eagle hounds were very fast, they were outstanding among desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts. Fang Yuan's gaze continued to stare at that ancient eagle hound. "Can you escape?" Fang Yuan muttered. Swoosh! At the next moment, his figure appeared above the eagle hound. Myriad self-first style, strength path giant hand. The giant hand slammed down again. With a loud sound, the hairy men shuddered and the eagle hound's feathers stood on end. Then, the hairy men saw that ancient eagle hound being slammed down from the sky by Fang Yuan like a ball. Boom! It crashed onto the ground. Sword escape immortal goo combined with giant hand had an outstanding effect. Strength path giant hand speed was rather slow. If it was a long-range attack and slammed towards the eagle hounds, they would not even be able to cover half the distance before they escaped. But Fang Yuan went straight ahead. He used his speed to make up for this weakness of strength path giant hand. Of course, this tactic had its flaws. It could easily put Fang Yuan in a dangerous situation. Thus, Fang Yuan only used this tactic after activating Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, the Immortal Killer move. There was also a precondition, that was that Fang Yuan did not discover any wild immortal goo on these two ancient eagle hounds. If there were wild immortal goo, Fang Yuan would not use this tactic without probing what it was. Tai Chiu was covered in giant grass. The ancient eagle hounds did not suffer much damage after being slammed to the ground. Even though ancient eagle hounds excelled in speed, they were all members of the ancient imperial family and had thick skin and flesh. Fang Yuan would not be able to kill them without using a dozen strength path giant hands. However, just as Fang Yuan was about to follow up with another attack, his expression suddenly changed. In his eyes, a picture of the future flashed. While he was charging down, a third ancient eagle hound suddenly appeared and attacked Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was caught off guard and was hit by the wolf's claws, crashing to the ground. Blood spurted out of his 7 orifices, his bones shattered, his bloodstained conqueror's robe killer move was broken, even blood asset immortal goo was injured and could no longer be used. The scene flashed for a moment, but Fang Yuan believed it without a doubt. Because this was the immortal killer move he had activated in advance, 3 breaths future vision. It originated from the time path investigative killer move in He Fan's true inheritance. 3 breaths future vision, using after immortal goo as the core, could allow goo immortals to see their own future. And this future was about time, it was within 3 breaths of time in the future. Fang Yuan did not panic, instead his eyes revealed a cold smile. As expected, Providence's arrangements were not so simple, there was actually an ambush. Although my bloodstained conqueror's robe is an immortal level defense, its core immortal goo is only rank 6 blood asset. Against an ancient desolate beast, it is still a bit weak. Since he knew about the ambush, the so-called ambush was naturally useless. Sword marks targeting death. Fang Yuan aimed at a certain location in the sky and suddenly shot out a sharp sword light. Just as the hairy man goo immortals were puzzled, sword marks targeting death struck that ancient eagle hound that was hiding in ambush. Clang! A clear ringing sound rang out. The ancient eagle hound had intercepted the sword marks targeting death. The hairy man goo immortals cried out in shock. There was actually a third ancient eagle hound. It is hard to imagine, if it sneak attacked any hairy man goo immortal, it would probably succeed. Fang Yuan could actually sense it. Fang Yuan slightly raised his brows, he stared at the third ancient eagle hound that was completely unharmed, his eyes shining with bright light. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, this ancient eagle hound seems to have a wild immortal goo. Chapter 1144. The third ancient eagle hound had an immortal goo on it. If not for this, how could it block Fang Yuan's immortal killer move sword marks targeting death? Fang Yuan's heart was immediately filled with fervor. That was then, this was now. If it was before he inherited He Fan's true inheritance, Fang Yuan would have to retreat when facing this group of eagles. But now that his strength had increased explosively, his mentality had changed. He planned to devour this group of eagle hounds in one bite. My sovereign immortal aperture is very big. Fang Yuan's lips curled up. As for the wild immortal goo on the ancient eagle hound, I will take it without hesitation. To be able to block sword marks targeting death, I want to see what kind of outstanding defensive immortal goo it is. In an instant, thoughts flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He had already decided on a battle tactic. Blood Path killer moves like Blood Torrent were not suitable to be used in front of the Hairy Man Gu Immortals. These Hairy Man Gu Immortals knew the dangers of Blood Path. They could communicate with jewel yellow skies. They were not like the Gu Immortals in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven who had limited knowledge. Although Fang Yuan could use the Immortal Killer move in Hei Fan's true inheritance, he had to be careful. After all, he had not practiced it thoroughly. If he rashly used it, the activation might fail and result in a backlash. So, Fang Yuan clapped his hands, directly choosing the offensive move that he created and was most proficient in. Combination of enslavement and strength path, myriad self. At the next moment, a vast number of strength path phantoms filled the world. Ah! The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were stunned. Sixth Hair also had a dumbfounded expression, but he was not surprised. He had already known about myriad self-killer move. This was information that was outdated. But soon, Sixth Hair's pupils shrunk. He blurted out, he disappeared. In his perception, Fang Yuan suddenly vanished. In the sky, there seemed to be only a dense number of strength path phantoms left. This was Fang Yuan using familiar face to disguise himself as an ordinary strength path phantom. He was mixed in with the myriad self army. Charge! The myriad self army shouted in unison, like a flood descending from the sky. It poured down on the third eagle hound. The eagle hound's eyes flashed with a bright light. Suddenly, the wings on its back flapped, and a dark wing shadow appeared behind the wings. Its speed increased, and it actually retreated. This response was a little out of Fang Yuan's expectations. Evidently, this eagle hound had a second wild immortal Gu, that layer of wing shadow from earlier. That was its effect. There is actually a second wild immortal Gu. Fang Yuan's eagerness intensified. He commanded the myriad self-army to continue charging at the ancient eagle hound. On the way, the strength path phantoms suddenly dispersed. Like a blooming flower, they opened their mouths and pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry and suddenly soared into the sky. It retreated again and again. Fang Yuan had already calculated its retreat route. The myriad self-army stretched out in a straight line, like a flood dragon opening its mouth. The dragon swung its tail. The strength path phantom behind pounced towards the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound flew backwards, suddenly turning its body to the right, opening its wings. His entire body drew a diagonal arc in the air, perfectly dodging the attack of the army of myriad self. The Hairy Man Gu Immortals were very confused. Compared to eagle and hound, they were more willing to see Fang Yuan win. But this third ancient eagle hound seemed to be very crafty. Fang Yuan had surrounded it several times but was unable to succeed. The speed of the ancient eagle hound is even faster than these Fang Yuan. How can he catch up? 12th Hair watched intently, causing Fang Yuan to return empty-handed. He became more and more discouraged. On the other side, 6th Hair. His eyes flickered as he thought, Fang Yuan's enslavement path attainments. There seemed to be some improvement. Almost there. Although this ancient eagle hound was fast. However, he was still worried about the other lackeys, and only circled around the battlefield. He was about to be caught by Fang Yuan. The battle raged in the sky. Almost all the eagle and hounds flew up and fought with the army of myriad self. Fang Yuan's focus was on the third ancient eagle hound. There is something fishy about this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan found that the other eagle and hounds could be easily dealt with. As long as he used a small amount of strength path phantoms, he could restrain them. Only the third ancient eagle hound was rather crafty. It could see through the myriad self-army's actual situation and knew when to advance and when to retreat. Finally, Fang Yuan's arrangements were done well. The myriad self-army surrounded the third ancient eagle hound from all directions. It was actually surrounded. 12th Hair and the rest cheered in joy. The ancient eagle hound let out a sharp cry, it flapped its wings and scratched with its claws, directly destroying a large number of strength path phantoms. In just a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound showed signs of breaking through the encirclement. But this did not matter. Because Fang Yuan's true body was hidden among the strength path phantoms and was already close to the ancient eagle hound. When the distance was enough, he decisively used the sword path killer move Dark Assassination. The beauty of this killer move was that no immortal goo aura would erupt in advance, it was extremely concealed. The ancient eagle hound howled miserably as it was shot by Fang Yuan. A bloody hole appeared on its neck, and blood gushed out like a fountain. But in the blink of an eye, the blood decreased, the bloody hole disappeared, the injury healed, and eagle feathers grew all over its body. Almost at the same time, the ancient eagle hound was enraged, its whole body was covered in a layer of shadow and its speed suddenly increased by several times. It attacked in a frenzy, filling the sky with wing and claw phantoms. Bam 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 bam. Countless strength path phantoms could not resist and were destroyed by the ancient eagle hound. Even Fang Yuan's true body was grazed and sent flying. But with the blood-stained conqueror's robe, he would not suffer any injuries. How could this be? The goo worm aura on this ancient eagle hound's body suddenly appeared in a very chaotic manner. 12th Hair and the rest cried out in shock when they saw this. 6th Hair's eyes were wide open as he said in disbelief, "How can this be? There is actually an ancient eagle hound that can use an immortal killer move?" Such a strong effect and the complex aura of goo worms indicated that this ancient eagle hound had used an immortal killer move just now. This no doubt broke the common sense of the immortal world. A wild beast had such high intelligence and could use an immortal killer move. Wind whistled past Fang Yuan's ears as he was sent flying. Although he avoided the frontal attack and was only grazed, he was still sent flying far away. He looked at the ancient eagle hound, his eyes shining with brilliance. "So it was like this, no wonder I felt it was strange. This ancient eagle hound is actually a goo immortal." It was impossible for a wild beast to be so intelligent and be able to use an immortal killer move. 6th Hair did not realize it because he did not cultivate Transformation Path. Fang Yuan's understanding of Transformation Path was increasing day by day, and he immediately thought of the greatest possibility. A Transformation Path goo immortal who cultivated eagle hound transformation, but because he transformed too many times or for too long, he could not transform back and lost his rationality and memories, turning into a special ancient eagle hound. Just like Refinement Path goo refinement, when Transformation Path goo immortals transform into other forms, there was a considerable risk. In history, such cases were not rare. The following battle confirmed Fang Yuan's guess. To a certain extent, this ancient eagle hound still retained some of the battle instincts of a Transformation Path goo immortal. Thus, compared to ordinary ancient eagle hounds, it was more crafty and knew when to advance and when to retreat. But it was not a goo immortal after all, it did not have human intelligence and could not grasp opportunities or execute any battle tactics. In battle, it mainly used immortal goo. At the moment of life and death, its instincts would be stimulated and it would subconsciously use the immortal killer move that it was most familiar with when it was alive. Earlier, Fang Yuan had used Dark Assassination to attempt to pierce its head, but at the crucial moment, it dodged at an angle and could only hit its neck. Next, the wild shadow that burst out and sent Fang Yuan's true body flying was the use of an immortal killer move. The battle fell into a deadlock. If it were an ordinary eagle-hound group, Fang Yuan would have already taken them down. But the ancient eagle-hound situation was special, it was much more troublesome than ordinary ancient eagle-hounds. Especially whenever Fang Yuan launched a sneak attack, the ancient eagle-hound would always be able to avoid the fatal spots. This might be because this Transformation Path goo immortal was a veteran of countless battles, or had the protection of a unique immortal goo, or even Providence's help. All in all, Fang Yuan's intention of ending the battle quickly was severely obstructed. The sky was in a mess, the sounds of banging were incessant, there were strength path phantoms being destroyed at every moment. But Fang Yuan could replenish them at any time, his myriad self-army was endless. Although the quality was not good, he had the absolute advantage in terms of quantity. From time to time, eagle groups covered in strength path phantoms fell from the sky, crashing on the ground. Upper hand. Fang Yuan, Elder, has been holding the upper hand even when facing a group of eagle hounds. With just one person's strength, he can actually reach such a level. Elder Fang Yuan's strength is actually so strong. The hairy man Gu immortals had already retreated to the edge of the battlefield. Watching the battle, they had unknowingly started calling Fang Yuan Elder. 12th Hair's face was filled with shock and bitterness. He felt it even more deeply. Fang Yuan's arrangements and his smooth enslavement path attainment in commanding the myriad self-army made him feel that he was so small and insignificant at this moment. Indeed, although the enemy was somewhat troublesome, from start to finish, Fang Yuan had been holding the upper hand. The eagle hounds had never been able to reverse the situation. In that case, I will change my battle tactic. Fang Yuan's true body stopped attacking and suddenly retreated to the side. He began to concentrate and activate another immortal killer move. At this moment, he was already activating Bloodstained Conqueror's robe, Familiar Face, and 3 Breaths Future Vision. He floated in the air, activating goo worms and replenishing the myriad self-army from time to time. All of these affected his concentration. And this immortal killer move was rather complicated and he had not practiced it enough, thus he could only give up on attacking and stay in a stable environment, concentrating almost all of his concentration to activate it. The rank 7 Year Goo was first activated, followed by the supplementary Mortal Goo. Immortal Killer Move, Year Beast Summoning. Come out, my ancient Year Beast. Swish swish swish. In the air, a phantom image of the River of Time appeared. The river water surged as a huge beast figure jumped out of the river. Howl. Chapter 1145. What is this? Such a big chicken. Seeing the ancient Year Beast suddenly enter the battlefield, the hairy man Gu immortals were shocked. According to He Fan's true inheritance, Year Beasts have 12 forms. I am quite lucky to be able to summon a chicken Year Beast this time. Fang Yuan sized up this Year Beast as he evaluated it inwardly. This Year Beast was like a small mountain. Its wings were spread out, casting a huge shadow on the ground. It was valiant and full of vigor, its divine might was awe-inspiring. Its feathers were bright and dazzling, and its claws were as sharp as blades. It quickly looked around the battlefield before staring at Fang Yuan. No one was more attractive to it than Fang Yuan, because it could smell the scent of Year Goo from Fang Yuan's body. Year Goo. This was the food of Year Beasts. The higher the rank of the Year Goo, the more Year Beasts liked it. Immortal Killer Move Year Beast Summoning was created based on this principle. The creator was He Fan. He had already created this killer move long before refining Year's flow like water immortal Goo. These are yours. Fang Yuan smiled and suddenly waved his hand, scattering a large number of mortal Year Goo. The chicken Year Beast was overjoyed, it raised its neck and inhaled. Immediately, a huge air current formed, like a dragon sucking in water. In the blink of an eye, all the mortal Year Goo in the air were sucked into its stomach. Kill it and you will obtain even more. Fang Yuan stretched out his right index finger, pointing at the crucial ancient eagle hound. The chicken Year Beast's gaze immediately turned sharp, it turned its head at lightning speed and looked at its target. The ancient eagle hound's fur stood on end, revealing its sharp fangs. It felt a strong threat from the chicken Year Beast. Compared to the chicken Year Beast, the ancient eagle hound was quite small. Even if it stood up, it could not reach half the height of the chicken Year Beast. Whoosh whoosh. The chicken Year Beast flapped its wings and charged towards its target. Its explosive speed was even faster than the ancient eagle hound. Bam! The two fiercely collided. The chicken Year Beast only retreated 70 to 80 steps. Meanwhile, the ancient eagle hound was sent flying far away. The chicken-ear beast let out a long howl and chased after the ancient eagle hound. The ancient eagle hound was indeed cunning. After suffering a loss, it no longer clashed with the chicken-ear beast. Instead, it was a rooster Nian that swam left and right. Fang Yuan watched for a while and felt relieved. This chicken-ear beast did not have any immortal goo, but its quality was much higher than the ancient eagle hound. Nian beasts, even in the river of time. It was also a rare and precious beast. Of course, if the ancient eagle hound used its immortal goo, the chicken-ear beast would fall into a disadvantage. It didn't matter if it happened once or twice, but if there were too many of them, the chicken-ear beast would be defeated. The side with the immortal goo would have a huge increase in battle strength. He Fan warned me in the True Legacy that the summoned Nian was not enslaved, and that he did not have enough control over it. If they encountered an enemy that was too strong, they would not fight head-on. Even if they fought. Sometimes, they would leave halfway and ask for more year goo from the goo immortal. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan knew that he did not have much time left. He did not choose to attack the ancient eagle hound together with the chicken-ear beast. Because the chicken-ear beast was not under his control, he could only barely communicate with it through the method left behind by He Fan, and it was hard for the two to cooperate. Fang Yuan's true body was hidden in the myriad self-army, quietly approaching a desolate beast eagle hound. The eagle hounds were still in the sky, fighting with the myriad self-army. From time to time, some eagle hounds would be struck down by Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms. But soon, these eagle hounds would fly back into the sky. They continued to fight. Although there were many strength path phantoms, against desolate beasts and ancient desolate beasts, their attack power was relatively weak. They could only be used to harass and exhaust them. Strength path giant hand. Suddenly, Fang Yuan made a move. The strength path giant hand appeared out of nowhere and slammed towards the head of an eagle hound. Fang Yuan's position was extremely good, the eagle hound was caught off guard and was hit by the palm, screaming miserably on the spot and fainting. The eagle hound started to fall. But Fang Yuan activated another giant hand and was already waiting below. The second Mahamudra grabbed the fainted eagle hound and carefully placed it on the ground. Meanwhile, Fang Yuan's true body once again disappeared into the myriad self-army. But soon, he appeared in another area of the battlefield, using the strength path giant hand to attack and knock out another eagle hound. Next, he did the same thing, placing the second eagle hound on the ground together with the first. The hairy man Gu immortals were dumbfounded. Elder Fang Yuan seems to be, that's right, he is planning to capture this group of ancient eagle hounds alive. Truly, a skilled person is bold. The hairy man Gu immortals could not help but sigh. These eagle hound beasts that they viewed as life-threatening killers were, in Fang Yuan's eyes, a wealth that was voluntarily thrown into his lap. One by one, the eagle hounds were plotted against by Fang Yuan and fainted, piling up on top of each other. Soon, these fainted eagle hounds piled up into a mountain. The scene was quite spectacular. The ancient eagle hound howled angrily at this scene. But it was pinned down by the chicken-ear beast and could not help. The chicken-ear beast was also in a somewhat miserable state, its body was riddled with injuries and it seemed to have the intention to retreat. After all, He Fan was a time path Gu immortal. It was already quite amazing that he could create an immortal killer move with an effect similar to enslavement path. It seems that a killer move like Ear Beast summoning is quite ideal for fighting with the wind. If I fight against the wind, the effect will not be as good. Fang Yuan noted it in his mind. Immortal killer moves were still used, they could gain a deeper understanding of them. Fang Yuan firmly held the initiative on the battlefield. He had been paying attention to the battle between the chicken-ear beast and the ancient eagle hound. Before the chicken-ear beast retreated, Fang Yuan dealt with the rest of the eagle hounds. 8 of the eagle hounds were knocked unconscious by the giant handprint, while the rest were killed. After all, giant hand was not a capturing method, it was not easy for Fang Yuan to use it to this extent. Die! Fang Yuan flew into the sky and charged forward, attacking the ancient eagle hound with the chicken ear beast. After a few rounds, the effect was indeed not good. Fang Yuan ordered the chicken ear beast to retreat and protect the unconscious eagle hounds. The chicken ear beast's battle intent had already weakened, but after receiving Fang Yuan's order, it did not immediately move, instead retreating a distance and opening its mouth while looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan understood and threw a large amount of ear goo at it. After the chicken ear beast had its fill, it obediently turned around and landed on the ground. It started to defend. Fang Yuan and the ancient eagle hound fought again. But this time, the situation was different from before. The ancient eagle hound was anxious to save its unconscious companions, charging left and right. What a pity! A Grand Gu Immortal has fallen to such a state. He actually thought he was an eagle hound. Fang Yuan was currently fighting. Compared to before, he was much more relaxed. The ancient eagle hound was extremely fast and had immortal Gu. At the crucial moment, it could even activate its remaining battle instincts. It activated the immortal killer move from before. Fang Yuan changed his battle tactic. Earlier, he had charged forward and used Giant Hand, but it was too risky. The defensive effect of Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe was not enough in front of this ancient eagle hound. Fang Yuan repeatedly used sword path killer moves to attack the ancient eagle hound from afar. But the ancient eagle hound's defensive method was excellent, it was unknown what immortal Gu it was. This transformation path Gu Immortal must have felt that the eagle hound's defensive ability was rather low, so he specially strengthened this aspect. Fang Yuan could not attack for a long time, and the ancient eagle hound could not save them either. The chicken ear beast was quite good at defending itself. The injuries on the ancient eagle hound's body slowly accumulated. It is really troublesome. Giant Hand is slow and cannot hit its target. Sword path killer moves can hit, but the effect is not good. Spitting out poison is simply a waste of immortal essence. The ancient eagle hound itself is extremely resistant to poison. Fang Yuan was helpless. It seemed that after this transformation path Gu Immortal transformed into an ancient eagle hound, it had the intuition of a wild beast, and with its remaining battle instincts, it became even more difficult to deal with. Against it, Fang Yuan found himself at a loss of what to do. The strength of transformation path Gu Immortals. It was because after the transformation succeeds, their physique would be extremely high. Just this ancient eagle hound's flying speed alone was comparable to sword escape for a short distance. Not to mention after using the immortal Gu. Right now, Fang Yuan could only choose a battle of attrition. When this ancient eagle hound's immortal essence was exhausted and it could not activate the immortal Gu, that would be his victory. Or, when its injuries accumulated to a certain extent, it would show a weakness. It would be caught by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan felt helpless, but the other spectators did not feel the same way. The hairy man Gu Immortals were staring blankly. Strength. In the cruel competition of the Gu Immortal world, the most important thing was the Gu Immortal's strength. The strength that Fang Yuan displayed shocked the hairy men. Even Sixth Hair was no exception. This guy, how did his battle strength increase so much in such a short period of time? He can actually summon a year beast, how did he master this method? He clearly only went out for a short period of time. Sixth Hair felt a heaviness in his heart. Fang Yuan's speed of improvement made him feel extremely stifled, almost to the point where he could not breathe. After fighting for a while, the ancient eagle hound suddenly soared into the sky. Trying to escape. Fang Yuan's heart thumped as he quickly chased after it. The ancient eagle hound's injuries had accumulated to a certain extent, be it its attack strength or flying speed, they had clearly fallen. Whether it was the Gu Immortal's battle talent when they were alive or the wild beast's instinct to avoid danger, they both made it choose to retreat. As for those companions who had fainted, they could only be abandoned. Fang Yuan cursed inwardly. He had already expected this situation, but the timing was a bit earlier than Fang Yuan's expectations. Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu to chase, but the speed at which the distance was shrinking was very slow. The ancient eagle hound fled desperately, its speed was astonishing. Immortal Killer Move, passing back and forth. Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this killer move. Success. The ancient eagle hound returned to its previous position. Fang Yuan caught up and both sides fought fiercely again. After fighting for a few rounds, the ancient eagle hound escaped again. Fang Yuan could only chase again. Passing back and forth. Success again. Both sides fought again. The hairy man Gu immortals watched from afar. But soon, the ancient eagle hound gave up on Fang Yuan and frantically flapped its wings, retreating for the third time, its attitude more resolute than before. Fang Yuan was helpless, he could not break the other party's eagle wings. Passing back and forth. Unfortunately, he failed the third time and immediately spat out a small mouthful of blood. In a few breaths of time, the ancient eagle hound had already flown to the horizon. Fang Yuan could only stop. Chapter 1146. The time is still too short, it is not enough for me to familiarize myself with past movement. Fang Yuan sighed. If he only used past movement alone, there was a 10% chance of success. But in actual combat, it was different. For example, Fang Yuan had to constantly activate Bloodstained Conqueror's Robe, Familiar Face, 3 Breaths Future Vision, and other immortal killer moves. These killer moves used a large number of goo worms and required a huge amount of mental energy. On this basis, activating an immortal killer move like past movement, which he had not familiarized himself with yet, only failed on the third try. It already showed that Fang Yuan's luck was very good. Although immortal killer moves had excellent effects, they expended too much mental energy. Moreover, in a life and death battle, one had to observe the opponent at all times, consider tactics, and react in time. Thus, in battle, immortal killer moves were not always better when used as many as possible. If too much of one's mind was involved, one might not react properly to the enemy's sneak attack or react in time, resulting in death. That would become a joke. In fact, such jokes had been happening all along the history of Gu immortals. There were also many examples of extremely powerful killer moves directly causing the Gu immortal to die on the spot due to failure in activation. If I can solve this problem, I'll be able to increase my combat power by another level. Besides practicing and modifying immortal killer moves to make them more concise, I can solve it from the wisdom path aspect. In the end, immortal killer moves were the combination of countless Gu worms. Activating each Gu worm would consume at least one thought of the Gu immortal. To successfully activate an immortal killer move, the Gu immortal would expend tens of thousands of thoughts. Wisdom Path was a path that specialized in solving this problem. Wisdom Path Gu immortals were often able to use more or more complex immortal killer moves than Gu immortals of other paths. The Wisdom Path inheritance I obtained was mainly Dongfang Naganori's Wisdom Star True Inheritance. It was good at deductions, but not good at commanding Gu worms to activate killer moves. But I am now a Wisdom Path Grandmaster, I can use this foundation to develop in this direction. I can make a breakthrough. After Fang Yuan chased away the ancient eagle hound, he reflected on himself on his way back and decided on the next development direction of Wisdom Path. He landed on the ground. Fang Yuan patted his abdomen and opened his immortal aperture's entrance. The entrance opened, revealing a portion of the sovereign immortal aperture's scenery. Sixth Hair stared straight ahead, but how could he see anything from outside the door? All he saw was a world of ice and snow. It was a desolate scene. That was the Kokitahara of the blessed land of Paragon. Sixth Hair breathed a sigh of relief. It seems that he focused on raising his battle strength and neglected the management of his immortal aperture. It is no wonder, after all, the sovereign immortal aperture undergoes a tribulation every 2 months. Sixth Heir did not know that Fang Yuan had already completely plundered He Fan Grotto Heaven. He thought that Fang Yuan was still a poor kid. Little did he know that the other places in sovereign blessed land were filled with verdant hills, limpid waters, dense forests, and abundant resources. Even so, this is genuine rank 7 battle strength. Sixth Heir looked at the chicken-ear beast as his eyes twitched. Fang Yuan is only rank 6. But there were already rank 7s occupying it. Adding another rank 7 battle strength. I will definitely report this to Lord Wuxia and let him know. The chicken-ear beast clucked, it was very happy. Fang Yuan fed it a large number of year goo, it was very satisfied. Finally, it flapped its wings and jumped into the river of time, vanishing from sight. After placing the eagle hounds into his immortal aperture, including the falling star hound, and after dealing with the chicken-ear beast, Fang Yuan turned around and faced the hairy man Gu immortals present. This mission, it should be counted as my success, right? I should be the one who did it, right? Fang Yuan smiled lightly, asking these hairy men in an inquiring tone. The hairy man Gu immortals nodded, they had some reluctance, helplessness, and awkwardness on their faces. But that was the truth. Fang Yuan did not make a move. Their lives were in danger. 12th Heir opened his mouth, wanting to speak, but his lips moved a few times, but no words came out. He thought of his earlier performance, it was extremely shallow, he did not know the immensity of heaven and earth. He could not help but feel ashamed. 6th Heir observed his expression and laughed sinisterly, saying, Elder Fang Yuan, you are really amazing, you actually chased away a group of eagle hounds alone. If we did not see it with our own eyes, we would not believe it. If you had made a move earlier, you would not have been able to deal with the falling star hound. The hairy man Gu immortals heard this and their expressions changed, they felt even more complex emotions. I have my own difficulties, I do not want to explain them to you. First Supreme Elder knows a thing or two about this. Fang Yuan smiled lightly, he looked around at everyone before looking at 12th Heir. Alright, that's enough. The matter has been resolved, let's return. Using the teleportation Gu formation, the immortals easily returned to Langya blessed land. After hearing everyone's report, Land Spirit of Langya's attitude became much more relaxed. He was not too surprised by Fang Yuan's battle strength. Because he knew that Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring Autumn Cicada, he had been reborn. Although it was rare for a rank 6 to have rank 7 battle strength, it was not hard to understand for Fang Yuan. With this relaxed attitude and the 1,000 contribution points from completing the Falling Star Hound mission, Fang Yuan successfully borrowed Gu worms and could use Immortal Tribulation Tempering Aperture again. In the following days, Fang Yuan cultivated peacefully. He mainly used Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley to cultivate his soul. He also practiced new killer moves such as past movement in private. In his free time, he took care of the newly obtained Falling Star Hound infant, as well as the Eagle Hounds. For these desolate beasts and an ancient Eagle Hound, it was just a change of environment. After adapting to it, they could live here peacefully. Living here was not a problem. This was a lack of intelligence, it was a simple-mindedness. As for the countless resources that were moved from He Fan Grotto Heaven, Fang Yuan placed most of them in Mini Southern Border. Because Mini Southern Border's environment was close to He Fan Grotto Heaven. Even so, because the Dao marks couldn't compare to He Fan Grotto Heaven, there were still many resources that were declining and some were on the verge of destruction. Therefore, Fang Yuan had one more thing to worry about, and that was to quickly sell the resources that could not be kept alive. Other than trading with the Land Spirit of Langya, the focus was on Jewel Yellow Skies. In a very short period of time, Fang Yuan had amassed a huge amount of Immortal Yuan Stone. After using a portion of it, the celestial essence reserves that were slightly insufficient previously had now been replenished. They were no longer hidden dangers, but instead became one of Fang Yuan's strengths. So much green grape immortal essence. Even if I use an immortal killer move like triple sword wave for 100 times, I won't have to worry. Fang Yuan had never possessed so much green grape immortal essence. This made him think about the fourth earthly calamity. More confidence. Time flew by, and finally, it was time for Fang Yuan to undergo tribulation again. He left Langya blessed land and came to the northern ice plains. After choosing a location, he placed his immortal aperture and opened the entrance, absorbing the energy of heaven and earth. This time, the duration of absorbing the energy of heaven and earth was dozens of times longer than before. The reason was that the resources in Fang Yuan's immortal aperture had increased by hundreds or even thousands of times. A large amount of heaven and earth qi was expended. Next, Fang Yuan used the immortal tribulation tempering aperture again. Everything was done smoothly. After making preparations, Fang Yuan closed the Blessed Land's entrance and started to welcome the fourth earthly calamity. It was still in Kokitahara. Fang Yuan welcomed a sky full of flying frost. This is, black-white flying salt tribulation? Fang Yuan was stunned as he recognized it. He was slightly surprised. This tribulation was not strong, in fact, it was easy to pass. In the sky, there was a long stretch of pale yellow clouds. Large amounts of salt fell slowly from the sky. The entire process was silent. The salt was like white snow, there was no wind at all. Large amounts of flying salt fell to the ground and melted the ice and snow into liquid. Among the ice and snow, there were some wild flowers that could withstand the cold, but after being melted by the flying salt, they were on the brink of death and died soon after. Are they trying to destroy my Kokitahara's ecology? Fang Yuan was slightly puzzled. For now, he did not take action and only watched from the sidelines. Even though there were some losses, most of his resources were gathered in mini southern border. Kokitahara had always been the place Fang Yuan used to undergo tribulations. Fang Yuan could bear these losses in the past. Not to mention now, he had obtained Heifan Grotto Heaven's accumulation, he was extremely wealthy. After a while, one by one, snowmen appeared in the sky full of salt frost. This was the influence of Reckless Savage's will. As long as Fang Yuan killed these snowmen, he would be able to obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning, his transformation path and strength path attainment levels would soar. At this time, unlike the third time where Chu Du had a share, Fang Yuan had the resources to himself. Fang Yuan quickly took action. These snowmen had just appeared when they were melted by the flying salt. Providence's intention. It seemed to be manifested at this moment, that was to weaken Fang Yuan's gains from the earthly calamity as much as possible. Fang Yuan and Providence attacked first. Myriad self-activated again to exterminate these snowmen. Of course, there were other methods. Right now, only Fang Yuan could take action. As for other existences, be they goo immortals or desolate beasts, whoever killed the snowmen would obtain Reckless Savage's true meaning. Waves of Reckless Savage's true meaning were instilled into Fang Yuan's mind, rapidly raising his path attainment level. As for the profound white flying salt itself, it was a tribulation, Fang Yuan could not directly eliminate it. The fourth earthly calamity lasted for a long time. Even if the previous three calamities were added up, it was not even 10% of the fourth calamity. 3 days later, the profound white flying salt scale started to decrease. Is this a war of attrition? Fang Yuan frowned, feeling some doubts. Several days later, the profound white flying salt tribulation finally stopped. Fang Yuan looked at the frost salt on the ground, feeling even more doubts. According to his previous deductions, the fourth earthly calamity should be stronger, it would be more difficult to deal with. But the truth was, the profound white flying salt tribulation was not intense at all, it descended slowly, Fang Yuan did not feel any pressure at all. He even eliminated most of the snowmen, he did not waste much of Reckless Savage's true meaning, his gains were plentiful. Fang Yuan had a feeling that Providence was going to let him go. Earlier, I used some time path killer moves in Tai Chio to test Providence's deduction ability, to see how it would deal with me. But the result was the profound white flying salt tribulation. No matter what, the fourth earthly calamity is over. These salt flats can be preserved. After using self-will to cleanse them, they can be used as a special environment to be managed. This earthly calamity was unexpectedly easy. Fang Yuan did not even suffer any injuries. Fang Yuan stored his immortal aperture and was about to return to Langya Blessed Land. But at this time, heaven and earth changed. Fang Yuan fell into a battlefield killer move. Close to 10 Gu immortals appeared. There was even a dragon-shaped beast with a grand aura, staring at Fang Yuan. Immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. He quickly realized, human tribulation. So it turns out that Heaven's will was intentionally delaying me and setting up this sure-kill trap. Chapter 1147. The surrounding heaven and earth had turned into a frosty white color. Countless gray clouds the size of horse carriages floated around Fang Yuan. Although Fang Yuan did not feel any wind, these clouds were moving rapidly, surrounding Fang Yuan like a group of vicious sharks or a pack of hungry wolves. This is definitely an immortal battlefield killer move. I don't even know its origin. It seems to be mostly cloud path. Fang Yuan was on full alert. After the shock, his mind flashed like lightning as he rapidly analyzed the situation. Forget about the immortal battlefield killer move. There are actually 9 Gu immortals and a dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast. Fang Yuan looked at the 9 figures. These mysterious Gu immortals were all covered in a layer of gray clouds. Their faces were concealed and only their eyes were exposed. As for their Gu immortal auras, they could not be concealed and leaked out. There was also that dragon-shaped beast. It was also covered in a thin layer of gray clouds, coiling in front of Fang Yuan. The majestic aura was terrifying to the extreme. In Fang Yuan's perception, it was like a towering mountain, while Fang Yuan himself was like an ant at the foot of the mountain. Fang Yuan's mind was shaken. This lineup was too strong. He was not their match. There was no need to even think about it. Strange. Why are there so many people ambushing me? Fang Yuan was shocked, but also had a huge doubt. The northern icy plain was uninhabited and had almost no resources. This was a desolate land created by reckless savage demon Venerable. The only wealth here was reckless savage's true meaning, which Chu Du had taken a liking to. Thus, Gu immortals rarely came here. Furthermore, before every tribulation, Fang Yuan would go through Jewel Yellow Skies, Langya sect, and even Chu Du to gather some information. Those super forces of Northern Plains' righteous path did not make any big moves. Because of the Battle of He tribe's extermination, everyone was digesting their gains, trying to adapt to the new force structure. These righteous path forces were almost all in Northern Plains. Their Gu immortals were stationed separately. Actually, it was very difficult for the Huang Jin tribes to send out 3 or 4 Gu immortals at once, unless something big happened. As for the fiendish Dao and itinerant immortals, although they were free, they usually acted alone. Why would they suddenly gather together? Also, I have been holed up in Langya Blessed Land, avoiding the deductions of wisdom path Gu immortals. He also had dark limit and other methods to protect himself. It was impossible for his whereabouts to be calculated so clearly. Where did these Gu immortals come from? Is it Zhongzhou State? Earlier, to investigate the truth of the murder case at 88-point Jinyang Tower, Central Continent's 10 great ancient sects worked together and gathered a group of Gu immortals to explore Northern Plains. Now that the Celestial Court was doing everything possible to deal with the Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan, it was not surprising that they sent another team. But Central Continent's Gu immortals, especially those from the 10 great ancient sects or Celestial Court, they were all open and aboveboard in style. How could he possibly hide like this? These Gu immortals were concealing their appearances. Even the immemorial desolate beasts were the same. Only vague human figures could be seen. Maybe these are illusions created by the battlefield killer move? A guess flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. From when he stored his immortal aperture. While preparing to return, he was ambushed. After falling into the trap, he was now analyzing countermeasures. It was actually a short period of time, only a few moments. The sovereign immortal fetus was smart to begin with the help of wisdom path methods. Fang Yuan had already reacted. If it was truly such a terrifying enemy formation, Fang Yuan had no hope. However, he felt that there was a high chance that this was an illusion, because these Gu immortals' origins could not be explained. Fang Yuan's eyes shined brightly. At the next moment, he activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu and charged towards the Gu immortals. The 9 Gu immortals did not react, they seemed to be in a daze. When Fang Yuan got close, he stopped. 3 breaths later, Bloodstained Conqueror's robe was activated. He pointed with his finger. Sword Light. Immortal Killer Move, Sword Marks Targeting Death. A rank 6 Gu immortal's figure moved. But a rank 7 female Gu immortal pressed on his shoulder. You can't take this move, let me. Saying so, she pointed with her finger. An ice mirror appeared in the air. Sword Marks Targeting Death sword light shot into the ice mirror, but it did not pierce through, it was deflected and its direction changed. It can actually change the direction of my immortal killer move. Fang Yuan's heart shook. He quickly controlled Sword Marks Targeting Death to return to its original path. His Sword Marks Targeting Death could be controlled at will after it was activated. But this killer move was very fast, it was not easy for Gu immortals to control. Sword Marks Targeting Death was finally able to return to its original path, but to think that a second ice mirror would appear in front of it. Fang Yuan could only watch helplessly as Sword Marks Targeting Death was deflected again. Next, a third, fourth, and so on ice mirrors appeared. They surrounded Sword Marks Targeting Death and made it spin in the air. Oh no! This Gu immortal's method counters my Sword Marks Targeting Death. Fang Yuan's heart sank, he was about to react. The second rank 7 Gu immortal suddenly took a step forward and growled. An ice spear instantly condensed in his hand. Next, he stretched his arm like a bow. After stretching it to the limit, he threw it at Fang Yuan. The ice spear flew in the air, piercing through the air and emitting a sharp sound that made one's heart palpitate. Cold air spread in all directions, the water vapor along the way was frozen, turning into specks of frost that floated in the air. It was a beautiful scene, but it was filled with killing intent. This is definitely an immortal killer move formed with a rank 7 Gu immortal as the core. Fang Yuan quickly retreated, wanting to dodge. But this ice spear could be controlled like Sword Marks Targeting Death. Fang Yuan could not dodge, he gritted his teeth, he knew that Bloodstained Conqueror's robe could not block this move, so he activated Strength Path Giant Hand. Giant Hand suddenly appeared, forming a palm wall that blocked in front of Fang Yuan. The ice spear pierced through the giant hand. Before its momentum dissipated, it hit Fang Yuan's body. Fang Yuan was sent flying backwards, his body was covered in a thick layer of frost, even the blood he spat out was frozen into blood clots. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was also injured. If it continued, Blood Asset Immortal Gu might not be able to take the damage and be destroyed. But in this situation, how could Fang Yuan care about this? He could only activate Blood Asset Immortal Gu. He could barely maintain the Bloodstained Conqueror's robe. 2 of the rank 7 Gu immortals are not fake. What about the others? Fang Yuan swallowed a mouthful of blood. He clapped his hands, activating the killer move Myriad Self. In an instant, large numbers of Strength Path Phantoms gushed out. In the blink of an eye, they filled the immortal's vision. These mysterious Gu immortals were clearly stunned. Next, the third rank 7 Gu immortal smiled, saying loudly, "Let me." He raised his arms, puffing his cheeks as he blew. A whirlwind spun out of his mouth. In the blink of an eye, it expanded into a huge tornado. The tornado was 100 feet tall, the two ends were large. The center was small and dark green in color. As it rotated, the wind was like blades, sweeping all the strength path phantoms along the way and easily shredding them into pieces. Soon, the myriad self-army's size was reduced by more than half. Fang Yuan quickly urged again, replenishing the numbers. "Brother, let me help you," the fourth rank 7 Gu Immortal said in a low and muffled voice. He stretched out his index finger. He pointed at the tornado. Instantly, a certain profound immortal killer move activated, the tornado turned into 2 into 4. In the blink of an eye. 4 huge tornadoes wreaked havoc in the battlefield. Their battle strength increased by 4 times. This. Fang Yuan's heart shook, he felt something amiss. The battle started, he had already suffered light injuries. Blood Asset Immortal Gu was injured, there was a danger of it being destroyed if it continued to be used. And in the enemy's formation. That immemorial desolate beast did not move, it was suppressing the battlefield. There were 4 rank 7 Gu Immortals among the 9, each of them used an immortal killer move, they were either powerful or exquisite. Don't tell me, these are not illusions? Like he had fallen into an abyss, Fang Yuan's heart sank. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Intense winds blew, in a short period of time, the myriad self-army was wiped out, even if Fang Yuan continued to replenish them. The strength path phantom's quality was too low, against a rank 7 killer move, numbers were useless. Myriad self, which had always been successful, fell into an awkward situation for the first time, it could not change the situation for Fang Yuan. No, myriad self still has an advantage, at least in terms of immortal essence expenditure, I still have the advantage. But the enemy has numbers while I am alone, this advantage is negligible. What should I do? The difference in strength between the two sides was too huge, any tactics were useless. Actually, these mysterious Gu Immortals did not cooperate. Every time they attacked, they would take turns. If not for this immortal battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan might have been able to escape. Unfortunately, the enemy had already made their arrangements, while Fang Yuan lacked space path methods, it was a problem for him to escape. Moreover, he had to face 4 rank 7 and 5 rank 6 Gu Immortals, as well as that immemorial desolate beast, it was an insurmountable chasm. The situation was extremely perilous. Compared to his previous life, when he was besieged by righteous path Gu Immortals, it was countless times more dangerous. After all, back then, there was no immemorial desolate beast to hold down the fort. Fang Yuan probed these Gu Immortals, but against the immemorial desolate beast, he did not even have the intention to probe it. Fang Yuan relied on activating myriad self to struggle at death's door. One after another, Gu Immortals attacked, the strength path phantoms were destroyed almost as soon as they formed. The myriad self-army, which had always been aggressive, was unable to form any kind of scale. Am I going to die here today? An intense sense of danger of death shrouded Fang Yuan's mind. He could not ask for reinforcements, in this battlefield killer move, Fang Yuan could not even communicate with jewel yellow skies. But he did not give up. Like a bolt of lightning flashed in his mind, he suddenly thought, no, I still have a chance of survival. This chance of survival did not lie in Spring-Autumn Cicada. Spring-Autumn Cicada had Providence, Providence wanted to eliminate Fang Yuan by all means possible. Using Spring-Autumn Cicada was courting death. This chance of survival was in the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. If Fang Yuan had not obtained He Fan's true inheritance, he would definitely die at this moment. But it was different now, he still had a trace of hope. The upper extreme Heavenly Eagle was an immemorial desolate beast, but it was an infant now, so it only had desolate beast level battle strength. But He Fan's true inheritance had a time path immortal killer move that could accelerate the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle's growth, allowing it to mature in a short period of time. This way, Fang Yuan would have rank 8 battle strength. Coincidentally, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was a space path immemorial desolate beast. It could enter grotto heavens and immemorial 9 heavens. Passing through this battlefield killer move had a high chance of success. Persevere. Persevere until the upper extreme heavenly eagle becomes rank 8. Fang Yuan thought of this and immediately changed his tactic. Chapter 1148. The Time Path Immortal Killer move had already been quietly activated in the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was affected by the killer move. The time flow on its body increased by countless times, allowing it to grow rapidly. The upper extreme heavenly eagle cried out continuously, feeling extremely uncomfortable. On one hand, its body was growing rapidly, on the other hand, it was hungry. It needed to eat a lot of heavenly crystals every day to fill its stomach. Right now, a breath of time was equivalent to a day. Adding on the continuous growth of its body, how could it not be hungry? Of course, He Fan had also considered this situation. He had another immortal killer move to make up for this weakness. At the same time, the upper extreme heavenly eagle hid in the heavenly crystal eagle nest, crazily eating. By using both methods, it was able to maintain its growth. This method was a quick method. It had many weaknesses. The upper extreme heavenly eagle and Fang Yuan did not spend much time together, but when its strength suddenly increased, it would become wild and uncontrollable. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth was too fast. It could not adapt or familiarize itself. It could only display less than 30% of its original strength. But Fang Yuan had no other choice. He was forced into a desperate situation. This was his only hope of escaping this predicament. He was like a drowning person, firmly grasping onto this only life-saving straw. Myriad Self was activated continuously. The killer move that was normally strong had now become Fang Yuan's last resort. His true body used familiar face to disguise himself, blending in with the strength path phantoms. The enemy Gu immortals could not discover him. Tornadoes wreaked havoc, during which the enemy Gu immortals attacked, layer after layer covering the battlefield. Their firepower was extremely abundant. Fang Yuan's strength path phantoms could only last for 1 or 2 breaths of time before they were destroyed. He had never used Myriad Self so frequently before. Thankfully, this Myriad Self was created by him. He was extremely familiar with it. It had become an instinct of his body. He had never failed before. But this way. His green grape immortal essence storage fell rapidly. In terms of immortal essence storage, Fang Yuan was at a complete disadvantage. He could not compare to the total of 9 enemy Gu immortals. This guy's hiding ability is quite amazing. An enemy Gu immortal sighed. Relax. As long as we have this battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, we won't have to worry about him escaping. Another Gu immortal said. Humph, rat-like thing, come out. The earlier you die, the earlier you can be free. The 4 rank 7 Gu immortals did not speak. The other 5 rank 6s purposely shouted loudly, trying to use words to shake Fang Yuan's fighting spirit. But how could Fang Yuan be so easily swayed? His will was tougher than steel. Even if he was in a hopeless situation, he would not give up until the very last moment. Since it was a delaying tactic, Fang Yuan decided that he would not reveal his true self unless it was absolutely necessary. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was constantly being matured, and it already had the aura of an ancient desolate beast. As for the celestial crystal eagle nest, more than half of it had been eaten. But this growth was far from enough. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was the key to this battle. The enemy has the advantage in numbers. It seems that they also have countless immortal killer moves. Their foundation is very deep. Once I take out the upper extreme heavenly eagle. If he failed to break through the encirclement, he would probably be targeted immediately. There was no second chance. I must succeed on the first try. As he was thinking, Fang Yuan suddenly heard someone chuckling beside him. Hee, I found you. This was the voice of a female Gu immortal. At that instant, Fang Yuan's hair stood on end. He used sword escape immortal goo without caring about exposing his true body. He soared to the sky. Almost at the same time, frost condensed at his original location, forming into a thick block of ice the size of a building. So fast! A rank 6 female goo immortal exclaimed in surprise. Her voice was the same as the voice that had whispered into Fang Yuan's ears earlier. Shui did well. Not bad. A rank 7 goo immortal commented. Thank you for your praise, grandmother. The female goo immortal was very happy. Even though Shui could not see through his disguise, every time he used a killer move and created those strength path phantoms, the killer move's aura would leak out. Even though he tried to conceal it. But it was useless. After a while, Shui found him. Good. Now, let's see where you can run to. Another rank 7 goo immortal shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan. He was extremely fast. Soon, he reached Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan recognized that this person was the one who threw the ice spear at him earlier. Die. The rank 7 goo immortal clenched his fists. In an instant, 2 more ice spears appeared in his hands as he attacked. Close combat goo immortal. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with brilliance as he quickly retreated. But when he used sword escape, his speed was inferior to the enemy. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw that his body was covered in a thin layer of gray clouds at some point in time. It was slowing down his speed. On the other side, the rank 7 goo immortal's speed seemed to have been boosted. If I let you retreat as you please, wouldn't I be too useless? The goo immortal controlling the battlefield killer move stood up straight. His palms were clasped in front of his chest as he observed the battle from afar. Fang Yuan was forced to close in on by the enemy. He had no choice but to face the enemy head-on. The rank 7 goo immortal wielding the 2 ice spears was very impressive. His battle techniques were extremely high. After a few rounds, Fang Yuan's left arm and abdomen were pierced. Blood Acid immortal goo was heavily injured again. A large number of remnant ice and snow Dao marks were engraved on Fang Yuan's injuries. He could not heal them. The cold frost energy spread to his limbs and bones, causing his speed to fall again. The weakness of the sovereign immortal body showed itself for the first time. Dao marks were not restricted. Fang Yuan could be easily injured. In the previous battles, Fang Yuan had been defending and evading. But at this moment, he could only face this weakness. Kill. The enemy's attacks were extremely fierce. He got closer again. The ice spear in his right hand pierced towards Fang Yuan's forehead, while the ice spear in his left hand was like a venomous snake, quietly approaching Fang Yuan's heart. Blood torrent. Fang Yuan suddenly changed his killer move. He made a strange turn and dodged the enemy's attack. Blood path. Far away, a rank 6 goo immortal shouted in shock. He is indeed an unforgivable scoundrel. He actually cultivates blood path. We have gotten rid of a scourge for the people. I had some suspicions about that defensive killer move earlier. As expected. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal's expression changed, the killing intent in his eyes intensified as he pounced again. Giant hand. Fang Yuan slammed, the strength path giant hand flew out. At such a distance, the dual spear-wielding goo immortal had nowhere to dodge. But he had never thought of dodging. Forcefully resisting. The 2 spears broke through the giant hand. He created a huge hole and came out, continuing to chase after Fang Yuan. He could fight in close combat. His defensive methods were naturally outstanding. If not for this, why would he dare to take the risk? The 2 spears in his hands weaved into a dense forest of spear shadows, fully displaying the advantage of close combat goo immortals with extremely fast attack speed. Close combat goo immortals were few in number. They had been prevalent in ancient times, but were almost extinct now. However, once such a goo immortal got close, they would be a huge threat. Fang Yuan was in danger of dying at any moment. he had to pay close attention to his opponent's movements. If he was careless, he would die. Fang Yuan had many immortal killer moves, but once he got close, he could only dodge most of the time. Because he had no time to use any complicated immortal killer moves. If he did not react in time, he would die. Fang Yuan's rhythm was already broken, he barely managed to maintain it for a while before his opponent found a flaw and pierced his heart. It's over. At this moment, his opponent's expression relaxed a little. Man as before. Fang Yuan exploded. First, he used man as before immortal goo to heal his fatal injuries. Next, he used dark assassination to explode the enemy's head. In the blink of an eye, Fang Yuan obtained victory. He had been hiding man as before all this time because he was waiting for this opportunity. Gasps resounded, but the Gu immortals were shocked but not angry. At the next moment, Fang Yuan was astonished to see, the enemy's head was not made of flesh and blood, it was completely made of grey clouds. The grey clouds scattered and gathered again, the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal shook his newly formed head. He laughed loudly, not bad. You actually managed to explode my head, humph. Human Gu immortals are so crafty. If this was any other time, I would be dead already. What a pity. This is the immortal battlefield of the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk to pin size. He suffered a loss. He did not know the profundity of this battlefield killer move and made a wrong judgment. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, although this is the first time I've heard of it, it is truly a powerful battlefield killer move. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his whole body was covered in injuries. He had purposely kept man as before, to use it at the crucial moment. But his painstaking plan failed in front of the killer move Grey Cloud Battle Puppet. Of course, this was created by Lady Earth Mother. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal said in a proud tone. Fang Yuan took the chance to inspect his immortal aperture. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already grown into an immemorial desolate beast. But it was on the verge of death. The heavenly crystals had already been eaten, it was about to starve to death. Fang Yuan quickly dispelled the immortal killer move effect on it and tried to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle other food. But the upper extreme heavenly eagle kept its mouth shut, not eating at all. Damn it! I was busy dealing with the enemy earlier, I could not care about the upper extreme heavenly eagle situation. Fang Yuan's heart sank to rock bottom. His final trace of hope was gone. In this battlefield killer move, the enemy was simply undying, Fang Yuan had no chance of winning. It was already difficult to deal with a rank 7 Gu immortal, not to mention that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast that had yet to move. What to do? Death was imminent. Young man, leave your name. You are an opponent worthy of respect. After my life ends, this battle with you will be remembered by my descendants as an honor. The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal approached again. The atmosphere was solemn, the other Gu immortals did not stop him, they seemed to approve of the dual spear-wielding Gu immortal's words. Fang Yuan, however, showed a confident smile. My name is not important, what is important is my identity. I am Langya Blessed Land's Supreme Elder, a member of the variant human camp. With the current situation of the world, we variant humans should not fight among ourselves, right? Snowmen, rockmen, and hairy men should help each other, not fight among themselves, it would be better to kill our enemies. How did you know? The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was surprised. He actually knows our identity. Quickly kill him. Human Gu immortals have always been crafty, don't listen to his lies. The distant Gu immortals shouted, they were almost shrieking. What Langya Blessed Land? Also, you are clearly a human, what hairy man are you? Do you think I am blind? The dual spear-wielding Gu immortal was furious, he attacked with his spear. Fang Yuan exposed their identities, but they did not believe Fang Yuan's words. Chapter 1149. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charged towards Fang Yuan. Variant humans are so stubborn, or is it the influence of providence? Humph. Fang Yuan's gaze was grim as he looked at the dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal charging towards him, but he did not dodge or retreat. Boom! At the next moment, he opened the entrance of the sovereign immortal aperture and let out an extremely huge beast. Ah! This is... The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal felt a majestic aura instantly crushing his body and mind. His charge came to an abrupt halt, his fighting spirit crumbled in an instant. Because what Fang Yuan let out was none other than the immemorial level upper extreme heavenly eagle. The matured upper extreme heavenly eagle was huge, several times the size of the giant whale, even that immemorial dragon-shaped desolate beast was comparable to it. Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle had terrifying battle strength at rank 8 level. Shock. At once, the enemy immortals were shocked, they stared with tongue-tied expressions. They had never expected Fang Yuan to have such a trump card. The cards in this hand were too big. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was so shocked that his whole body was shaking. The atmosphere of the entire battlefield changed completely. Fang Yuan stood proudly on the upper extreme heavenly eagle's head, snorting coldly, "Why do you think I have been so fearless since the start of the battle? No matter how powerful your battlefield killer move is, can it stop my upper extreme heavenly eagle?" The enemy immortals heard this and their bodies shook. Upper extreme heavenly eagle. According to rumors, this eagle is a space path immemorial desolate beast. It can avoid the heavenly wind chi wall and enter the immemorial 9 heavens. Not only that. It can also pass through space and enter grotto heavens. Our battlefield killer move cannot trap it. The immortals conversed hurriedly, they were slightly flustered. Fang Yuan revealed a confident smile, "Even if you use that dragon-shaped immemorial desolate beast, I have confidence in escaping. But what I said earlier is the truth. I do not need to deceive you. If I did, such a clumsy lie would be easily exposed. Why would I waste my effort?" The enemy immortals were silent. The mountain-like upper extreme heavenly eagle was the best proof of Fang Yuan's words. The dual spear-wielding Gu Immortal was the closest, the upper extreme heavenly eagle filled his entire vision. Even though the upper extreme heavenly eagle's eyes were slightly closed. However, the cold light that seeped out from the slits of his eyes still made him feel as if he had fallen into an ice cave. "Did you find out? Is it true?" The Gu Immortals transmitted to each other. It was a little funny. Earlier, when Fang Yuan was ambushed and saw the terrifying lineup of these Gu Immortals, he immediately suspected that this was an illusion. Now, Fang Yuan released the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The Gu Immortals also had the same thought. It's true. The rank 6 Gu Immortal called Shue'er was the first to speak, her tone could not conceal her fear. Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's blood and chi is extremely strong, don't look at its harmless and motionless appearance. Once we launch our attack, it will definitely be earth-shattering. Soon, the other rank 7 Gu Immortals confirmed it. This. How can a mere blessed land contain a primordial desolate beast? Although it's inconceivable, it's the hard truth. What do we do? The enemy can use an immemorial desolate beast, do we also have to use an immemorial rock dragon? In fact, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's killer move space had a Grey Cloud Dragon beast, it was just an empty shell. Although its aura was not fake, it could not display rank 8 battle strength. There were many reasons. Grey Cloud Battle Puppet did not have a rank 8 core immortal Gu, it was not suitable for rank 8 existences to use. On the other hand, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals' main bodies were deep underground, they could only form this Grey Cloud Battle Puppet battlefield killer move after injecting their Gu worms and immortal essence. They would gain battle strength that was not weaker than the main body. That was to say, the Grey Cloud Battle Puppet's battle strength came from the Gu Immortals' control, the immortal essence and goo worms hidden in the gray cloud battle puppet's body. Inside the battlefield killer move. Although it could form a gray cloud battle puppet corresponding to the immemorial rock dragon's main body, the immemorial rock dragon did not have the intelligence of a goo immortal, it could not control it or use immortal goo freely, its battle strength could not be displayed. Thus, since the start of the battle, this rank 8 battle strength had not been used at all. But Fang Yuan was a cautious person, he did not dare to probe it. Of course, this was also normal. Just like earlier, the dual spear-wielding goo immortal was intimidated and did not dare to attack the upper extreme heavenly eagle. The moment Fang Yuan let out the upper extreme heavenly eagle, the situation underwent a complete change. The variant human goo immortals only had rank 8 battle strength, they did not know Fang Yuan's actual strength, they thought they were weak. As for Fang Yuan, he did not know the details of the variant human goo immortals, he did not know that the so-called immemorial dragon desolate beast was also just an empty shell. He also felt he was weak. Of course, in terms of the truth, Fang Yuan's judgment was correct. At this moment, Fang Yuan's heart was also very nervous. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was about to starve to death, he had used blood path methods to disguise it as having strong qi and blood. Once it was attacked, it would be exposed. But the other party did not dare to attack. Why? If they attacked and could not kill the other party, it would be terrible if the other party escaped. Even if the immemorial rock dragon was summoned from deep underground, the upper extreme heavenly eagle could not be stopped if it wanted to escape. Since Fang Yuan exposed the other party's identity, he also understood the other party's apprehension. That was their identity. Once the identity of the snowman and rockman was exposed in Northern Plains goo immortal world, the righteous path, demonic path, and lone cultivators would immediately join forces to hunt them down. Humans were strong, they had been fighting since the immemorial antiquity era, they would not allow such a large group of variant human super forces to exist. Thus, when the variant human goo immortals attacked Fang Yuan, they had to conceal their identities to prevent being exposed. Thus, the variant human goo immortals only dealt with Fang Yuan, but they sent out close to 10 goo immortals, and even used an immemorial desolate beast to suppress the situation. This was to ensure that nothing went wrong. But such a foolproof plan, because of Fang Yuan's strength alone, many accidents occurred. In the end, even the immemorial desolate beast upper extreme heavenly eagle appeared. If they had known this beforehand, the variant human goo immortals would not have come out to ambush them. In the end, they ended up in this awkward situation where they could neither advance nor retreat. Fang Yuan waited for a while, but the variant human goo immortals did not speak. He could only shake his head, smiling bitterly. "All right, I have already said this, why don't you believe me? Are we really going to fight to the death? Of course, I definitely won't die. Why do you want us to believe you? You are a human." A rank 7 goo immortal said hatefully. Fang Yuan let out a sigh of relief internally. Since the other party spoke, it meant he had fooled them. The opportunity had been obtained, it would depend on his performance now. Thus, Fang Yuan activated Familiar Face. The immortal killer move's aura spread out, the variant human goo immortals quickly went on guard. The dual spear-wielding goo immortal retreated far away. Next, the variant human goo immortals stared with wide eyes, they saw that Fang Yuan had turned into a hairy man, there were no flaws. "I am a transformation path goo immortal, I have inherited a portion of the human king's true inheritance. I will turn into a hairy man to deceive everyone. It is simply too easy. But why can't I do that?" Fang Yuan spread his arms, returning to his original appearance from a hairy man, his expression was sincere and sincere. The variant human goo immortals looked at him quietly. Fang Yuan continued to spout nonsense, "That is because I am sincere to you. Since I've just understood your identity, then we can be considered to be on the same side. Even though I am a human goo immortal, I am indeed a member of Langya sect. The origin of Langya blessed land is long-hair ancestor. Now, under the leadership of land spirit of Langya, Langya sect has been created. I am one of the sect's supreme elders. If you believe me, activate the battlefield killer move. I will send a message. I will inform the sect of everything. The variant human Gu immortals looked at each other, nobody moved. Both sides were in a deadlock again. Fang Yuan did not dare to let them continue thinking nonsense. After all, Providence was affecting them. To counteract Providence's influence, Fang Yuan had to continue to speak and change their minds. Providence was not fake, it did not affect the variant human Gu immortals to a high degree. Variant humans' intelligence was second only to humans after all. Precisely because of this, Fang Yuan had hope. Alright. Let me express my sincerity first. Fang Yuan sighed, opening his immortal aperture's entrance and keeping the upper extreme heavenly eagle inside. This action shocked the variant human Gu immortals. Be careful. Even though this immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle has been kept, it can rely on its own strength. It can pierce through space and attack at any time. Forget it, let's disperse this gray cloud battle puppet. Lord, do you think this gray cloud battle puppet killer move can trap the enemy? The other variant human Gu immortals could not answer. In their opinion, the truth was so. In the oppressive silence, gray cloud battle puppet killer move dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision returned to the clear world of northern plains. He resisted the urge to run, saying to these variant human Gu immortals, all right. We got to know each other after a fight. I will immediately inform Langya sect. I will stay here and wait for the sect to send Gu immortals. Fang Yuan was happy. Of course, he was faking it. But his acting skills, together with attitude Gu, were flawless. At least, these variant human Gu immortals could not see any flaws and treated it as the truth. Moreover, Fang Yuan did not run when he could, his actions proved the truth in his words. Then brother, please go underground and be our guest. This way please. The other gray clouds dissipated, leaving behind a living Rockman Gu immortal. It was the one who controlled gray cloud battle puppet killer move. Haha, please. Fang Yuan followed this Rockman Gu immortal as they entered the depths of the icy plain. The truth proved that Providence's influence on Gu immortals was not outstanding. At least, Fang Yuan could use words to counteract this influence. Of course, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was the foundation. Precisely because of the immemorial desolate beast's existence, these variant human Gu immortals changed their minds. After all, Providence could not make these Gu immortals lose their rationality and challenge immemorial desolate beasts, it would be courting death. In the depths of the icy plain, there was a world of its own, there was quite a scenery. Fang Yuan was surrounded by several Gu immortals, he looked at the underground scenery absent-mindedly. The variant human Gu immortals were the same. Until Langya sect sent a group of hairy man Gu immortals here. Chapter 1150. Northern Icy Plain, Deep Underground. In the cave hall, stone benches and tables were arranged in a circle, thick vines were climbing the walls and grass was growing between the cracks of the rocks. 3 fires were burning fiercely in the center of the hall. It was said that this was a custom passed down from the olden antiquity era. When a variant human tribe had an esteemed guest, they would hold a banquet and set 3 fires. Snowmen, rockmen, hairy men, as well as Fang Yuan, many Gu immortals were gathered here. The light of the fire shone on everyone's faces, they were all smiling. All sorts of fruits were placed on the stone tables in front of everyone, and soon, Rockman attendants brought everyone a bowl of wine. This is my Rockman tribe's lip fish wine, have a taste. Zong stood up from his seat and raised his bowl. Zong was the first supreme elder of this Rockman tribe, he did not participate in the battle to exterminate Fang Yuan. His whole body was shining in all sorts of colors, his body was decorated with countless gold, silver and jewels, it was very beautiful. This was the Rockman tribe's custom. Rockmen were made of stone, and in their long lives, they would grow all sorts of gold, silver, bronze, and iron. Rockmen took pride in this. The higher their status, the more gold, silver, bronze, and iron they would have on their bodies, and the more extravagant they would be. Not just Shirzong, the other Rockman Gu immortals present were also like this. Since Shirzong called for it, the immortals responded and raised their bowls. Shirzong and the other immortals drank in large mouthfuls. The hairy men were the same, only Fang Yuan was sipping. After Shirzong finished drinking, he turned his bowl upside down, not even a drop of wine was left. Cheers resounded. The other Gu immortals also followed suit, turning their bowls upside down and drinking in one gulp, leaving nothing behind. The immortals laughed loudly. The calm atmosphere became somewhat joyous. Only Fang Yuan put down his bowl and drank only a little bit of the lip fish wine. The Snowman and Rockman Gu immortals all turned a blind eye to this. On the contrary, among the hairy man Gu immortals, Sixth Hair criticized Fang Yuan, Elder Fang Yuan. What are you doing? Don't tell me you don't know this is very rude. The host has already drunk the wine in his bowl. As a guest, you should follow suit. There shouldn't be any residue at the bottom of the bowl. This was a sign of respect for the owner. Ah, I forgot that you're a human, not one of us. You don't know about this custom that has been passed down since ancient times. Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by the Shadow sect, making use of every opportunity to find some trouble for Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan sneered, his gaze sweeping around as he said unhurriedly, "How can I not know this custom? However, this lip fish wine is made from the saliva of the underground stone fish. I don't like to drink it." You. Sixth Hair's expression was gloomy, but his heart was filled with joy. Fang Yuan's words were tantamount to offending the other party, which was exactly what he wanted. When Fang Yuan sent a letter to Langya sect to inform the land spirit, he naturally didn't make things clear. He only gave a general idea. What Sixth Hair and the others did not know was that Fang Yuan had fought an intense battle with the Snowman and the Stoneman. In the end, he had brought out the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle to make them compromise. In fact, after Fang Yuan joined Langya sect, the land spirit of Langya had issued a mission to find the variant human allies living here. Since Fang Yuan found them, he had naturally completed this mission and would definitely be rewarded by Langya sect. As a member of the Shadow sect, Sixth Hair did not want to see Fang Yuan reap the benefits. Continue. Now that he spoke, he was trying to suppress Fang Yuan in every possible way. Since Elder Fang Yuan doesn't like this wine, then let's change it. Come. Take out the ice wolf wine that I brewed myself. A Snowman Gu immortal laughed. The Snowman had snow-white skin, icy blue eyes and a blue head. This Snowman Gu immortal had a strong body, his upper body was bare, and there was a dark blue tattoo on his chest. His blue hair was tied up, revealing his firm facial features. He had a capable face. This person's name was Bingzhua. He was the dual spear Gu immortal who caused Fang Yuan to fall into a bitter battle. Soon, a snowman servant served the wine. This was a wine bowl made of ice. The wine inside was almost frozen, emitting cold air. To speak the truth, I don't like lip fish wine, so I brewed this wine myself. Please have a taste. Bingzhua said passionately. Fang Yuan glanced at it from the corner of his eyes, saying disdainfully, "Let me have a sip first, let's see if I like it." "Please, please." Bingzhua smiled. Fang Yuan took a sip. At first, this wine was icy cold when it entered his mouth, but when it entered his throat, it became as hot as fire. The feeling of ice and fire at the same time made Fang Yuan's eyes shine. He blurted out, "Good wine." "Ha ha ha." Bingzhua raised his head and laughed, "Since it is good wine, drink some more." Just as he finished speaking, the immortals saw Fang Yuan raise his bowl and drink it in one gulp. The immortals were slightly stunned, before bursting into loud cheers. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Sixth Hair, smiling internally. He already knew Sixth Hair's intentions. Sixth Hair would not let anything happen to Fang Yuan. Because after Shadow Sect saved Spectral Soul's main body, their next target would be him, Fang Yuan. Because of this, Sixth Hair would not harm Fang Yuan's life. Thus, Sixth Hair would at most suppress Fang Yuan and delay his development. This would make it easier for Shadow Sect to make their moves in the future. Sixth Hair had already done this very well. He made the relationship between Fang Yuan and Langya Sect cold. However, he would never have expected that Fang Yuan had an immemorial upper-grade heavenly eagle, and even used it to intimidate the snowmen and rockmen immortals. With immemorial battle strength, these variant human goo immortals had to respect him. This was strength. In their hearts, no matter how Sixth Hair instigated or slandered them, Fang Yuan was much more important than all the other hairy man goo immortals combined. In fact, variant human races had a very strong sense of worship toward strength. This was one of the characteristics of variant humans from the immemorial antiquity era, remote antiquity era, and olden antiquity era. Because be it during the era of hunting, when different races fought, or when they were massacred by humans, strong strength gave variant humans more living space and opportunities. In contrast, after humans became the overlords of the 5 regions, their status did not change, but their sense of worship toward strength had decreased. They were far inferior to these variant humans who were struggling at death's door in a corner of the world. Fang Yuan purposely made things difficult. In the eyes of these variant human goo immortals, this was normal. Which expert did not have a temper? If Fang Yuan did not act, they would instead feel uneasy. Fang Yuan was well aware of the mentality of these variant human goo immortals. Of course, he had another intention. That was to probe the other party's intentions. Right now, Fang Yuan was certain that he was safe. How can this be? Looking at the smiling variant human goo immortals in front of him, he was greatly shocked. Next, the snowman and rockman goo immortals surrounded Fang Yuan, ignoring the other hairy man goo immortals. Elder Fang Yuan, a bowl for you. Elder Fang Yuan. You really have a good alcohol tolerance. Fang Yuan did not reject them, he drank them all. The hairy man goo immortals looked at each other. Sixth Hair was extremely perplexed. What soup did this Fang Yuan feed them? They actually welcome him so much. If Fang Yuan turned into a hairy man, it might be logical. However, he had revealed his true form. He was a genuine pure-blooded human. Elder Fang Yuan, Shui will pour you some wine. During the banquet, a beautiful snowman female goo immortal personally walked towards Fang Yuan, taking over the role of an attendant. She poured a bowl of ice wolf wine for Fang Yuan. The other hairy man goo immortal stared with wide eyes. Sixth Hair almost shouted, "What the hell are you doing? Are you inhumans or not? This Fang Yuan is a human goo immortal." Human. The human who massacred variant humans and defeated and ostracized you. Shui, are you the snowman who discovered my true form? Fang Yuan sized up the female snowman immortal, asking directly with an arrogant expression. The snowman lowered her head, smiling shyly. Shui is only skilled in some investigative methods. Elder Fang Yuan, you are the true hero. 12th Hair was drinking wine when he heard this. He spat out the wine in his mouth. Sixth Hair was furious, he almost cursed at the female goo immortal. What is the meaning of this? Hey. Why are you blushing? What do you mean by lowering your head shyly? You are even sneaking glances at Fang Yuan, do you think I can't see that? Damn it! Are you still a snowman or not? Mind your identity. I am not worthy of the title of hero. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He said perfunctorily. Even he himself was a little surprised. The attitude of these variant human goo immortals seemed to have changed greatly. Bingzhou also walked over at this time, holding a bowl of wine. if Elder Fang Yuan is not a hero, who can be called a hero? Shui'er introduced at an appropriate time, this is Brother Bingzhua. He is the #1 battle strength of our tribe, he is usually cold and aloof. He is very arrogant. Only when he is talking to you, Elder Fang Yuan, will he be so enthusiastic. Fang Yuan stood up, looking at the Gu Immortal in front of him, saying, if I am not wrong, you are the one who fought against me with 2 spears? Bingzhua laughed heartily, giving a thumbs up, Elder Fang Yuan, you have a good eye. Fang Yuan did not say anything else, he downed the wine in one gulp. Bingzhua was overjoyed, he raised his head and downed the wine in one gulp. Cheers resounded again, Shui'er clapped at the side, this is called a hero cherishing a hero. The hairy man Gu Immortals looked on, nobody paid attention to them. On the other side, the Gu Immortals' gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. Sixth Hair almost slammed the table. Bingzhua's attitude made him even more unhappy. He screamed in his mind, what are you guys doing? Forget about that female Gu Immortal called Shui'er, Fang Yuan is quite handsome. Why are you here as a man? Look at your grinning face, it looks like you want to become sworn brothers with Fang Yuan, what are you trying to do? You are the #1 battle strength, the hero of the tribe? You are so close to a human Gu Immortal, are you trying to betray the tribe? Bingzhua sighed, compared to Elder Fang Yuan, how can I be considered a hero? Elder Fang Yuan has an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle as his subordinate. If not for Elder Fang Yuan being one of us, we might have already caused the extermination of our tribe. What? Immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. At once, the hairy man Gu Immortals looked at each other. Elder Fang Yuan, did I hear wrongly? You actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle? Sixth Hair could not take it anymore, he stood up and stared at Fang Yuan with a sharp gaze. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose, saying with some embarrassment, not long ago, I worked together with Chu Du to take down He Fan Grotto Heaven and obtain He Fan's true inheritance. This immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was one of our gains. What? The hairy man Gu Immortals gasped in shock. On the other side, the Snowman and Rockman Gu Immortals also exchanged glances. Sixth Hair took a step back, looking at Fang Yuan in disbelief, before looking at the other Gu Immortals. At that moment, he finally understood, why these variant human Gu Immortals valued Fang Yuan so much. Immemorial Desolate Beast, Rank 8 Battle Strength. Plop. Sixth Hair could not take this huge blow, he sat down on the stone stool again. I did not have time to tell you all about this. Come, our Langya sect will have a toast, this is a celebratory feast. Fang Yuan smiled as he raised his wine bowl. The hairy man Gu Immortals reacted and smiled brightly. Our Langya sect actually has rank 8 battle strength now. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly unfathomable, you are too amazing. Elder Fang Yuan, I was wrong earlier, I failed to recognize Tian Ti Mountain. The hairy man Gu Immortals had expressions of, I am convinced. This was the might of a rank 8 battle strength expert. Sixth Hair also raised his wine bowl, he was smiling on the surface but he was vomiting blood from anger. Fang Yuan looked at him and smiled, Elder Sixth Hair, why are your hands trembling? Sixth Hair smiled at him, as expected of a spy who had been lurking for many years, his expression showed no flaws, only his voice became hoarse, I am extremely excited, I am happy for you, Elder Fang Yuan, for Langya sect. Chapter 1151. Snow was falling quietly. There was no wind. There were endless snowy peaks, it was tranquil. A couple was leaning on each other, opening the window and looking at the snowy scenery, they were silent. There was a warm atmosphere in the air. The wife had a beautiful appearance, there was frost in her hair, she leaned on her husband's arm, saying with reminiscence, it has been a long time since I have looked at the snowy scenery with you so quietly, her husband was already showing signs of old age, but he was still energetic. He stretched out his wrinkled hand and patted the back of his wife's hand, saying slowly, "I am willing to stay with you and watch the snowflakes fall quietly. Do you still remember the first time we met?" His wife laughed lightly, a happy memory seemed to appear in front of her. "That was also a snowy day, you were still a hothead. You only wanted to become stronger, stronger and stronger. I want to become stronger, isn't it, so that I can be worthy of you? You said before, when I cultivate to rank 8, you will marry me. Hee hee." The old man smiled, his smile was a little crafty and proud. His wife's smile faded a little, she frowned slightly. "To speak the truth, I am regretting it. I would rather your cultivation level be lower. If I want to be your husband, how can my cultivation level be low? Don't worry, as long as I succeed in refining fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, I will have confidence in passing this myriad tribulation. Even if the world is vast, I will be able to stay with you forever." Saying so, the old man's gaze turned sharp, he showed a strong aura that was different from normal people. His aura went from weak to strong, it continued to strengthen. As time passed, it spread out, causing the surrounding snowflakes to stop falling, they floated in front of him quietly. His wife slowly separated from him, she was no longer leaning on him, she looked at the snowy scenery quietly with determination in her eyes. "Let us begin." After a long while, the old man broke the silence. His wife only replied with one word, "Okay." Old ancestor Xuehu and Lady Wanshou started to refine fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. On this day, snowy mountain-blessed land shone brightly. There was no concealment. Northern Plains goo immortal world had yet to recover from the shock of He tribe's destruction, but it fell into a state of unrest again. Old ancestor Xuehu started to refine rank 8 fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo. This news was like a hurricane, engulfing everyone in Northern Plains goo immortal world. Phoenix celestial paradise. Such fanfare. It was as if he was afraid that no one would come and destroy it. That's the style of old man Xuehu. Prince's Impatience smiled when he received the news. "Lord, if old ancestor Xuehu refines a rank 8 immortal goo, he would be like a tiger with wings." Goo immortal Yulan, who was beside Prince's Impatience, said. "If not for fortune rivaling heaven immortal goo, he would still be number 1 in Northern Plains." It was okay. Our mission now. It was to detain Fang Yuan. There's news that the Celestial Court has confirmed that Fang Yuan is in the Northern Plains. Prince's Impatience smiled, but his eyes were cold. He hated Fang Yuan to the bone. Why? This was because the original mission of the Prince's Impatience was to invade 88-point Jinyang Tower. In the end, his grand plan was ruined by Fang Yuan, causing his years of hard work to go down the drain before he could see any results. How could Prince's Impatience not hate him? Bai Zhu Grotto Heaven. Old ancestor Xuehu, after all these years, are you finally going to make a move? Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu pondered for a while. He shook his head. After fighting with old ancestor Xuehu, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu understood how strong he was. "With my strength alone, I am not old ancestor Xuehu's match. Moreover, if he wants to ruin his goo refinement, we will definitely become enemies." If I had known this, I would not have undergone tribulation in the northern icy plain. Fang Yuan said sincerely. Shi Cheng and Cher smiled brightly. It is great that the misunderstanding has been resolved. Shi Cheng sighed. At this moment, Shi Cheng's expression changed. Then, Cher's expression also changed. "What is it?" Fang Yuan quickly asked. Snowy mountain-blessed land's light is soaring into the sky. There are reports that old ancestor Xuehu is starting to refine fortune rivaling heaven goo. Shi Cheng's tone was heavy. The rise of any human race was a nightmare for variant humans. Chapter 1152. Several days had already passed since Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals came into contact with these snowman and rockman tribes and negotiated. The more they talked, the more agreeable they became. This was decided by the external situation. Humans were extremely powerful, the variant human tribes could only struggle at the corners of the world. They had a natural tendency to ally together. Even though Sixth Hair was a spy planted in Langya sect by Shadow sect, he did not object to the alliance between the two sides. Instead, he put in more effort. Firstly, Sixth Hair was well aware that it was impossible for him to make both sides fall out with his own strength. Secondly, Sixth Hair wanted to use this chance to show off his abilities and obtain more merits, to gain more trust from land spirit of Langya and raise his status. Thirdly, Shadow sect's pursuit was spectral souls. Even though the demon Venerable was dead, his ambitions had already surpassed the limits of his race. As the two sides talked, they got to know more about each other. To gain their trust, Sixth Hair sold almost all of Fang Yuan's information. Thus, the Snowman and Rockman tribes knew that Fang Yuan had a special identity. Fang Yuan had once possessed Spring-Autumn Cicada. He was someone who had been reborn. He was also an otherworldly demon. He came from a world beyond the heavens. He was also the main culprit behind the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower and the destruction of Imperial Court Blessed Land. What was worth mentioning was that this last point made the variant human Gu immortals feel closer to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower. It greatly weakened Northern Plains human forces. It was a great thing for the variant human camp. In fact, when they heard about the collapse of 88-point Jianghu Tower, this tribe of snowmen and rockmen even held a banquet and celebrated for 3 days and 3 nights. In Earth Mother Altar, hearing Shuai ask about the future, Fang Yuan was already mentally prepared. He smiled bitterly. Even though I have Spring-Autumn Cicada, I have already lost this mystical Gu. After my rebirth, the world has changed a lot. You know it too. I was the one who destroyed 88-point Jianghu Tower, right? That's right. Elder Fang Yuan, you are truly amazing. Snow's eyes shone brightly. I am also very impressed by this, Shi Cheng also said. Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and sighed. He continued, I'm someone who's been reborn, so I know some secrets. Although I don't have a golden bloodline, the reason why I participated in the royal court struggle was to sneak into the 88-point Jianghu Tower and reap some benefits. My original plan was to come again and again. A thin stream flows a long way. But the plan couldn't keep up with the changes, and an accident happened. I could only adapt to the situation, and in the end, the 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed. Shui, and Shi Cheng wore smiles on their faces. Shi Cheng said, Elder Fang Yuan's words are all true. Fang Yuan shook his head helplessly. Who wants to be chased by all the Gu immortals in the world? That was truly an accident. Shui laughed. In Shui's opinion, Elder Fang Yuan, you are a born hero. Destroying the 88-point Jianghu Tower might have been an accident, but if it were someone else, how could they do it? Fang Yuan said, precisely so. I had no choice but to hide in Langya Blessed Land. Later, some things happened, and I joined Langya sect. I gradually realized that the excellence of variant humans is not inferior to humans. In fact, their sincerity, trust, loyalty, and so on are much better than the deceitful humans. Even though the 5 regions are vast, the space for variant humans to live in is getting smaller and smaller. This is not right. All living beings have their own reasons for growing, they have their own providence. Variant humans and humans should coexist harmoniously. Fang Yuan said this without blushing. He even used the name of Providence, while Providence tried all ways to get rid of him. Fang Yuan had a sincere expression. It could not be any more sincere. Shui's eyes turned red. Shi Cheng sighed deeply. If only all the human Gu immortals in the world had Lord Fang Yuan's understanding and knowledge, how great would that be? His words had already elevated Elder Fong Yuan to Lord Fong Yuan's level, he even addressed him as Lord. It was because of Fong Yuan's words. For variant humans, this was too politically correct, it caused them to resonate with him and approve of him. After saying so much, Elder Fong Yuan, you still have not answered my question. Shui was an intelligent Gu immortal, she was not easy to fool. I was just about to say. Fong Yuan coughed, the collapse of the 88-point Jianghu Tower was not my intention. In fact, it had never collapsed before my rebirth. Oh. So that's it. Shui and Shi Cheng looked at each other. The situation in Northern Plains has changed too much because of me. The 88-point Jianghu Tower collapsed, Ma Hongyun was captured, his secret of fortune rivaling heaven was exposed, and he was bought by old ancestor Shui Hu. In fact, before my rebirth, old ancestor Shui Hu did not want to refine fortune rivaling heaven Gu. Fong Yuan said. What he said was the truth. Shui and Shi Cheng chose to believe him. The former pouted, won't the result be hard to predict? If old ancestor Shui Hu really refines fortune rivaling heaven Gu, the strength of Northern Plains human Gu immortals will rise again. Fong Yuan's thoughts moved, he asked, are you going to stop him? Undoubtedly, this alliance of snowmen and rock men had the ability to interfere in this matter. Because they had an immemorial rock dragon, this was a genuine rank 8 battle strength. And it was an extremely troublesome existence among rank 8 battle strength. The power of the primordial rock dragon would definitely be a great addition to the historical records. Of course not. Shi Cheng shook his head, we will not interfere in this matter. That's right. We can live here peacefully, why would we expose ourselves and offend a rank 8 great expert? Moreover, this rank 8 great expert has snowy mountain blessed land, he has a large number of demonic path Gu immortal experts under him. Shui shook her head. They were clear about the big picture. Even if they snatched fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu and used it for themselves, if their identities were exposed, they would be hunted down by all of Northern Plains Gu immortals. Under the pressure of the situation, not to mention fortune rivaling heaven Gu, even if there were a few more immemorial rock dragons, they would not be able to resist the human army. Fong Yuan nodded, he did not say anything, he had his own plans. These variant humans are extraordinary, I have seen all of them these days, they are all elites. Be it battle strength or insight, they are top-notch. Even among Northern Plains human Gu immortals, they are outstanding. Hei Fan Grotto Heaven's Gu immortals are far inferior compared to them. Thankfully, I have rank 8 battle strength. So what if he had the identity of an otherworldly demon? He had spring-autumn cicada, so what if he had been reborn? These identities and secrets were the foundation of rank 8 battle strength, they were Fong Yuan's glory and glory, they were not a source of trouble. With a bigger fist, who would dare to find trouble with him? Rank 8 battle strength. With just a slight movement of his pinky finger, he could crush them like ants. Thus, not only did the snowmen and rockmen not dare to find trouble with Fong Yuan, they even expressed their friendliness and tried to rope him in. Any rank 8 battle strength was enough to attract others to their side. If rank 9 did not appear, rank 8s would reign supreme. This was already the highest level of battle strength in the world. In fact, the entire situation of Northern Plains is the situation of the confrontation between rank 8 Gu immortals. The politics of the high martial arts world have always been the personal politics of the experts. Fong Yuan's heart was clear as a mirror. However, if they know that my immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle is already dead, I wonder what their expressions will be? Thinking of this, Fong Yuan felt it was quite funny. The upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened by his time path killer move, it did not have enough heavenly crystals, it was starving to death. Fong Yuan used blood path methods to raise its qi and blood, he let it out and successfully intimidated the variant human immortals. He relied on deceit and bluffing to survive, opening up a new world. But the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle was like the final radiance of a setting sun. After being kept into Fang Yuan's immortal aperture, it died almost at the next moment. As an immemorial desolate beast that was starved to death, the upper extreme heavenly eagle's life was indeed quite sullen. However, that might not be the case in its next life. The advantage of the upper extreme heavenly eagle was that it laid eggs after death. After hatching, it could live again. It was true that Fang Yuan lost the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, but he also obtained the upper extreme heavenly eagle's egg in a huge corpse of an immemorial desolate beast. He could accept this result. Because firstly, Fang Yuan was not satisfied with this upper extreme heavenly eagle. Because to command it, Fang Yuan had to disguise himself as a He tribe descendant. Secondly, after the upper extreme heavenly eagle was ripened, it had many disadvantages. How could a grand rank 8 battle strength be commanded by a rank 6 Gu immortal like Fang Yuan? Moreover, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was an extremely prideful beast. After it matured to rank 8 battle strength, it was certain that it would not listen, it might even rebel. Its strong pride and arrogance made it go against Fang Yuan, it was very likely. Thus, the upper extreme heavenly eagle starving to death was not a bad thing for Fang Yuan. As for the newly born egg, Fang Yuan could use the contents of He Fan's true inheritance to modify it, changing its memories and so on. After it hatches, it would listen to Fang Yuan himself. Old ancestor Shui, who publicly refined fortune rivaling heaven immortal Gu, the light of the refinement path Gu formation shot into the sky, it shined for 7 days and 7 nights before fading away. This matter caused a huge commotion in Northern Plains Gu immortal world. But after the commotion, the Gu immortal world strangely calmed down. This was because Heavenly Lord Baizu, Yao Huang, 5 Elements Grandmaster, and Prince's Impatience did not have any positive reactions. If these rank 8 Gu immortals did not say anything, the rank 6 and rank 7 Gu immortals could not do anything no matter how loudly they shouted. To be able to fight rank 8 existences with rank 7 cultivation level, in the 5 regions for thousands of years, Feng Jioge was the only one. Old ancestor Shui, who was arrogant and domineering, but it had to be said that he was not a fool, his timing was very good. The variant humans in the northern icy plain also chose to ignore it. As for Fang Yuan himself, he did not want to get involved in this matter. This matter was too huge, it involved the rank 8 great expert old ancestor Shui, who, even though his body was much sturdier now, if he got involved in this matter, he would definitely be torn to shreds. Chapter 1153. Another 3 days passed. Qi deep underground in the icy plain, inside Earth Mother altar. For incense sticks were burning, smoke lingered in the air. The 4 Gu immortals were standing in their respective positions, their expressions solemn. Fang Yuan was among them, the people around him were Langya sect's hairy man Gu immortals. The sound of a horn could be heard, followed by the rumbling of drums. Zong took a big step forward amidst the drums, shouting, "Rockman Gu immortal Zong is willing to join the 4 races alliance. From today onwards, the 4 races will be compatriots, we will share weal and woe." Saying so, he mobilized his immortal essence, triggering a certain change in Earth Mother altar. The smoke lingering in the air surged toward Zong. After more than 10 breaths of time, it fused into Zong's body. This is information path Dao marks being added. Looking at this, it seems to be the style of the olden antiquity era. Fang Yuan thought to himself. Originally, the hairy men were discussing the alliance with the Snowman and Rockman tribes. But things went unexpectedly smoothly, the 2 sides were getting closer to each other. The hairy men proposed to pull Inkman City in as well. After the Snowman and Rockman tribes understood the situation, they nodded in agreement. Long-hair ancestor and immortal Yi Yen were known friends in history for a long time. Long-hair ancestor left behind Langya blessed land, while immortal Yi Yen created Inkman City. The Ink Men and Hairy Men had always been in close contact. Since the Hairy Men guaranteed it, the Snowman and Rockman tribes chose to believe them. Thus, it became a three-way discussion, involving 4 variant human races. Eventually, the 3 sides reached an agreement. They were willing to form an alliance. They would go through thick and thin together, helping each other in the future. That was why this scene was happening right now. The 3 sides used ancient information path methods. An official alliance. Gu Immortals went up one after another. They accepted the information path Dao marks. This way, they would be considered members of the 4 Races Alliance. As time passed, Fang Yuan gradually saw some clues. This does not seem to be an orthodox information path method. It is using Earth Path to form Ash, using indirect methods to achieve the effect of information path. It is like my time path Immortal Killer move 100 Years Harmony. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's heart sank. It would be troublesome to break this alliance agreement in the future. This was because it was not possible to solve this problem from the aspect of information. It was very likely that he would have to think of a way through the Earth Path. Elder Fang Yuan. It's your turn. At this time, Gu Immortal 12th Hair reminded him in a soft voice. Speaking of which, ever since they dealt with the Falling Star Hound and learned that Fang Yuan had the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, the hairy man Gu Immortal's attitude towards Fang Yuan had undergone a complete change. They were filled with reverence towards him. It was a stark contrast to before. Fang Yuan nodded and walked forward without hesitation. Just like the Rockman Gu Immortal Sherzong, he allowed the smoke to burn on his body. His every move attracted the attention of all the immortals present. Seeing that he had truly joined them, the immortals all heaved a sigh of relief. Snow's smile grew even more radiant as she let go of her worries. Little did he know that Fang Yuan was already pondering in his heart. It was time to find a way to break the various alliance agreements on his body. Of course, it was impossible for him to be on the same side as these mutants. Joining the Langya sect was just to make better use of the power of the Langya blessed land. Similarly, joining this 4 Races alliance, other than being forced by the situation, Fang Yuan also wanted to make use of the alliance's power to help him cultivate. It is impossible for me to join the variant humans and resist the humans. Humans have the absolute advantage, so what if the 4 variant human races ally? The human race has the absolute advantage. So what if the 4 great mutant races form an alliance? In the 500 years of my previous life, did these 4 races ally? Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted as he speculated. Fang Yuan's thoughts drifted as he inwardly speculated. In the 500 years of his previous life, he was a Central Continent rank 6 blood path Gu Immortal. He did not have a deep understanding of the matters of Northern Plains Gu Immortal world. Especially when it came to such insider information, even Northern Plains Gu Immortals might not know about it. But I know, in the 500 years of my previous life, these Snowman and Rockman tribes had been silent. They might have been exterminated, or they might still be alive. But I know that in the 500 years of my previous life, these Snowmen and Stonemen tribes have always been quiet. Perhaps they have been exterminated, or perhaps they are still secretly alive. In contrast, the Inkman tribe was doing very well. They were in the best situation. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tan Sang. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan's gaze landed on Mo Tan Sang. Chi path had a longer history than strength path, but it was also a declining Gu cultivation path. He had a middle-aged appearance. He had black hair and white hair. When he did not smile, he gave off a dignified aura. He was a middle-aged man with black hair. When he wasn't smiling, he looked quite dignified. This is a formidable person. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. This is a true hero. Fang Yuan sighed inwardly. He remembered that during the 5 regions chaotic war, it was this Mo Tan Sang in front of him who seized the opportunity to expand the Inkman's forces while the human race was busy with internal strife and had no time to care about him. When Northern Plains human forces wanted to suppress him, he disregarded his dignity as a king and took the initiative to join Lu tribe. Lu tribe was one of the super forces, thus they protected the Inkman forces. Lu tribe was a super force, thus they protected the Inkman forces. The Inkman forces developed steadily under this layer of protection. After Lu tribe declined, the Inkman king immediately abandoned Lu tribe and cooperated with Ma Hongyun. Before Fang Yuan self-detonated, the Inkmen already had hundreds of cities and occupied one-third of Northern Plains territory. With this scale and force, even if Fang Yuan said it now, no one would believe him. In this four races alliance, the Inkman tribe was undoubtedly the weakest. But in the 500 years of his previous life, the Inkmen were in the best situation. Mo Tan Sang knew when to yield and when to stand tall. He was the key figure in the rise of the Inkman tribe. At the same time, there was the external environment. During the Five Regions' chaotic war, all order collapsed, opportunities and risks were everywhere. As if sensing Fang Yuan's gaze, Mo Tan Sang turned around to look at Fang Yuan and smiled, expressing his deep friendliness. This friendliness was so thick and obvious that when he smiled, it was almost like he was bowing. There was even a hint of flattery. Fang Yuan snorted coldly in his heart, but replied with a smile on the surface. Mo Tan Sang's expression changed slightly. He expressed the excitement of receiving the favor and appreciation of a great character. If it were anyone else, they would feel a sense of superiority and complacency. So impressive. Fang Yuan was proud of his acting skills, but this Mo Tan Sang was not weaker than him. The world is huge, there are many capable people, I cannot underestimate the heroes of this world. Fang Yuan warned himself, his heart was as calm as ice. Northern Plains' situation could be said to be rising one wave after another. The storm of He tribe's destruction and Bai Zhu tribe's replacement had not subsided yet. Old ancestor Shui who officially started refining fortune rivaling Heaven Gu, the whole of Northern Plains Gu immortal world's attention was focused on Snowy Mountain. And secretly, in a corner unknown to human Gu immortals, the four variant human races, hairy men, snowmen, rock men, and ink men, had quietly formed an alliance. Even though the variant humans were in a weak position, this alliance could not be underestimated. Because it had rank 8 battle strength, the immemorial rock dragon. Of course, in the hearts of the other alliance members, there was also the immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle in Fang Yuan's hands. Fang Yuan had no choice but to join them. But what made him feel at ease was that this four races alliance did not have any wisdom path Gu immortals. After the alliance was formed, Fang Yuan's losses were obvious. That was, from now on, he could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. This had a huge impact on Fang Yuan. But there was no other way. Undergoing tribulation here would expend earth chi, it was the greatest damage to the Rockmen's residence. This was also the reason why these Rockmen and Snowmen disregarded the price to set up the battlefield killer move, Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, to kill Fang Yuan. However, other than losses, Fang Yuan also had gains. The trade with the Rockmen and Snowmen had increased his monthly profits by another level. Forget about the Snowmen, the main point was that the Rockmen had a higher desire for Guts Gu than humans. Why? Thinking back to the past, how Fang Yuan used Guts Gu to increase the population of the Rockmen in Hu immortal blessed land, it was clear. Guts Gu was the best way for Rockmen to strengthen their tribe. Other than that, Fang Yuan also sold some of the resources that he obtained from Heifan Grotto Heaven to the Rockmen, Snowmen, and Ink Men, earning a lot of money. Sixth Heir who was watching from the side was getting anxious. Fang Yuan's gains are so huge. What should we do? How can we stop him in the future? It was time to leave. Elder Fang Yuan, are you really in a hurry to leave? You can stay here for a day or two. Shui tried to persuade Fang Yuan to stay. Fang Yuan shook his head, smiling warmly on the surface. We have formed an alliance, this matter is very important, I need to return and report to the land spirit of Lengya personally. Don't worry, I will return. After all, we became friends after a fight, I have a good feeling about this place. Fang Yuan was very interested in the Snowman Gu Immortal's Ice and Snow Path Immortal Gu and Killer moves. These two were very suitable for him. After all, he had the most Dao marks in Ice and Snow Path. With his current relationship with the Snowman tribe, and the fact that he had rank 8 battle strength, exchanging Immortal Gu was completely possible. But Fang Yuan did not intend to give up on one of his Immortal Gu. He had a better plan. For example, one day in the future, a certain variant human Gu Immortal might not be able to pass tribulation, and would need his Time Path Immortal Killer move to slow the time in his Immortal Aperture. In that case, Fang Yuan would be able to take the chance to ask for the Immortal Gu. In the past, He Fan had done many such things, and obtained a considerable number of Immortal Gu. Shui naturally did not know that this handsome young man had ulterior motives and was full of schemes. Seeing that Fang Yuan was determined to leave, she lowered her head, showing a hesitant and conflicted expression. But soon, determination appeared in her eyes, she raised her head and handed something to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, take this as the snowman's parting gift to you. Shui forced herself to remain calm as she said with a slightly trembling voice. Fang Yuan received it, it was an ice tear. Chapter 1154. Ice tears were not an immortal material, but they were precious and were loved by Gu masters and Gu immortals. Ice tears originated from snowmen. Snowmen lived in the icy environment of snowy lands. They normally did not cry or laugh, and tears were even rarer. Most of the snowmen had never cried tears of joy or sorrow in their entire lives. But once they shed tears, they would instantly turn into ice tears. Snowmen could shed ice tears at most 3 times in their lives, adding up to 60. Every time they shed tears, the snowman's lifespan would decrease greatly, and their life essence would be lost. If a snowman shed too many ice tears, they would age rapidly and die faster. Therefore, ice tear was considered a rare item. Jewel Yellow Skies had ice tears for sale, and it had always been very popular. Shui Songzi had once sold snowmen for other Gu immortals to torture, to obtain ice tears. To human Gu immortals, ice tears were a precious Gu refinement material. But to the snowman himself, the ice tear had another important meaning. That was a token of love. That was right. Snowmen had both genders, they were different from rock men were pure males. When a snowman and a man got together, they would usually exchange ice tears. This action was extremely important to the snowmen. This is an ice tear. Fang Yuan's eyes brightened, he held this ice tear between his fingers and observed it carefully. Don't look at it like this, quickly put it down. Shui's voice was weak and anxious. There were so many people here. If he held Bing Lei up in public, everyone would be able to see it. Sure enough, at the next moment, Shui heard those Gu immortals' shocked voices. Shui quickly lowered her head, her face turning red. She was giving an ice tear to Fang Yuan. This was no different from expressing her love. Although she had mustered up her courage earlier, with so many people watching, it was too embarrassing. Speaking of which, I have already heard of this special Gu material. Today, I finally saw it with my own eyes. Thank you, Shui, this gift is not bad. Maybe I should refine it into a Gu worm? Fang Yuan said cheerfully. Shui heard this. Her delicate body shook. Fang Yuan turned a blind eye to it. He continued, however, 1 ice tear is still too little. It would be great if there were more. Why wasn't there any trade with the ice tear? What a pity. The blush on Shui's face faded away, and her face turned pale. Her head was buried very low, and her eyes were blurry. She almost cried out loud. This idiot. Bingzhou couldn't stand it anymore. He cursed under his breath and stepped forward. The other variant human goo immortals were tongue-tied, they did not know what to say. Shui Er suddenly raised her head, with her back facing Fang Yuan, she called out to Bingzhou, "Bingzhou Gij." Bingzhou gritted his teeth. Seeing Shui Er's pale face, a strong sense of pity rose in his heart. He knew that Snow was thin-skinned. She had already mustered up enough courage to give away her tears. Perhaps there was also an element of impulsiveness in the head. Fang Yuan didn't understand the meaning behind the ice tear. If she were to criticize Fang Yuan in front of everyone, wouldn't that put Snow in an even more awkward position? Thinking of this, Bingzhou could only swallow the words he was about to spit out and say something else. "Elder Fang Yuan, I gained a lot from fighting with you. Next time, let's have a good spar again." Speaking of sparring. He purposely raised his voice and gritted his teeth. Shui Er was young and beautiful, she had outstanding talent and high cultivation level, she had always been taken care of and favored by the tribe. But among the males of the same generation, none were worthy of her. This time, she was in love with Fang Yuan. Although he was a human goo immortal, the snowman goo immortals discussed it behind their backs and felt it was acceptable. The rock men had Earth Mother, but couldn't we snowmen have a snow father? If Shui Er could get together with Fang Yuan, the snowman tribe would have an immemorial desolate beast to rely on. But to think that Fang Yuan did not understand the custom of variant humans and treated the ice tear as a common goo material, causing the situation to be very awkward. Shui Er was put on the spot. Fang Yuan smiled and patted Bingzhuo's shoulder. "All right, I promise you, if there is a chance in the future, let's spar again." "All right, everyone, I will take my leave. No need to send me off, we will meet again in the future." Ha ha ha. Saying so, Fang Yuan laughed and waved his sleeves as he left. He wore a white robe and his black hair flowed down like a waterfall, he looked extremely elegant and refined. Shui Er's gaze was somewhat dazed. Bingzhou, however, gritted his teeth, wishing he could chop Fang Yuan into pieces. "No. After he leaves, I will write him a letter and tell him the meaning of the ice tear." The return journey was smooth. Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. When he saw Land Spirit of Langya again, this first supreme elder of Langya sect had a huge change in attitude towards Fang Yuan. "You really inherited He Fan's true inheritance? You have a method to slow the time in the immortal aperture? Also, you actually have an immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, quickly let me see it." Land Spirit of Langya requested excitedly. Fang Yuan shook his head with a bitter smile, he took out the upper extreme heavenly eagle's corpse. Land Spirit of Langya was stunned on the spot. Fang Yuan told Land Spirit of Langya about the cause and effect. "A grand immemorial desolate beast was actually starved to death by you? But, fortunately, you still have the egg. Not bad, not bad, the upper extreme heavenly eagle has such an advantage." Land Spirit of Langya regained his senses, he looked at Fang Yuan with bright eyes. "Sell this upper extreme heavenly eagle egg to me, let's make a deal." Fang Yuan laughed heartily. "I can sell this bird egg." Land Spirit of Langya was overjoyed. Fang Yuan continued, "But I'm afraid you don't have any heavenly crystals to raise it. Even in jewel yellow skies, there are very few who sell heavenly crystals." "Of course. Heavenly crystals can only be produced in Grotto Heavens or the immemorial 9 heavens. This rank 8 immortal material is very rare. Right now, there are only black and white heavens left in the immemorial 9 heavens, there are only a small number of rank 8 goo immortals. Moreover, among these rank 8 goo immortals, a considerable portion cannot produce heavenly crystals." Saying so, Land Spirit of Langya changed the topic. "But you don't have to worry about this. My Langya Blessed Land was once Langya Grotto Heaven, it had produced Langya heavenly crystals before. Besides this, when my main body was alive, I had also accumulated a batch of heavenly crystals from the immemorial 9 heavens. Oh, in that case, I can rest assured. I will sell it to you. Fang Yuan nodded. Land Spirit of Lengia laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, you are one of us, I will not mistreat you. Luck Path True Inheritance, Thieving Heaven True Inheritance, or Long Hair True Inheritance, you can choose whatever you want. Fang Yuan's tone sank. What, I am not interested in these things. Moreover, isn't this price a bit too low to exchange for a rank 8 battle strength? Land Spirit of Lengia's smile froze, he thought about it and nodded, that is indeed the case. Then, I will use Luopa Valley to exchange for it. Dang Hun Mountain and Luopa Valley were secluded domains of heaven and earth, unique in the world. But compared to rank 8 battle strength, Land Spirit of Lengia did not hesitate to give up on the former and choose the latter. The price is too low, not selling, not selling. Fang Yuan shook his head. Land Spirit of Lengia scratched his head. How about this? I am willing to give up Heavenly Essence Treasure Imperial Lotus and the incomplete Immortal Goo House Refinement Cauldron in exchange for your upper extreme Heavenly Eagle Egg. Fang Yuan's heart jumped, but he still shook his head. The price is still not enough, not selling, not selling. Land Spirit of Lengia was furious. Then state your price, what will make you sell it? Fang Yuan smiled and emphasized, this is rank 8 battle strength. Land Spirit of Lengia was not stupid, he retorted, it is indeed rank 8 battle strength, but it needs to be fed. Do you have heavenly crystals? Also, do you think even if you raise the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle, it will listen to you? To tell you the truth, you went too far this time and starved the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to death. If not for that, according to my understanding, as long as this upper extreme Heavenly Eagle has some strength, it will definitely crush an ant like you who is trying to enslave it to death. Fang Yuan smiled again. How about this? I am willing to use sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals to feed the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle. Anyway, I am Lengia Sect Supreme Elder, and also a member of the Four Races Alliance. In the future, when the sect needs me, I will naturally appear. Land Spirit of Lengia was dazed for a moment before understanding what was going on. He pointed at Fang Yuan's nose and scolded, good lad. So you did not want to sell it, you were just making things difficult for me earlier, right? Fang Yuan quickly turned serious, saying sincerely, how can I give up on rank 8 battle strength so easily? But to make things difficult for you, First Supreme Elder, why would I have such thoughts? It is just that the price is not enough. Saying this, he suddenly thought of He Fan's other intention. Even if He Fan's true inheritance was inherited by the Gu Immortals in the Grotto Heaven, He Fan had left the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle in Iron Eagle Blessed Land. With this immemorial desolate beast, even if it did not inherit the true inheritance, it would be a huge gain for the tribe. Land Spirit of Lengia sighed. He knew that Fang Yuan was right, he did not insist on buying it. Firstly, the immemorial upper extreme Heavenly Eagle had already turned into an egg, he was very disappointed. Secondly, Fang Yuan not only had the Lengia Alliance agreement, he had also joined the Four Races Alliance, this made Land Spirit of Lengia feel assured. Thirdly, he more or less knew Fang Yuan's nature and character. An ambitious and daring person like you will not give up on a rank 8 battle strength so easily. But it will not be easy for you to use sect contribution points to exchange for Lengia Sect's heavenly crystals. Heavenly crystals are rank 8 immortal materials, even though you have a lot of contribution points, you cannot afford it. Land Spirit of Lengia said this and his mood became better. With the heavenly crystals, he could make Fang Yuan work for Lengia Sect. At this point, Land Spirit of Lengia had to admit that Fang Yuan was very strong, he was much more useful than other hairy man Gu Immortals. Then let's exchange for some first. We can only do this slowly. Fang Yuan purposely showed a troubled expression. Fang Yuan had a lot of sect contribution points now. Firstly, he solved the matter of the falling star hound, he had over 1,000 sect contribution points. Secondly, he discovered the alliance of snowmen and rockmen, and successfully urged the 4 races to form an alliance. This amount was close to 1,000 sect contribution points. In this case, Fang Yuan's Langya sect contribution points had broken through the 2,000 threshold. But to exchange for the rank 8 immortal material heavenly crystals, these 2,000 contribution points were too little. Chapter 1155. Fang Yuan's divine sense moved around the jewel-yellow skies. His divine sense paused. A Gu Immortal's will was at the side, behind it was a small mountain of goods. These are all slippery soil? Fang Yuan asked. Han Yu's Gu Immortal will woke up from its slumber, seeing that there was a customer, it quickly replied, they are all slippery soil. After stating the price, he asked, Lord Gu Immortal, how much do you want to buy? Slippery soil was a rank 5 Gu material, it was very fertile. Fang Yuan nodded internally, the other party's price was very fair, it was even lower than the market price. Coincidentally, he needed this soil too, he said, I want all of them. Han Yu's will shook, you're buying all of them? I have a lot of slippery soil. Fang Yuan confirmed, of course I'm buying all of them. 202 immortal yuan stones, if I am not wrong, that should be the price, right? Han Yu's will quickly nodded, yes, yes. In Treasure Emperor Heaven, any item would radiate with treasure light. Fang Yuan saw the treasure light and the goods themselves, he immediately calculated the selling price. He was a wisdom path grandmaster. Let's make the transaction. Fang Yuan was very straightforward. Okay. Han Yu's will quickly nodded. The development of the situation was out of his expectations. He was only a rank 6 Gu immortal who had passed one heavenly tribulation, he had been developing his immortal aperture. This time, when he sold the slippery soil in the blessed land, he had considered his past experiences. He had purposely lowered the price, but to think that it would be sold out so quickly. To him, this was a huge surprise. Han Yu's will held 202 immortal yuan stones, his entire will body was shaking, he was very excited. My previous life. Wasn't that the situation? Fang Yuan saw this scene and sighed internally. Han Yu was undoubtedly the representative of a rank 6 Gu immortal. In his previous life, Fang Yuan was even inferior to him, he cultivated blood path after all. But now, it was different. Just the sale of Guts Gu was a monopoly, an endless source of profits. After swallowing the resources of Hei Fan Paradise, Fang Yuan's wealth skyrocketed to a shocking level. Not to mention 200 immortal yuan stone, even if he took out 2,000, it would not be enough. He didn't even blink. Anyway, Fang Yuan's financial situation was quite good. After buying this batch of slippery soil, Fang Yuan used his divine sense to scan the area a few times before buying some other soil. After achieving his goal, Fang Yuan retracted his divine sense and brought the soil back to the sovereign immortal aperture. He controlled several strength path immortal zombies to scatter the soil into mini southern border in the sovereign immortal aperture. The scene in Little Southern Border. It had already undergone earth-shaking changes. Patches of forests covered the land with a rich greenery. Towering ancient trees, tall pines and cypresses, straight poplar trees, short shrubs, as well as countless grass and wildflowers, mini southern border became verdant and full of life. These were just ordinary plants, there were also a large number of high-grade resources. For example, the musical trees that were the most numerous. This type of tree had roots and branches, it had a unique charm. On the branches, there were all sorts of birds, the most common type were chi death birds, they were chirping loudly. Mini southern border was originally quiet, but now it was bustling with activity. Other than birds, there were large numbers of deer, squirrels, rabbits, monkeys, snakes, tigers, and others in the forest. They formed a cycle of interdependence. Mini southern border originally only had some small mounds. But now, there were more than 10 mountains. These mountains were all pulled out by Fang Yuan from Heifan Grotto Heaven. Ordinary Gu immortals did not have such methods to move mountains, but his pulling mountain immortal Gu could be used for this. Right now, the tallest mountain was Immortal Succession Mountain. There was also a stone pavilion on the mountain. Fang Yuan did not dismantle it, but the inheritances inside were all taken away by him. After a long time, Fang Yuan controlled the immortal zombie to scatter all of the soil at the planned locations. Fang Yuan inspected for a while before stopping in satisfaction. With this soil, these plants should be able to grow for some time. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture had few earth path Dao marks. The space was huge with 5 regions and 9 heavens. Mini southern border had even fewer earth path Dao marks. Earth path Dao marks were few. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture did not have any mountains or hills. The soil was not thick or fertile. Almost all of Mini southern border's vegetation came from Heifan Grotto Heaven. In Heifan Grotto Heaven, these trees grew very well. They were densely packed and filled with greenery. But after being transplanted into Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, because of the lack of earth path Dao marks, these plants withered and looked like they lacked nutrients. Fang Yuan had to purchase large amounts of fertile soil, like slippery soil, and scatter them in Mini southern border to deal with the situation. But this does not solve the root of the problem. After some time, this soil will turn into ordinary soil. The earth path Dao marks inside will dissipate. This soil was at most immortal Gu material. It contained extremely damaged earth path Dao marks. After the plants absorbed the nutrients, most of these fragmented earth path Dao marks would dissipate. Only by undergoing tribulation or absorbing the Dao marks of an earth path Gu immortal to increase the earth path Dao marks in my immortal aperture, can this be considered a permanent solution. Fang Yuan knew this. During the 5th earthly calamity, Fang Yuan could not undergo tribulation in the northern icy plain. At this time, he could choose to go to southern border or other places with dense earth path Dao marks to undergo tribulation, hoping to encounter an earth path earthly calamity. Once he encountered an earth path earthly calamity, after passing it, Fang Yuan's problem would be resolved. As for killing earth path Gu immortals and absorbing their Dao marks, it was not easy. Earth path Gu immortals with low cultivation level did not have many Dao marks on them. Earth path Gu immortals with high cultivation level had high battle strength. Their battle strength was usually very strong. Fang Yuan would face a huge risk to deal with them. Up until now, Fang Yuan had already gone through 4 earthly calamities. The first was the Snow Monster Calamity, Iron Crown Eagle, Ruin Bat, and other transformations. As long as he could use the Wisdom Gu again, his overall strength would increase explosively. Many of the problems he faced in his development were related to Wisdom Gu. As long as Wisdom Gu could be used, many problems and obstacles could be easily solved. I have Wisdom Gu and my Strength Path Immortal Zombie Body. I am stuck at the final point. Fang Yuan sighed helplessly in his heart. Like this, Fang Yuan stayed in Langya Blessed Land for 7 days. He cultivated diligently. He did not relax for even a second. His soul foundation increased again. The souls of the 9 Gu immortal captives were completely searched. Fang Yuan even used most of his Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some Langya heavenly crystals. He also issued some Gu refinement missions. Self-will Gu, year Gu, month Gu, day Gu, and other mortal Gu, he needed a lot of them. He was willing to spend sect contribution points to let hairy man Gu masters and Gu immortals refine these mortal Gu for him. After all, this could save him a lot of time and effort. 7 days later, he quickly left Langya Blessed Land, heading towards Eastern Sea. Chapter 1156. Strong winds blew, bringing with them the salty smell of the sea. Fang Yuan sat on an auspicious cloud, and as he traveled, he split his attention to the information path mortal goo in his hand. This mortal goo came from Bingzhua. That snowman goo immortal who held 2 spears and specialized in close combat had told Fang Yuan in a letter, the significance of the ice tear to the snowman tribe was not as simple as a goo material, it was a token of love. Humph, Fang Yuan sneered, casually crushing this information path mortal goo. The pure white auspicious cloud carried him along the way. His long hair fluttered in the wind. His jade-white face was extremely handsome, almost to the point of being beautiful. His deep black eyes looked down at the deep blue sea below the clouds, emitting wisps of indifferent cold light. How could Fang Yuan not know the significance of the ice tear to the snowman? Don't forget, he had been reborn 500 years ago. His cultivation was not high in his previous life, but he was extremely knowledgeable. Not only the ice tear, Fang Yuan also had a deep understanding of the wine culture of the variant humans. Back in the banquet, Sixth Hair had accused Fang Yuan of not knowing the wine culture of the variant humans. In fact, Fang Yuan had only pretended not to know, and used the chance to probe the snowmen and rockmen's attitude. Sometimes, pretending to be ignorant would allow one to advance and retreat freely. The matter of the ice tear was the same. Fang Yuan pretended not to know, but he knew clearly in his heart. Accepting the ice tear was accepting Shuai'er's affection. But if he did not accept it, it would destroy his relationship with the allied snowmen and rockmen tribes. Get together with Shuai'er? The disadvantages outweighed the advantages. What the snowman tribe wanted was Fang Yuan's rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle. Not to mention how much benefits Fang Yuan could obtain from the snowman tribe, just this point alone was enough for Fang Yuan to satisfy them. The upper extreme heavenly eagle had already become an egg. Although Fang Yuan had spent a portion of Langya sect contribution points to exchange for some heavenly crystals, his reserves were far from enough. It was not suitable to hatch the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Marrying Shuai'er is like tying myself to the snowman tribe's war chariot. They would definitely have to settle the marriage contract. Right now, I have a sect contract with the Langya sect and an alliance contract with Chudu. The treaty between the 4 alien races has greatly restricted my freedom. Coupled with the engagement, isn't that just asking for trouble? Fang Yuan gained benefits from these alliance agreements, but he also had to bear the corresponding obligations. For example, Langya blessed land was under attack by a powerful enemy. Fang Yuan had to go and support it. He had to live and die together with Langya blessed land. The land spirit of Langya still followed the rules. After all, it was a land spirit. It didn't have the cunning of humans. He followed the rules of the Langya sect and did not restrict Fang Yuan too much. The snowman race was different. They were mutants, and their spirituality was second only to humans. After being suppressed for so many years, struggling at death's door in the northern icy plains, the immense pressure of survival had nurtured their powerful battle prowess and shrewd thinking. If Fang Yuan wanted to marry a snowman, the snowman race would definitely think of ways to extract benefits from Fang Yuan. By then, Fang Yuan would have no choice. Snowmen and rockmen. They are living in the northern icy plains. The rockman race has an immemorial rock dragon with rank 8 battle strength, but the snowman race does not. Thus, they hope for me to get together with Shuai'er, to indirectly obtain rank 8 battle strength and contend against the rockman race. The snowman and rockman Gu immortals were very harmonious when they were entertaining Fang Yuan. But was it really so harmonious? Both sides were living in the same piece of land under the icy plains. The space was small. How could there be no conflicts? After all, they were 2 different races. It was only because of the big picture that they were rational and supported each other. One could imagine the rockman race with an immemorial rock dragon. In normal conflicts, they were usually the side that benefited. The snowmen had suffered a lot, but they endured it. The rockman race had a rather high status. This could be seen from the minute details of the alliance. For example, this Gu Immortal Sure Zone was often his first representative. Not other snowman Gu Immortals. If I get together with Shuai, no, even if I publicly accept Shuai's affection, it would mean I am getting close to the snowman race. It is unavoidable that I would be involved in the internal conflicts between the snowman and rockman races. Once there was an internal conflict, Shuai would find Fang Yuan and request Fang Yuan to mediate. As an ally, Fang Yuan could not refuse. But the rockman race gave Fang Yuan even more benefits. After all, both sides had the guts Gu trade. How could Fang Yuan ruin his relationship with the rockman race because of some beauty and lose his own benefits? These days, not only did Bingzhua send letters, there were also letters from other Inkman, Snowman, and Rockman Gu Immortals. Among them was Shuai. Their intention was to rope in Fang Yuan. The temptation of rank 8 battle strength was too shocking. One of the reasons why Fang Yuan left Northern Plains and went to Eastern Sea was to avoid these Gu Immortals. This also meant that he could avoid a lot of trouble in the future. I am purely making use of these variant humans. Unfortunately, my relationship with them is getting deeper and deeper. If anything happens, I will be implicated as well. I need to leave as soon as possible to advance or retreat freely. Fang Yuan was aware of this. Moreover, the land spirit of Langya's intention of recruiting domination Immortal Chu Du made Fang Yuan feel even more uneasy. Once Chu Du joined, it would greatly threaten Fang Yuan's position in Langya sect. The reason why the land spirit of Langya wanted to recruit Chu Du was also worth pondering. Although the land spirit of Langya gave him this mission, Fang Yuan decided to stall for as long as he could. He would not foolishly try to instigate Chu Du, Eastern Sea's information path inheritance. Fang Yuan thought to himself. This was one of the reasons why he went to Eastern Sea. If Fang Yuan could obtain some method from this information path inheritance that could allow him to remove the alliance agreement on his own, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan would have the complete initiative in his diplomacy. However, this information path inheritance was only a secondary goal. Fang Yuan had another main objective in this trip. Several days later. Eastern Sea, turbulent flow sea area. Spare me, I surrender. Lu Qingyu knelt on the ground, he was covered in injuries, he had no will to fight. He was a rank 7 lone immortal, he had even brought 3 rank 6 companions with him. To think that he would be ambushed in this turbulent flow sea area, the 3 rank 6 Gu Immortals who were invited by him were already dead. Their enemies were 4 Gu Immortals with mysterious origins. Lu Qingyu was a knowledgeable person, but he had never heard of these 4 experts in Eastern Sea's Gu Immortal world. These 4 Gu Immortals were very special. The one with the highest cultivation level had rank 7 aura, he was a Rockman Gu Immortal. The other 3 were rank 6 Gu Immortals. An extremely beautiful and valiant female immortal, an amiable-looking old man, and an ordinary-looking immortal zombie. No matter who it was, they were all powerful Gu Immortal experts. But what made Lu Qingyu puzzled was that their leader was not the Rockman Gu Immortal, the valiant female immortal, or the old man, it was the rank 6 immortal zombie with an ordinary appearance. Oh. Surrendering, hee, you are quite sensible. The rank 6 immortal zombie rubbed his chin as he chuckled. If Fang Yuan was here, he would definitely recognize him. Indeed, he was Wuxia. Humph, such a spineless person, no wonder you are not my match. I might as well kill you and give Shi Nu more Earth Path Dao marks. He Lolan's body was covered in orange flames. The Rockman Gu Immortal Shi Nu was expressionless, he looked at Wuxia and said slowly, I will listen to Lord's decision. Don't. Lu Qingyu quickly shouted, he had an anxious and aggrieved expression, even though I am a rank 7 Gu Immortal, I only have rank 6 Immortal Gu. Fairy, on the other hand, you have rank 7 Immortal Gu and so many fire path killer moves. It's very normal that I can't beat you. Wuxia laughed heartily, waving his hand, my shadow sect is in dire need of manpower now, I might as well give you a chance to live. Be obedient and don't resist, I will activate an immortal killer move and set the alliance agreement. Thank you Lord for not killing me, thank you Lord for not killing me. Lu Qingyu was overjoyed, he shed tears of gratitude and kowtowed non-stop. Wu Xie's alliance agreement was naturally very strict. But Lu Qingyu wanted to preserve his life, other things were secondary. It is indeed a soul path method. He Lulan watched the entire process. Wu Xie used soul path methods to achieve the effect of information path. Like Fang Yuan's 100 years of harmony, it was the result of other paths' comprehension. From now on, you are a member of Shadow Sect. Get up. After setting the alliance agreement, Wu Xie smiled. I am willing to offer my immortal gu to Lord. Lu Qingyu did not get up, he took out his 2 rank 6 immortal gu and raised them above his head. Wu Xie laughed heartily, I do not care about these 2 immortal gu, keep them and perform well in the future, I might give you a rank 7 immortal gu or a true inheritance, that is possible. Thank you Lord for your kindness. Lu Qingyu said with a grateful expression. Speaking of which, this is a remote place with many islands around it, why did you come to this island? Wu Xie asked, he suspected that his whereabouts had been exposed. Lu Qingyu smiled bitterly when he mentioned this, Lord, this is all a misunderstanding. I only wanted to find a place to rest. Sigh, I need to start from the beginning. In this turbulent flow sea area, I found a clue to an information path true inheritance. Back then, Lu Qingyu chased after the blood path demonic immortal to obtain the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. In the end, he killed this person but gained no results, he was instead suspected by the other 2 rank 7 gu immortals. After thinking about it, he felt that Fang Yuan was the most suspicious, he might have obtained the clue to the information path true inheritance. Lu Qingyu was not resigned to this, he gathered a group of gu immortals and sneaked into the turbulent flow sea area again, trying to find other clues or wait for Fang Yuan. After hearing Lu Qingyu's story, He Lulan, Wu Xie, and the rest could not help but smile. This Lu Qingyu was too unlucky. He wanted to find a place to rest, but he ended up bumping into the secret base that Shadow Sect had set up here. Wu Xie's expression suddenly changed, wait, you said that the gu immortal you were most suspicious of, what does he look like? After all, this clue was hidden, it was attached to Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Of course, even if Fang Yuan found it. With his personality, he would not delay his return to Langya Blessed Land. Right now, Fang Yuan has obtained He Fan's true inheritance, his strength has risen sharply. But he is trapped in Langya sect, and recently joined the 4 Races Alliance, he must have formed an agreement with Chu Du. His need for information path is even stronger. Thus, he is likely to come here and follow the true inheritance clue to obtain this information path inheritance. Wu Xie continued to analyze. Needless to say, disasters and setbacks were wealth in life. Wu Xie had experienced many setbacks, his mind was sharper and more meticulous, he had the aura of an expert. He Lulan had a good understanding of Fang Yuan's situation. The information that Fang Yuan exposed had already been sent to Wu Xie through 6th Hair. In order to incite He Lulan's hatred towards Fang Yuan, Wu Xie told her a portion of the information. He Lulan's eyes shined with bright light, she had an epiphany, you mean, this Lu Qingyu is Providence's warning to us? That's right. Lu Qingyu's seemingly random choice was actually secretly influenced by the will of the heavens. It's too much of a coincidence that he chose our island. Providence probably felt that the previous trap was no longer a threat to Fang Yuan, who had greatly increased his strength, and wanted to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. They want to use it to deal with Fang Yuan. Wu Xie looked at the sky as a cold smile appeared on his face. Know thyself, know thy enemy, and you will never be defeated. Shadow Sect and Providence had been at odds for so many years. Wuxia clearly guessed Providence's plans and arrangements. Then let's use this opportunity to ambush Fang Yuan. Haven't you always wanted to take back the sovereign immortal body? He Lulan transmitted her voice. Wuxia turned around and glanced at He Lulan. The two of them transmitted their voices to each other, all small movements behind each other's backs. The conversation did not last long. The other three immortals only saw Wuxia looking at the sky in a daze for a while before turning around and leaving. Wuxia did not speak. He took large strides and took the lead. Shi Nu, Tai Bai Yunsheng, and He Lulan followed closely behind. Lu Qingyu, who was kneeling on the ground, was dazed. She quickly got up and carefully followed at the back. He Lulan. Wuxia suddenly transmitted, "If we capture Fang Yuan alive this time, I will return your freedom to you." He Lulan's body and mind shook. But soon, she reacted and transmitted, "Who are you trying to deceive? Would you be willing to let go of my battle strength?" "Ha ha ha, Lulan knows me best." Wuxia laughed, admitting it directly. "How are you going to deal with Fang Yuan? He has rank 8 battle strength." Immortal Investigative Killer Move, Qi Luck Sensation. This move came from Feng Jun's inheritance. It used Qi Luck Immortal Gu as the core to sense people and objects that were closely related to the Gu Immortal's luck. As they got closer, the effect would become clearer. Not far away. They left the turbulent flow sea area. Chapter 1158. The 5 Gu Immortals flew close to the surface of the sea. The arrangements are in place. As long as Fang Yuan falls into our trap, we will make him suffer a lot. Even if we can't imprison him, we can greatly delay his development. Wuxia was quite pleased with himself. Fang Yuan's development was too fast. It was truly terrifying. Providence tried all ways to kill him. They even created human tribulations like snowmen and rockmen. They had to suppress him. Previously, when Fang Yuan was in Langya Blessed Land, Wuxia could not reach him. Now that he came, he would teach him a lesson. Of course, he could not do it himself. He still had a huge responsibility. He had to bear the heavy burden of the revival of Shadow Sect. This is good. I can suppress Fang Yuan without falling into Providence's trap. Suddenly, Wuxia's expression froze. "Be careful, there is a desolate beast in the sea. It is approaching rapidly. It is very strange." Wuxia frowned, reminding them. A mere desolate beast. Rank 7 Gu Immortal Shi Nu attacked. Boom! A huge wave burst out of the water. Fang Yuan's figure appeared. "Found you." Wuxia. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a sinister smile. The 5 immortals were stunned. This was the first time they had seen Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was vigilant and meticulous. He had changed his appearance this time. "You are?" Suddenly, Wuxia's body shook. He used Luck Inspection Immortal Gu and saw the majestic luck above Fang Yuan's head. It was the same as his and He Lulan's luck. Connect Luck Immortal Gu. Wuxia used Connect Luck to connect with He Lulan. And He Lulan was connected to Fang Yuan's luck. Fang Yuan's appearance could be changed, but his luck could not be concealed. Seeing this luck, how could Wuxia not know Fang Yuan's identity? "Hurry, use the ancient battle formation," he suddenly shouted in a panic. The other 3 immortals had a tacit understanding and instinctively acted, activating the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. With a whoosh, the 4 immortals disappeared completely. Only one was left. Lu Qingyu, Fang Yuan. The two of them looked at each other. There was silence. Ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel. A method that allowed Wuxia and the rest to escape from the Celestial Court's Gu immortals was naturally extraordinary. It was also Fang Yuan's first time seeing it. Therefore, he was somewhat speechless. Although he had made some estimations beforehand. But after witnessing it with his own eyes, he was still amazed. However, although this method is powerful, as long as I have the karmic connection, I don't have to worry about losing them. Let's get rid of this person first. Fang Yuan came back to his senses. He looked at Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu, seeing Fang Yuan's cold eyes filled with killing intent, he subconsciously floated backwards. His mood was even more turbulent than Fang Yuan's. He tried so hard to obtain the information path inheritance, but it was snatched away. He killed the blood path demonic immortal, but the crucial clue was lost. He returned to the turbulent flow sea area unwillingly, but when he met Wuxia and the rest, his helpers were all killed. He surrendered. So be it if he surrendered, so be it if the alliance agreement was harsh, so be it if he admitted defeat. So be it if he recognized Wuxia as his boss. For the sake of his own life. He was determined to integrate into the Shadow sect. But when he was leaving Eastern Sea, a person suddenly appeared. And then, Wuxia escaped. He escaped. Not only did he escape, the other 3 Gu immortals also escaped. They ran extremely quickly. In an instant, they disappeared without a trace. What a bastard! Lu Qingyu wanted to curse out loud. But he could not. He was forced to sign the alliance agreement. He had to maintain his respect towards Wuxia at all times. Once he scolded, he would suffer the backlash of his information path Dao marks. One could imagine Lu Qingyu's current mood, it was utterly terrible. He did not recognize Fang Yuan. Because Fang Yuan's appearance was only rank 6. But Lu Qingyu sensed that Fang Yuan's Gu immortal aura was also limited to rank 6. This time, Fang Yuan had only hastily changed his appearance, he did not conceal his aura. Because Fang Yuan's main goal was to kill Wuxia and the rest. Everyone knew each other's cultivation level, the change in aura was not important. This caused Lu Qingyu to feel deep resentment. The other party is a rank 6 Gu immortal, why are you running? Why are we running? We have 2 rank 7s and 3 rank 6s. All of them are experts. Why are you running? Ah! Why are we running? Lu Qingyu screamed and screamed in his mind. But he could not get an answer. He had only joined Shadow sect recently, Wuxia did not expect Fang Yuan to arrive so quickly, he did not even have time to tell Lu Qingyu some crucial information. If Wuxia had told Lu Qingyu that the reason they ran was because Fang Yuan had rank 8 battle strength immemorial upper extreme heavenly eagle, then, Lu Qingyu would not have such thoughts and screams. He was definitely faster than He Lulan and Wuxia. Oh, no. He could not compare to them. His effort in escaping was definitely higher than Wuxia and the rest. What a joke, this was rank 8 battle strength. Crushing them to death was as easy as crushing an ant. This is the might of a rank 8. At this moment, Fang Yuan sighed internally. Wuxia and the rest escaped wisely, they were very decisive. If their positions were reversed, Fang Yuan would definitely escape as well. Earlier in the northern icy plain, he did not escape because Fang Yuan did not succeed in escaping. But it did not mean he did not want to escape. There was nothing shameful in escaping. For an old demon like Fang Yuan, temporarily retreating was a very wise strategy. However, Wuxia and the rest did not know one thing. That was, the upper extreme heavenly eagle was already dead, only an unhatched egg was left. Although Fang Yuan told Land's spirit of Langia about this, he also instructed him not to leak this secret. Thus, Sixth Heir could only obtain the most crucial information, he could not tell Wuxia and the rest. At this moment, as Wuxia and the rest ran away, only Lu Qingyu was left. This situation was very advantageous to Fang Yuan. Originally, Fang Yuan had some suspicions about chasing them, the other party had the advantage in numbers. There were 2 rank 7 Gu immortals. Fang Yuan knew Lu Qingyu, but this was the first time Fang Yuan had seen Shi Nu. Now, after Fang Yuan's identity was exposed, Wuxia ran away. Only Lu Qingyu was left. Running was the right thing to do. Against a rank 8 existence, probing was courting death. When he was under the effect of Grey Cloud Battle Puppet, Fang Yuan did not dare to probe the immemorial rock dragon. Right now, Fang Yuan thought about it and decided to deal with Lu Qingyu first. Get rid of him first. Weaken the enemy's overall strength. If Fang Yuan did not grasp such a good opportunity to deal with them one by one, he would be struck by lightning. If I kill him, I might be able to soul search him and obtain crucial information about Wuxia and the rest. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan took the initiative to attack. Sword marks targeting death. He immediately used an extraordinarily sharp sword path killer move. Although Lu Qingyu was roaring in his heart, he was also very vigilant. The reason was simple, to be able to make Wuxia and the rest so afraid, even if he was a rank 6 Gu immortal. He would definitely be dangerous. Lu Qingyu was already on full alert as if he was facing a great enemy. At this moment, the sword light shot over, Lu Qingyu quickly dodged, avoiding Fang Yuan's attack. As expected, even though this guy is a rank 6 Gu immortal, he has rank 7 immortal Gu. Sword path? Lu Qingyu complained internally. He only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu. He lost to He Lulan because of this. After a few rounds, Lu Qingyu fell into a disadvantage. He was only a lone cultivator. Even though his cultivation level was higher than Fang Yuan, he only had 2 rank 6 immortal Gu, and his immortal killer moves were deduced by himself. They were not outstanding, and there were few of them. After another dozen rounds, Fang Yuan had more or less figured out Lu Qingyu's foundation. The other party only used the same few moves, how could he not figure them out? Lu Qingyu's forehead was covered in cold sweat, he was in a sorry state. Even though Fang Yuan lost blood asset immortal Gu, he had other time path defensive methods. He could advance and retreat freely. He was unruffled. His strength was growing too quickly. In the past, Lu Qingyu had chased Fang Yuan into a sorry state, but now, Fang Yuan was suppressing him instead. Even though he only had rank 6 cultivation level, in terms of battle strength, he far surpassed Lu Qingyu. No wondering Wuxia wanted to run, this enemy is a monster. He is unbelievably strong, and from the looks of it, he has not even used his full strength. Lu Qingyu's fighting spirit was decreasing as he fought. He actually wanted to surrender. But it was different now. He had the Shadow Sect alliance agreement, he could not surrender to the enemy. There was only one path in front of him, that was to fight to the death. Follow me if you have the guts. Lu Qingyu dodged Fang Yuan's attack with all his might, he turned into a green light and escaped towards the turbulent flow sea area. Too naive. Fang Yuan smiled coldly, pointing at Lu Qingyu's escape route. Immortal killer move, Year Beast summoning. A snake-shaped Year Beast tore space and appeared, blocking in front of Lu Qingyu. Lu Qingyu was delayed by this obstruction. Fang Yuan was behind him, using sword escape immortal Gu to catch up and deal the killing blow. Lu Qingyu was hit and died, his body self-detonated, his soul shattered into pieces. Fang Yuan quickly acted, but he could only save a small portion. Lu Qingyu's immortal aperture also fell into the sea, sinking to the bottom of the sea. Heaven and earth chi started to gather, turning into a blessed land. The remnant soul was quickly dispersing, it seemed to be a method of Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan used many methods, but could not stop the remnant soul from self-destructing. Fang Yuan quickly soul-searched. Dozens of fragments of memories were revealed to him. Fang Yuan's luck was good, he saw Lu Qingyu and Wuxia setting up a trap together. Oh. It seems that Wuxia knows that I have rank 8 battle strength, he cannot fight me, so he set up a trap to harm me. You've really made some progress. As for the rest of the memory fragments, there was nothing to say. Soon, these remnant souls dissipated. Lu Qingyu's body also self-detonated, it was hard to collect them. All of his Dao marks were gathered in his immortal aperture. Fang Yuan sighed. He still wanted to absorb Lu Qingyu's Dao marks into his body. Unfortunately, the Gu immortals of the 5 regions were not so easy to take advantage of. After some commotion, the immortal aperture turned into a blessed land. The entrance opened. This was a rare chance to enter the blessed land. If he missed it, it would be much harder to enter again. Chapter 1159. Quack quack quack. Inside Lu Qingyu's blessed land, a silly duck was calling out to Fang Yuan. This was the land spirit that was formed after Lu Qingyu's obsession merged with the heavenly power of the blessed land. Land spirits had all sorts of strange appearances, and a duck land spirit was not rare. Fang Yuan listened carefully. Although what he heard was the quacking of a duck, it was miraculously transformed into a meaning that Fang Yuanru could understand when it reached his inner world. In fact, even though He Fan's heavenly spirit looked like a bronze bell, it could communicate with others. Unfortunately, before He Fan died, his immortal aperture world absorbed the immemorial azure heaven fragment, causing providence to take over, causing the heavenly spirit to be ignorant. The condition to inherit this Qingyu blessed land and become the land spirit's owner is actually this. Fang Yuan's eyes shined with bright light, he showed some joy. Even though Lu Qingyu was killed by Fang Yuan, his obsession was not to take revenge on Fang Yuan. It was not to settle the score with Wuxia and the others who abandoned him. It was to find the crucial clue to the information path inheritance. The information path inheritance's clue is engraved on Flying Sword Immortal Gu. Fang Yuan took out Flying Sword Immortal Gu and showed it to the duck land spirit, explaining it in detail. A moment later, the duck land spirit circled around Fang Yuan, using its beak to touch Fang Yuan's white boots. It was extremely intimate. Fang Yuan became the owner of this blessed land. However, this piece of land was barren and barren. It was not that Lu Qingyu's foundation was insufficient, but after he joined Shadow Sect, all the cultivation resources in his immortal aperture were forced to be handed over by Wuxia. Wuxia did not take Lu Qingyu's 2 immortal Gu, he wanted to maintain his battle strength and make him work for him. But Wuxia took away his cultivation resources. This was a drastic measure. Lu Qingyu would not be able to make a comeback in the future, he lacked resources to continue cultivating. He could only rely on Shadow Sect. Fang Yuan only needed to ponder for a while before he understood the reason behind it. As for Lu Qingyu's Gu worms, they had already self-destructed. The 2 immortal Gu were like this. The other mortal Gu were the same, nothing was left for Fang Yuan. What exactly is left in this blessed land? Fang Yuan looked around and asked the land spirit with a frown. Green Jade blessed land had been completely plundered, it was almost the same as the He Fan grotto heaven that Fang Yuan had plundered. At this moment, Fang Yuan. He had more or less experienced Chu Du's state of mind back then. The duck land spirit, quack, 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 quack. Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows. Take me there. The duck land spirit could not teleport, it brought Fang Yuan to their destination. A colorful mountain range, neither tall nor short, appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Green, red, yellow, blue, and white glows radiated from the mountain rocks. There were no trees on the mountain, but all kinds of grass grew on it. There were 10 different colors in the grass, and they reflected off each other. It was even more beautiful than the sea of flowers, and it was dazzling. It was dazzling. 5 light mountain, 10 color grass. Fang Yuan muttered. This was a type of resource production area that light path goo immortals would usually manage. The special environment would allow this mountain to produce large numbers of light path mortal goo. Evidently, Lu Qingyu had invested a lot of effort into this 5 light mountain. It was huge. Wuxia does not have pulling mountain immortal goo, he has no way to move this mountain, he can only stay here. Fang Yuan guessed the truth. Trees had tree roots, mountains had mountain roots. Mountains were not easy to move, using brute force to move them would only cause the mountain range to crumble. As for the method to move mountains, it was very rare in this world. Back then, when Fang Yuan took away Luopa Valley, even the rank 8 Gu immortal prince's impatience was surprised. Even though Wuxia inherited a portion of Shadow Sect's assets, he lacked the method to take away 5 light mountain. He originally had pulling mountain immortal goo. But through that transaction, he sold it to Fang Yuan. Back then, when he saw that he could not move this 5 light mountain, he must have been unhappy. All in all, this 5 light mountain benefited Fang Yuan. Without hesitation, Fang Yuan used pulling mountain immortal goo. He successfully moved this 5 light mountain into his sovereign immortal aperture. He placed this mountain in Mini Southern Border. Mini Southern Border had many mountains, it was a place with many earth path Dao marks to begin with. Now that 5 light mountain was added, the other mountains in Hei Fan Grotto Heaven were pushed down, Immortal Succession Mountain could only be second. After all, Immortal Succession Mountain was only used for inheritances, and now, the inheritances on the mountain were all taken away. 5 Light Mountain was the number 1 mountain in Mini Southern Border, it was a well-deserved title. I finally gained something. Fang Yuan let out a breath of air. If not for this 5 Light Mountain, he would have suffered a huge loss. Don't underestimate this battle. Although he had won, to Fang Yuan, victory did not have much meaning, the battle spoils were more important. But even so, after obtaining 5 Light Mountain, Fang Yuan concluded that he had suffered a loss in this battle with Lu Qingyu. There was no helping it. He was using green grape immortal essence now, and many of his immortal goo were rank 7, he had many types of immortal killer moves, he could use many of them. After a battle, the expenditure of green grape immortal essence was very intense. Of course, blessed lands could annex each other. However, Lu Qingyu cultivated light path, this blessed land was a light path blessed land. Fang Yuan's light path attainment level was ordinary, and this was a rank 7 blessed land, he could not annex it. In the following period of time, Fang Yuan asked the Duck Land Spirit and obtained a lot of information. The Duck Land Spirit still remembered many things about the main body, this gave Fang Yuan a clearer understanding of Wuxia's trap. Fang Yuan also knew a lot about information path true inheritances. After digging through the information, Fang Yuan left behind some mortal goo and gave them to the Duck Land Spirit, telling it not to open the Blessed Land's entrance without his permission. Once enemies invade, it was to inform Fang Yuan and the rest through jewel yellow skies. Lu Qingyu still had some rank 7 red date immortal essence left, Fang Yuan did not take any of it, he gave it to the Duck Land Spirit. Quack, quack, quack. The Duck Land Spirit's eyes were filled with tears as it waved its wings, bidding farewell to Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan did not look back, he left the blessed land. The blessed land's entrance closed behind him. As long as I guard this rank 7 blessed land and leave it in the void, no one will discover it. However, Providence harmed me, there are many ways to deal with this blessed land. If I can protect this rank 7 blessed land, then so be it, if not, then so be it. After all, its value is too low. Fang Yuan did not have the time to raise his light path attainment level. And with his current cultivation level, he was still a long way from rank 7. Should he continue chasing Wuxia? Fang Yuan was a little hesitant. After obtaining more information from the Duck Land Spirit, Fang Yuan had a clearer understanding of Wuxia's group strength. Wuxia's side had 4 Gu Immortals. One was a rank 7 Rockman Gu Immortal, Nu. He specialized in Earth Path. He Lulan currently cultivated both Strength and Fire Path. Tai Bai Yunsheng lost his Time Path Immortal Gu, but he had a Cloud Path Immortal Gu. He cultivated Cloud Path as well. As for Wuxia, his body was only a Strength Path Immortal Zombie. He still used Soul Path Immortal Gu, his cultivation level was the lowest, but his battle strength might be either first or second. If Fang Yuan had the immemorial Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle, he would definitely attack. But now, the Upper Extreme Heavenly Eagle was just an egg. Even though Fang Yuan had many Immortal Gu, he estimated that with his strength and intelligence, he would only have a 50-50 chance of winning against Wuxia's group. How long has it been? Wuxia's group has actually grown so much, this is beyond my expectations. Fang Yuan's growth shocked Wuxia and the rest. Wuxia's group strength also shocked Fang Yuan. He had thought that the previous transaction had dealt a huge blow to Wuxia's group. To think that after such a short period of time, they actually recovered. Shadow Sect was already in ruins, but its legacy was not to be underestimated. Wuxia's group was Fang Yuan's greatest threat. Because of Sovereign Immortal Fetus Gu, Shadow Sect and Fang Yuan's conflict was irreconcilable. Wuxia did not want to deal with Fang Yuan now, because saving Spectral Soul's main body was more important. His strategy was wise and correct. Fang Yuan did not deal with Wuxia earlier because he did not have enough strength. He had to deal with the earthly calamity, he had to adapt and develop the Sovereign Immortal Aperture. Now that he had He Fan's true inheritance, he had the strength to deal with Wuxia. Once Wuxia saved Spectral Soul's main body, Fang Yuan knew that he had no chance of victory. Because the other party was one of the 10 Venerables, even though he was dead, he was not his match. Of course, there was another important reason. That was Wisdom Gu. Wisdom Gu was not lost, it was temporarily stored in Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan had his previous Strength Path Immortal Zombie body, he was just lacking one crucial point. He was afraid that this Immortal Zombie body contained a trap that Wuxia had set for his soul. Fang Yuan did not dare to act rashly. He had thought of using other Gu Immortal souls to stuff them into the Immortal Zombie body and experiment. But there were many flaws in this method. Firstly, this experiment had to be done secretly, he could not take out his Immortal Zombie body openly. This would allow Land Spirit Langya to see through many secrets. Secondly, even if he used a Gu Immortal soul to experiment, it might not be reliable. Chapter 1160. In front of them was a dark blue screen that occupied the entire vision of Wuxia and the rest. Blue Water Regional Wall. Between the 5 regions, there were regional walls, like a membrane that protected one side. Blue Water Regional Wall was Eastern Sea's protective membrane. Turbulent Flow Sea area was close to Blue Water Regional Wall to begin with. Because of this, when Fang Yuan was on his way from southern border to northern plains, he got close to the Turbulent Flow Sea area and met Lu Qingyu and the rest. Wuxia and the rest used the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel and teleported here. We are leaving again? He Lulan sighed. Who was that person just now? Tai Bai Yunsheng asked. He was an enemy, a strong enemy, a mortal enemy. Don't be fooled by his rank 6 cultivation level, he actually has rank 8 battle strength. Wuxia glanced at Tai Bai Yunsheng, choosing to reveal some information. Hearing this, Tai Bai Yunsheng sucked in a breath of cold air, gasping in disbelief, rank 8 battle strength? He Lulan also pretended to be shocked, no wonder we had to retreat. Nu was expressionless. Tai Bai Yunsheng suddenly thought of something, sadness appeared on his face, sigh. Since the other party has rank 8 battle strength, Lu Qingyu is probably dead. It is a pity. It is his honor to die for our shadow sect. Nu snorted coldly, saying in disdain. We should leave quickly. Since the other party can chase us, we should increase the distance between us. That upper extreme heavenly eagle is an immemorial desolate beast that roams the 9 heavens. It is likely to be a life form of the 9 heavens. It can enter and leave the 5 regional walls freely. He Lulan transmitted, reminding Wuxia. Wuxia looked at her deeply, transmitting, "Don't worry, I have already checked the historical records of Northern Plains. Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle came from He Fan. It came from He Fan. As for the upper extreme heavenly eagle that He Fan nurtured, it was a native of Northern Plains. Thus, even if we enter the 5 regional walls, we will be restricted by the regional walls. Now that we're in front of the world wall, we're already considered safe." "Is that so?" He Lulan was stunned. Then, the worry on his face eased a lot. "Where are we going this time? We can't go to Zhongzhou. Are we going to Nanjiang to start the rescue?" He Lulan asked again. Wuxia smiled. He was not in a hurry to enter the Blue Water regional wall. He mobilized his immortal essence. The aura of goo worms surged out of his body. Hovering in the air, he slowly turned around and looked in the direction of the turbulent waters. The azure tide beneath his feet surged. Swoosh! The salty sea breeze blew on the 4 goo immortals' faces. "Wait." Wuxia answered He Lulan's question with one word. "Wait for what?" Tai Bai Yunsheng was puzzled. "Wait for the enemy from before to make a move," Wuxia replied. The 3 goo immortals looked at each other in confusion. Since they had just retreated, why were they waiting for a strong enemy now? That person had rank 8 battle strength, why were they waiting for him? Were they waiting for him to kill them? He Lulan's expression suddenly changed. "I know." "Know what?" Tai Bai Yunsheng hurriedly asked. He was completely confused. Although Nu was expressionless, his gaze was filled with doubt. He Lulan smiled. "Don't you find it strange? How did the other party know our whereabouts? When chasing us, how could his location be so precise?" This time, even Nu's expression changed. Tai Bai Yunsheng's tone turned gloomy. "He Lulan. Are you saying that there's a traitor among us?" "Impossible, how could the 4 of us, could it be? Lu Qingyu is a traitor? Wait a minute. He signed an alliance agreement to join us." "I will take all the good things in the turbulent flow sea area first." Chapter 1161. Since he could not find the other party's location, Fang Yuan wisely gave up on the chase. After reviving, this was the 2nd time Fang Yuan fought against the Shadow sect. The first time was when Wuxia was forced to make a transaction with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan took advantage of him. The second time, Fang Yuan only had a slight advantage. Even though Fang Yuan's strength had increased by many times because of He Fan's true inheritance. But in the end, Fang Yuan did not achieve his goal. He only killed a shadow sect member and weakened Wuxia and the rest. Fang Yuan's strength was increasing, but Wuxia's strength was also increasing. Furthermore, Fang Yuan's growth in strength was not stable, it could not last for long. After all, He Fan's true inheritance was a rare opportunity, it was not easy to encounter it. On the contrary, Wuxia's strength was increasing steadily. Because he was going to inherit the shadow sect inheritances of the regions, they belonged to him in the first place, they were stable and reliable, it was predictable. From this point of view, Fang Yuan's plan to kill He Fan in advance was a wise one. Because if he did not make use of this chance, the gap between them would become more obvious. Once Spectral Soul was saved, it would be the end of Fang Yuan. Although Wuxia's decision to retreat was a little shameless, it was absolutely rational and decisive. For Wuxia, as long as he continued to take in the remaining forces of the Shadow sect, his strength would grow rapidly, and eventually, by a huge margin. In the chaotic flow sea battle, even though the two did not fight personally, they fought through space. Fang Yuan obtained a lot of information about Wuxia and the rest, especially the ancient battle formation omnidirectional travel, as well as the latest situation of Wuxia and He Lulan. Meanwhile, Wuxia saw through Fang Yuan's investigative killer move. Even though it was only a temporary solution and not a permanent solution, his advancement was not stopped. His strategy was still being carried out smoothly. Fang Yuan and Wuxia would definitely have a battle of life and death. But now was not the time for it. Wuxia chose to retreat. One day, Fang Yuan and Wuxia. One of them had to die. The enmity between the two sides was far from being resolved. Fang Yuan turned around and returned to the turbulent sea region. White clouds were boundless in the sky, and torrents were surging in the sea. It was a chaotic scene. Just as Fang Yuan was about to enter, a female immortal came from the west and shouted, "Immortal friend, wait." Fang Yuan turned his head and saw that the woman was wearing a palace robe, her sleeves fluttering in the wind. Soft and tender. A pair of beautiful eyes overflowed with autumn ripples, it was too beautiful to behold. At that moment, Fang Yuan raised his eyebrows and stopped what he was doing, waiting for the female immortal to come over. "So it's Fairy Hua Dai. May I know why fellow immortal has summoned me?" Immortal Hua Dai smiled, revealing her pearl-like teeth. "I'm ashamed, you know my name but I don't know your surname." "I am Chu Ying." Fang Yuan casually gave a name. Naturally, his current appearance was also a disguise. Chu Ying was a shadow. Even though this trip did not achieve Fang Yuan's original goal, Fang Yuan was determined to deal with the Shadow sect. He was even more determined. "Chu Ying, I see that you want to enter the turbulent flow sea region. I have a matter to trouble you with. If it succeeds, it will be beneficial to you." Immortal Hua Dai said. "Please speak." Fang Yuan smiled, his attitude was warm. But he was thinking inwardly, "I wonder if there is a high chance of killing this Immortal Hua Dai." She was beautiful, but in Fang Yuan's heart, it was better to convert her into his Dao mark accumulation. Fang Yuan knew some information about Immortal Hua Dai. This person was an Eastern Sea Transformation Path Gu Immortal. With rank 6 cultivation level, he had already passed 2 heavenly tribulations. In terms of battle strength, considering his past battle achievements, he should be at the peak of rank 6. For Fang Yuan, there was no need to worry about him. Transformation path. That was the crucial point. Currently, Fang Yuan's transformation path attainment level was Grandmaster. He had many transformation path Dao marks, but there was no harm in accumulating more. Immortal Hua Dai also smiled. She felt that even though Fang Yuan did not have a striking appearance, he had a gentle attitude towards people. He was not a demonic path Gu immortal who had gone mad, he was probably an Eastern Sea lone cultivator like her. If she knew Fang Yuan's current thoughts, who knew how she would feel? Even though I cannot set up a battlefield killer move, my battle strength is clearly higher. But Immortal Hua Dai has a close relationship with Miao Mingshen. If I kill her, I have a high chance of succeeding. Fang Yuan considered the possibilities. Miao Mingshen was an Eastern Sea rank 7 expert, his status was similar to Qin Baisheng before he recovered his memories. Most importantly, Miao Mingshen was a space path Gu immortal. He had methods to expand the immortal aperture space. Thus, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals, especially lone cultivators, sought help from him. After all, the immortal aperture space was limited, many Gu immortals had to choose their cultivation resources carefully. Miao Mingshen's ability to expand the immortal aperture space was very convenient for other Gu immortals. Furthermore, Miao Mingshen himself had great ambitions. He was good at lowering himself to others, he had a charismatic personality. Thus, around him, a group of Gu immortals had already formed. This group had a total of 4 people. With Miao Mingshen as the center, Immortal Huadai, Feng Jiang, and Gue Qi followed his lead. Among them, Immortal Huadai and Feng Jiang had rank 6 cultivation level, while Gue Qi was a rank 7 Gu immortal. Miao Mingshen's cultivation level and battle strength were the highest among them. If Feng Yuan killed Immortal Huadai, he would become enemies with the other 3. Miao Mingshen had many connections, many Eastern Sea Gu immortals wanted to befriend him. Even members of super forces did not want to offend him. One day, they might end up begging him for help. If Miao Mingshen became enemies with Feng Yuan, he would use his connections to gather a large number of Eastern Sea Gu immortals to ostracize Feng Yuan. But so what? Feng Yuan had familiar face, he could change his identity freely, it did not matter if he was Miao Mingshen or not. As long as he was not a rank 8 Gu immortal. But I killed Immortal Huadai. Familiar face cannot block wisdom path deductions, I cannot guarantee that my identity will not be exposed. Familiar face was not omnipotent. Some would reject, but most would agree. The reason was because of Miao Mingshen's immortal aperture space expansion method. Thus, when Feng Yuan agreed, Immortal Huadai was not surprised. Then I will wish Chu-Ying good luck. Immortal Huadai turned around to leave, she did not think highly of Chu-Ying. Because she had never seen or heard of such a person in Eastern Sea. Of course, Eastern Sea did not lack secluded cultivation Gu immortals. It was just that Immortal Huadai had many friends, Chu-Ying was someone who was not even famous, he only had rank 6 cultivation level, how strong could he be? Lord Miao Mingshen does not need cultivation level to find the tributary of the River of Time, he needs luck. Who knows, this Chu-Ying might be able to find it. Sigh, I have such a thought every time. It is a pity that I have searched for more than 10 years without finding any traces of that tributary of the River of Time. Immortal Huadai sighed internally as she bid farewell to Feng Yuan. However, after leaving for some distance, Immortal Huadai used Information Path Mortal Gu to send a message. I almost forgot to tell you. A Blood Path Demonic Immortal, Ding Qi, came to the Turbulent Flow Sea area. His younger brother, Ding Yen, had once obtained a crucial clue to an Information Path inheritance, he was chased by Lu Qingyu, Zhou Li, Tang Song, and others. Ding Yen is dead, Ding Qi is determined to take revenge. Not long ago, he heard that Lu Qingyu came to the Turbulent Flow Sea area, he seemed to be trying to open an Information Path inheritance, so he rushed over. Blood Path demonic immortals are all deranged people, unlike you and me, our mental states have already become demonic and sick. When they see a Gu immortal, they will consider killing them to increase their battle strength. If you meet this person, please be careful. Feng Yuan slowly stored the Information Path Mortal Gu, he rubbed his nose. This gold fragment current is likely from a certain immemorial yellow heaven fragment world. Because of the Turbulent Flow Sea area's characteristics, all the rivers in the world are gathered here, I can personally witness it. Lava flow, black soul flow, and gold fragment current. These 3 currents intertwined with each other, they were evenly matched. Between the 3, there was no clear victor. When the forces reached a mysterious balance, an empty space was created. This was where Feng Yuan resided, it was like the eye of a tornado, it could not exist for long, but it could provide precious time for Gu immortals to rest. Feng Yuan did not rest, his strength had increased greatly and he had a lot of immortal essence, he was far from his limit. After determining the direction, he moved like lightning, entering the gold fragment current. The resistance was huge, more than 10 times that of the lava flow earlier. But his immortal essence expenditure was much lower. After all, the lava flow was extremely hot. Fang Yuan moved through the entire gold fragment current. During this process, he collected more than 500 kilograms of gold fragment current. If this was on Earth, it would be a huge fortune. But in this world, gold fragment was only a common goo material. Other than gold fragment current, there were large numbers of goo worms in the gold fragment current. Almost all of them were metal path. There was golden dragon goo. It looked like an earthworm, but upon closer inspection, it had claws and a head like a small dragon. There was also golden aurora goo. This was a movement-type goo that allowed goo masters to fly. There was even a rare mortal goo that made mortal goo masters go crazy for it. It was a one-time consumable goo, but it could increase the aptitude of the goo master. To the current Fang Yuan, the unrefined gold goo had little use. He collected some very casually, as if he was just casually doing it. After successfully moving through the gold fragment current, Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture gained a gold fragment current. Fang Yuan placed this current in mini yellow heaven. It could only be considered as adding some scenery. Relying on this tiny gold fragment current, he could not gain anything. Goo masters would treat it like a treasure, but goo immortals like Fang Yuan did not care about it at all. Fang Yuan moved through the currents, gradually moving towards the center from the periphery of the turbulent flow sea area. A moment later, a grand current blocked Fang Yuan's path. The current was dark blue, every drop of water was flickering with lightning, the entire current was dazzling and dazzling. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air. He knew this was a lightning current. Once lightning accumulated to a certain limit, it would turn into liquid. The violent destructive power would turn into vitality water that could stimulate one's potential. Lightning path goo immortals often created lightning pools, which were filled with this lightning water. The male goo immortal laughed again. Not bad, not bad. I find you pleasing to the eye, you have good taste. Hand over the hidden room muscle and I will spare your life. Fang Yuan had a plain expression. What? The male goo immortal thought that he was hearing things. His expression froze before he laughed from extreme anger, pointing at Fang Yuan. Good, good. It seems that I was wrong. You have a pair of eyes but you are blind. You offended someone you should not have offended. You really do not know what's good for you. Just let me do it. The male goo immortal spoke halfway before letting out a loud cry. Fang Yuan had already made his move. The strength path giant hand grabbed the hidden room muscle. The male goo immortal had a panicked expression, because he found that the hidden room muscle, which was supposed to be a barrier, was being ravaged by the strength path giant hand. The two shells were starting to emit cracking sounds. Misunderstanding, misunderstanding. He quickly shouted, I am Ren Xiaoping's grandson. Which goo immortal are you? Maybe we are friends. Who has a relationship with you? I can let you go, but hand over the goo worm controlling the hidden room muscle. Fang Yuan smiled coldly. Otherwise, you will die here. You are a demonic path goo immortal. You cannot do this. My grandfather will not let you go. Think about it. Ren Xiaoping is just a nobody. Fang Yuan snickered. His aura rose from rank 6 to rank 7 peak stage. Chapter 1163. A moment later, Fang Yuan controlled the hidden room oyster and became its new owner. Clank clank clank. Clap clap clap. He patted the young goo immortal's face. Lad, you are sensible. The young goo immortal's expression froze. He did not dare to move. His eyes were filled with shame and hatred. Fang Yuan ignored him. Next, he jumped onto the hidden room oyster and sat on the young goo immortal's former seat. Before leaving, he said, My name is Chu Ying. I was the one who stole your hidden room oyster. Remember to tell your grandfather. Looking at the hidden room oyster's shell closing and disappearing into the current, the young goo immortal said through gritted teeth, Good, Chu Ying, right? Don't worry, I have already informed my grandfather of your appearance through goo worms. Young master, what do we do now? The two beauties were about to cry as they grabbed the young goo immortal's sleeves. The young goo immortal's expression froze, seeing that the surrounding space was getting smaller and that the currents were about to change directions. His expression turned grim. With his strength, he could not get here. It was all because of the hidden room oyster. Don't worry, even though I lost the hidden room oyster, my grandfather gave me traveling son goo. I can return to the doting mother goo, which is my grandfather. The young goo immortal gritted his teeth. That's great, we are saved. The two girls were overjoyed. Bam bam. Two muffled sounds occurred. The two beauties had shocked gazes. One looked at the bloody hole in her chest while the other looked at the young goo immortal. Young master, you. The young goo immortal's expression was grim. Who asked you to witness the entire process? Soon after, he showed a look of pity on his face. He stretched out his hand, caressing the two beauties' faces. It is a pity about these two beautiful faces. They are quite pretty. If you want to blame someone, blame Chu-Ying. With that, he casually pushed the two corpses into the torrent at the side. Without the defensive methods of a goo immortal, the mortal corpses were instantly turned into scraps by the currents. Seeing that this space was about to collapse, the young goo immortal gritted his teeth and activated traveling child immortal goo. In this turbulent flow sea area, all sorts of Dao marks were chaotic. Space path was the same. Goo immortals could not casually use space path immortal goo. The safest way was to travel on foot. But the young goo immortal was not using space path immortal goo. Instead, it was the Dao of love. Emotion path was born from wisdom path. The three elements of wisdom path were thought, will, and emotion. Traveling son goo and doting mother goo were famous immortal goo in emotion path. When the turbulent flow sea area was formed, emotion path had not been created yet. Thus, at this moment, the young goo immortal could safely use travel son goo without any danger. The young goo immortal allowed the power of traveling son goo to drag him. It was as if he had entered a long river. He was in a daze, and his thoughts were muddled. After the time it takes for half an incense stick to burn, he woke up and found himself back in Ren Xiaoping's blessed land. Grandpa. The young goo immortal showed a fearful and uneasy expression. While Grandpa's immortal aperture is absorbing heaven and earth chi. To stabilize the blessed land, you actually dared to sneak out to play. I knew this would happen. I will not give you the hidden room oyster to protect yourself. Ren Xiaoping snorted coldly. Grandpa, the hidden room oyster was taken by someone. The young goo immortal said with grievance. I met a demon, he snatched my hidden room oyster and killed my two servants. Oh? Ren Xiaoping raised his brows. Tell me in detail. The young goo immortal added details to his story. Chu-Ying. Ren Xiaoping muttered this name as he frowned. This was the first time he had heard of this name. Two mere mortal women were nothing to him. A rank 7 goo immortal took the initiative to make things difficult for him and snatched the hidden room oyster. This was indeed a demonic act. But why did he leave his name behind? Was he not Chu-Ying, but someone else purposely trying to frame him? Or did he have other motives? All in all, Ren Xiaoping remembered the name Chu-Ying in his heart. He had a stern expression as he lectured his grandson. Now you know the cruelty of the goo immortal world. All along, you have been following me, you have only met my friends, they are lenient towards you, they even tried to curry favor with you because of me. This time, you need to learn from this lesson. I will punish you to cultivate in seclusion for 10 years. For 10 years, you will stay in my immortal aperture, you are not allowed to step out. What? The young goo immortal was shocked. Scram. Ren Xiaoping waved his sleeves, the young goo immortal's vision changed, he was already in a cave. An unpolished jade cannot be made into anything, grandson. I cannot let you continue messing around, otherwise, even with my protection, there will be many people in Eastern Sea who will not listen to me. As for this Chuing, I will deal with him sooner or later. Thinking of this, ruthlessness flashed in Ren Xiaoping's eyes. Since I want to befriend Miao Mingshen, I might as well offend Ren Xiaoping. Speaking of which, this hidden room oyster is quite useful, I can carry it around. As long as it is not a very strong current, I can rest inside and wait for the enemy to exhaust me. Fang Yuan hid inside the hidden room oyster, letting the latter move along the current. Just like this, he got closer to his destination. But in the turbulent flow sea area, distance did not represent distance. After taking away the hidden room oyster, Fang Yuan's luck started to fall. He met with several currents and lost his direction. He had no choice but to take many detours. After going one round, he reached the center of the turbulent flow sea area a day later. The current here was much larger. Fang Yuan was like an ant falling into a river. Ordinary turbulence would change its direction or position every once in a while. But the currents at the center of the turbulent flow sea area were too large, they were not easy to move. Even though they changed direction every moment, the change was small, it was relatively stable. Inside these currents, there were many air bubbles. There were big and small air bubbles, some were as small as a human head, while some were as big as a mountain. These air bubbles were formed during the battle. It was unknown which great expert's immortal killer move was used. Inside the air bubbles, there were many remains or ruins. There were also many air bubbles that contained seawater and small islands. Found it, this is it. Fang Yuan found his target, he got close to it with difficulty and squeezed in. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted. They had been busy for a long time, putting in so much effort and suffering. But in the end, someone who came out of nowhere took the fruits of their labor. Zhou Li and Tang Song had long since viewed this inheritance as their own. Fang Yuan was no different from snatching food from them. How could they accept this? Zhou Li and Tang Song immediately gave up on their original target of Ding Qi. They turned to look at Fang Yuan. But Ding Qi was faster, he directly attacked Fang Yuan. Murderer, hand over your life. Fang Yuan laughed lightly, if you want my life, I won't play with you. Anyway, the inheritance is already in my hands. Saying so, he broke through the bubble and fell into the huge current. Chase. If he's alive, I want to see him, if he's dead, I want to see his corpse. Zhou Li and Tang Song shouted angrily, they did not want to give up. Especially Fang Yuan's final words, they almost exploded from anger. A group of Gu immortals started a chase in the huge current. In this special environment, the Gu immortals could only drift along the current. While drifting with the current, countless attacks were aimed at Fang Yuan's back. Fang Yuan activated his immortal Gu to defend himself as he moved faster. Sword escape immortal Gu was not weak, it soon caused some Gu immortals to fall behind, the distance between them widened. This person's movement method is somewhat familiar. Zhou Li was perplexed. Tang Song's eyes were wide open, he wanted to take back his inheritance, he did not have this feeling at all. Between the two sides, there was a blood path demonic immortal, Ding Qi. His eyes were bloodshot, killing intent filled his heart, I'll kill you, I'll kill you. My brother died, but you took advantage of him. My brother's death was not worth it. Damn it, you deserve to die. I will tear you to pieces. The strong desire for revenge almost destroyed his rationality, causing him to sink into a state of madness. Fang Yuan suddenly turned around, dodging another wave of attacks. The pursuers were very angry. Fang Yuan was too slippery, even though some killer moves could chase after the enemy, they were neutralized by his counterattacks. The Gu immortals chased for so long without any results, they even expended a lot of immortal essence. This place was different from other places, the environment was quite unique. A bubble appeared ahead, Fang Yuan's thoughts changed as he entered it. He went in. Quick, quick, surround him. Something is wrong, why is he not escaping, why is he hiding in a bubble? The immortals surrounded this bubble, but they did not go in, they were suspicious. A blood shadow shot into the bubble like an arrow. It was Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi, he was much more decisive than these Gu immortals. The immortals waited outside the bubble for a while, but there was no movement. They started to get anxious, they finally lost their patience. Tang Song entered first, followed by Zhou Li, and finally, the Gu immortals entered the bubble one after another. Something is strange, where is this place? A town? The last Gu immortal who managed to squeeze in found himself in a cluster of houses. Even though these houses had exquisite structures, they were all in ruins, as if an earthquake had happened here. Moreover, there were cobwebs and dust everywhere, it was clear that this was a town that had been abandoned for countless years. Strange, strange. There are pots and pans here, it seems like many people lived here. Such a large scale, it cannot be Gu immortals. But mortals actually lived here? Even before the turbulent flow sea area was formed, there were no rumors of mortals living here. The Gu immortals gathered and discussed. Also, where did that Gu immortal who escaped go? Ding Qi is missing too. No, Ding Qi is over there, he is confronting Lord Tang Song. That Gu immortal who stole the inheritance is really gone. He seems to be hiding in here. Find him and force him to hand over the inheritance. The immortals were about to get to work, but at this time, Fang Yuan's voice resounded in the sky, it was extremely grand, everyone is here. That's good, everyone, enjoy yourselves. This is the final moment of your lives. The moment he said that, the immortals felt the sky turn dark. They quickly raised their heads, and at the next moment, the immortals showed expressions of extreme shock. They saw a huge hand, it was so huge that it covered the sky and earth, it pressed down from the sky. The aura was grand and vast, it felt like heaven and earth were being overturned, everyone felt an irresistible feeling in their hearts. Impossible. This is all an illusion, if he had this strength, why would he keep running? Zhou Li shouted. The immortals woke up, their morale rose, they felt that Zhou Li was right. All the immortals attacked. Boom! With a loud sound, the huge hand pressed down, countless houses collapsed, several Gu immortals died on the spot, their bodies turned into meat paste. How can this be? Zhou Li crawled out of the pit with difficulty, he stared with wide eyes as he looked around in disbelief. The entire town was gone, it was a scene of devastation. The surviving Gu immortals stood up from the ruins, they were still in a state of shock. In this contest of strength, so many Gu immortals actually lost. Shadow Sect's trap is really useful. Hee. Fang Yuan had a feeling, he activated Strength Path Giant Hand again. Thus, in the eyes of the immortals, the sky turned dark again, the huge hand covered their entire vision and pressed down. It's here again, it's here again. Hold on, hold on. This is a matter of life and death, don't worry about anything else, take out your trump cards and survive this tribulation. The immortals shouted angrily and uneasily, their attitude was completely different from before. Boom! The huge hand pressed down the ground by 20 to 30 feet. This time, only 3 people stood up. Zhou Li, Tang Song, and Blood Path demonic immortal Ding Qi. The huge hand appeared for the 3rd time, the 3 immortals showed expressions of despair. Even if I die, I will make you suffer. Ding Qi self-detonated. Zhou Li and Tang Song resisted but it was useless. In the end, they all died under Fang Yuan's palm. Secluded domain of heaven and earth, city well, it truly lives up to its name. Fang Yuan praised. Right now, there was a well in front of him. The outside of the well was squarish, it was squarish. The inside of the well was round, it was perfectly round. Feng Yuan stood beside the well, looking down, he saw that there was a small town at the bottom of the well. But now, they were all destroyed beyond recognition by his 3 giant hand seals. There were some traces of blood in the ruins, those were the places where the Gu immortals were smashed into meat paste. City Well first appeared in The Legends of Renzu. Chapter 1165. Speaking of which, Renzu's 4th daughter, Boundless Forest Samsara, fell from the tree and did not follow Renzu's footsteps, she was trapped in ordinary abyss. One day, when she was sleeping, she met a mini-man. The mini-man cried loudly. Boundless Forest Samsara asked why. The mini-man said, I am the largest in my tribe, I am often brave, proud because of this. Today, I plan to climb a mountain. I did not expect this mountain to be a person. There is actually a person as big as you in this world, this is the first time I saw one, I could not help but cry. From then on, Boundless Forest Samsara became good friends with the mini-man, they were inseparable. Mini-man, oh mini-man, where is your father? Do you have any siblings? Why have I never seen your family? One day, Boundless Forest Samsara asked the mini-man. The mini-man silently led Boundless Forest Samsara to a well. Look at this well, inside the well is my former home. Boundless Forest Samsara leaned against the well and stuck her head out to look inside. Then she shouted in shock, wow, there are so many mini-man. She saw that inside the well, there were many mini-man living together. They built countless houses next to each other, there was a market, flowers and plants, they were living in harmony. The mini-man in the well also shouted in shock. Why did the sky suddenly turn dark? It's already night time. There is thunder, but there is no rain and no lightning. The mini-man were in chaos, they discussed among themselves, the entire town was buzzing. Is there your family here? Why did you run outside the well and not live with them? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. The mini-man shook his head. They chased me away, they think I am a monster. Oh? Why is that? Boundless Forest Samsara was very curious. The mini-man replied sorrowfully, I told them that the world we have been living in for generations is just a well. The outside world was still very, very big. But they did not believe me, they told me not to speak nonsense. I also told them that the mountain at the edge of our town was actually just a very, very small mound. But they did not believe me. They felt that it was the tallest mountain, they told me not to spread rumors. Which mountain is it? Boundless Forest Samsara asked. It's that Fangtsuan mountain. The little person pointed. Boundless Forest Samsara giggled, you call this a mountain, I can even place it on my palm. Suddenly, Boundless Forest Samsara clapped, then let me tell them the truth. The humanoid man shook his head. It's useless. Boundless Forest Samsara did not believe it. She leaned on the mouth of the well and shouted down. The little people at the bottom of the well were even more flustered. They felt that today was too strange. Not only did the sky darken in an instant, but the muffled thunder continued to rumble, and the sound of thunder grew louder and louder. It grew denser and denser. God is angry, I want to repent, I want to confess. No, it's a monster. The monster ate the sky and is now burping. Save me, this world is going to be destroyed. Some knelt on the ground and begged for mercy, some were filled with despair, and some were running around in a frenzy. Boundless Forest Samsara's breathing reached the bottom of the well. It became a huge gale. When Boundless Forest Samsara's saliva landed at the bottom of the well, it became a downpour. When Boundless Forest Samsara's words reached the ears of the little people, they were like thunder that almost burst their eardrums. boundless forest Samsara finally gave up. She leaned on the mouth of the well, she was tired and said weakly, "Why are these little people so stupid? Can't they crawl out to see the outside world like you?" The little person shook his head and sighed, "They already feel that they are very big. They feel that the sky is round, that the mountain is that tall, that life is like that." It is a pity. Developing an immortal aperture was divided into 3 stages. At the initial stage, the Gu Immortal would cultivate resources and satisfy the feeding needs of immortal Gu. At the middle stage, on top of feeding immortal Gu, they would develop other cultivation resources to satisfy the Gu Immortal's cultivation. They could also be sold to exchange for immortal yuan stones and so on. At the high stage, they would raise variant humans or even humans in the immortal aperture. This had a huge significance to the Gu Immortal. There were many benefits. For example, like before, Fang Yuan bought hairy man slaves to refine Gu for himself in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. This saved him a lot of time and energy. For the other variant humans, mini-men could grow flowers and grass, rock men could develop underground spaces. Snowmen could produce ice tears and survive in a world of ice and snow. For pure humans, they had the most intelligence, they could continue to reproduce and create with their intelligence. A large number of Gu recipes or killer moves would be created, there was no need for the Gu Immortal to deduce them personally. For better development, the Immortal Aperture could produce Gu Immortals or human Gu Immortals. They were born and raised here, their loyalty could be seen. This was a huge help to the Immortal Aperture owner. Currently, Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was only at the initial stage. Because he had some new Immortal Gu that he had not met the feeding requirements yet. Attitude Gu and Wisdom Sword Gu were rank 8 Immortal Gu, feeding them was a huge problem. Fang Yuan had only formulated a plan. He had only started on a portion of it, he had not truly solved these problems yet. However, he had outstanding achievements in the middle stage. Because he had plundered countless resources from Star Form Blessed Land, Dong Fang Tribe, Hei Fan Grotto Heaven, and others. Many common resources like Star Path Mortal Gu, Regretful Spiders, Musical Trees, and others were all sold for profits. Not to mention Luo Pa Valley. Guts Gu had always been Fang Yuan's biggest source of profit, he was making huge amounts of money every day. A horse would not get fat without grass at night. A person would not get rich without a windfall. The reason why Fang Yuan's sovereign Immortal Aperture was abnormally prosperous was because of Fang Yuan's windfall. These resources were also the greatest source of confidence for Fang Yuan's cultivation. Without these resources, no matter how strong Fang Yuan was, he would feel weak internally. Currently, Fang Yuan could not raise variant humans on a large scale. Indeed, he could do what he did in Hu Immortal Blessed Land, buying a large number of variant humans and placing them in his Immortal Aperture to work for him. But this was not the traditional way of doing business. The best way in this aspect was to let these variant humans reproduce and live on their own. They would harmoniously fuse with the environment in the Immortal Aperture, coexisting with each other. This was the only way to develop healthily. In the long run, the benefits would be huge. If he bought variant human slaves and made them work for him, Fang Yuan would only suffer losses. He had already learned this lesson in Hu Immortal Blessed Land. Inside Fang Yuan's stone nest, hairy men were dying during the Gu refinement process almost every day. The hairy men did not have the time or opportunity to reproduce, their numbers would only decrease. Only Fang Yuan would spend money to buy new hairy man slaves to replenish them. But if there was a city well, it would be different. City well was a special environment that was isolated from the outside world, it was good for nurturing variant humans or humans. Furthermore, the reproduction and death of the variant humans, as well as their activities in the well world, would nurture and raise City Well itself. There was no need to mention the benefits of this. All in all, with City Well, Fang Yuan would be able to start working at the early stages and obtain even higher benefits. This would make his cultivation much smoother, his cultivation level would rise several times faster. Regarding his sovereign immortal aperture, Fang Yuan's inspection ended. There were areas that he was satisfied with, and also areas that he was dissatisfied with. What made Fang Yuan satisfied was that the sovereign immortal aperture's Dao marks had increased in all aspects. For example, Earth Path Dao marks, even though they were still scarce, it was much better than before. He was dissatisfied with the fact that other than Mini Southern Border, the other areas were still empty and had few resources. The sovereign immortal aperture was too big after all. Having too much space was a happy problem. This would lead to internal conflicts in the future. For example, Mirror Willow was developing rapidly in Mini Central Continent. But if there was another tree, it would also develop rapidly. In the end, when both sides came into contact, there would be a stalemate and conflict. The conflict between trees was mild, but what about beast groups? The territories of the two ferocious beast hordes had finally joined together. How could they not fight until they were badly battered? If the blessed land was small, Gu immortals could adjust it in time. But Fang Yuan's blessed land was too big. When both sides had internal conflicts, the losses would be even greater. To prevent this situation from happening, he could only rely on Fang Yuan's great foresight and wisdom to make arrangements. The sovereign immortal aperture was not easy to manage. Chapter 12-17. According to what Lu Yong knows, if Lu tribe wants to capture me, it should be that Lu Chang. But he is a light path Gu immortal, even if I kill him, my immortal aperture cannot be annexed. Why should I take this risk? Fang Yuan turned into an ancient sword dragon and flew towards the west. While flying, he soul-searched Lu Yong. This time, Fang Yuan was going to retreat. If he continued, he would not have enough time. There was no need to fight to the death with Lu tribe's Gu immortals. If he did that, the risk would be huge and the benefits would be small. Along the way, Fang Yuan activated Sword Escape Immortal Gu. Indeed, Red Date Immortal Essence was very durable. If it were before, would Fang Yuan, who only had Green Grape Immortal Essence, dare to use it for so long? What was out of Fang Yuan's expectations was that during the entire retreat, he did not see any traces of Lu tribe's Gu immortals. He did not know that Lu Chang had wasted a lot of time in order to escort his sister back. It was too late to chase him. As for the other two Lu tribe Gu immortals, they chased after him, but they could not catch up to Fang Yuan. After Fang Yuan entered Tai Chiu again, these two Lu tribe Gu immortals could only watch from afar. Using the Gu formation, Fang Yuan returned to Langya Blessed Land. Fang Yuan is back. Sixth Hair immediately received the news. He had a complex feeling. Because now, he knew that Fang Yuan killed Yi Lui Kun Xing. Most importantly, Fang Yuan used his own battle strength when he turned into an ancient sword dragon, not the upper extreme heavenly eagle. How did his battle strength rise so much? And recently, he has been in a hurry, going in and out. What is he doing? Sixth Hair was feeling very uneasy. Looking at Fang Yuan's busy appearance, he felt as if he was looking at Fang Yuan's back, looking at him sprinting on the road ahead. Sixth Hair wanted to drag Fang Yuan down, he wanted to stop Fang Yuan's development, but he was powerless. Every time he thought of Fang Yuan's upper extreme heavenly eagle, he felt discouraged. Rank 8 Battle Strength. Sixth Hair still did not know the truth, so he could only hope that Fang Yuan did not have many heaven crystals. It was difficult to feed the upper extreme heavenly eagle. It would be best if we could starve this upper extreme heavenly eagle to death. Sixth Heir could only think of this. I don't have enough heavenly crystals. Fang Yuan returned to his cloud city and inspected his immortal aperture as he sighed internally. Sixth Heir's idea was indeed reasonable. Heavenly crystals were rank 8 immortal materials. Jewel yellow skies rarely sold them. As for Fang Yuan's side, he did not have enough heaven crystals to begin with, and most of them were obtained by exchanging resources from Heavenly Lord Baizu. The upper extreme heavenly eagle continued to grow, and the heaven crystal reserves were almost depleted. It doesn't matter. Let's use the contribution points to exchange for a batch first. Next, use an immortal killer move on the upper extreme heavenly eagle to slow its growth. Since there was a method in He Fan's true inheritance that could speed up the upper extreme heavenly eagle's growth, there was naturally a corresponding method that had the opposite effect. However, Fang Yuan only used some sect contribution points to exchange for heavenly crystals. He did not use an immortal killer move. Fang Yuan was not familiar with this killer move yet, he needed to practice it several times. Otherwise, if the killer move failed, not only would it be harmful to Fang Yuan, it would also cause damage to the upper extreme heavenly eagle. Secondly, this immortal killer move needed to be activated for 3 days to succeed. Fang Yuan did not have enough time. Fang Yuan returned and left. Using the super teleportation Gu formation, he went to another corner of northern plains. Undeniably, the super Gu formation that land spirit of Lengia created was too convenient. Fang Yuan lacked fixed immortal travel, but using this Gu formation, Fang Yuan could enjoy the convenience of fixed immortal travel. Choosing an empty corner, Fang Yuan threw out Lu Yong's corpse. His immortal aperture fell in. Fang Yuan entered. Lu Yong left behind a land spirit. It was a dog with black curly hair. The requirement was, gather 20 dog desolate beasts for this blessed land. Fang Yuan easily accomplished it. A few days later, he successfully annexed this blessed land. The sovereign immortal aperture gained another piece of territory. Speaking of which, Fang Yuan had annexed many immortal apertures recently. The entire sovereign immortal aperture's space grew by a small margin. But because the sovereign immortal aperture was already huge, the increase in space was not eye-catching. What followed was. There was another obvious change: land spirits. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture now had more than 10 land spirits. Some looked like spirit snakes, some looked like star cores, some looked like black dogs. They were scattered all over the sovereign immortal aperture. They were in charge of their own areas. Fang Yuan had left behind a lot of immortal essence and goo worms for them. A lot of the immortal essence was left behind by their main bodies. It was not Fang Yuan's own green grape immortal essence or red date immortal essence. Other people's immortal essence was called variant immortal essence. It had a very limited use. Its greatest use was to activate immortal goo houses. Back then, Fang Yuan obtained a sum of Giant Sun's immortal essence. Almost all of it was used to activate graceful chaotic dual stage. It shone brilliantly in Etion Mountain. But after swapping souls, some of Giant Sun's immortal essence fell into Wuxia's hands. It was worth mentioning that immortal goo houses had fixed methods, but their power would fluctuate according to the amount of immortal essence used. After completely absorbing Lu Yong's enslavement path blessed land, Fang Yuan found that his calamities and tribulations could only advance once. It seems that with my rank 7 cultivation level, the effect of annexing a rank 6 blessed land is somewhat negligible. The real effect should be on a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan realized this, his gaze turned deep. It is a little difficult. In the Gu immortal world of the 5 regions, rank 6 Gu immortals were the most common. Rank 7 Gu immortals were rare, they could not compare to rank 6. Rank 7 blessed lands could only be annexed by Grandmaster attainment level. Fang Yuan only had Grandmaster attainment level in 5 paths. Among them, there were very few rank 7 Gu immortals who cultivated Blood Path, Strength Path, and Wisdom Path. He could have Star Path and Transformation Path, but this way, Fang Yuan's choices would be greatly reduced. He would not be as free as when he annexed those rank 6 blessed lands. But facing such a situation, Fang Yuan already had a way to resolve it. He looked far away. That was the direction of southern border. How can I get in? Just familiar face can disguise my appearance, but if I interact with them, there will be many flaws. This is a headache. Fang Yuan had no clue about this. He was not in a hurry to leave Northern Plains. He was waiting for everyone's reaction. Lu Guanyi was extremely vicious. He suddenly attacked Lu tribe's base, killed Lu Yong, and plundered Bone Burial Ground and Jade Light Pit. The news quickly spread throughout Northern Plains' Gu immortal world. The Righteous Path forces were furious. Gong Wanting's expression also changed when she received this news. She questioned Chu Du on the spot and challenged Domination Immortal. Chu's sect side was also shocked and surprised. They had been looking forward to Fang Yuan's return, but Fang Yuan ignored the bloody battle. He went to loot Lu tribe alone. Such audacity! Such unbridled behavior! Lu tribe was Chu Du's enemy. It was because of the battle between Chu Du and Lu tribe that Chu Du's reputation soared. He was given the title of Domination Immortal. But now that Lu tribe suffered a setback, Chu Du was not happy. This brother Lu is too reckless. Chu Du's good impression of Fang Yuan completely vanished. He did not want any of his Gu immortals to do such a thing. Fang Yuan's actions completely broke the rules. He destroyed the tacit understanding between both sides. Chu Du was infuriated. Yao Huang and Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu had the same feeling as him. Even Yi Lui Kun Xing's death could not make these 2 rank 8 Gu immortals happy or worried. But when they first heard about Fang Yuan attacking Lu tribe, they frowned at the same time. This is rat**t, it will spoil the entire pot of soup. Lu Guanyi is not a Righteous Path member. The 2 rank 8 Gu immortals gave their judgment to Fang Yuan. Originally, both sides had agreed that there should be a bottom line when fighting. It was like 2 kids fighting. They had agreed that they could hit other places, but not their faces. Fang Yuan's actions were not only a slap to their faces, the negative impact was something that the Righteous Path Gu immortals did not want to see. On the spot, Chu Du announced, Lu Guanyi's actions were his own will. He was not instructed by anyone. To prove his innocence and Chu's sect stance, Chu Du announced the expulsion of Fang Yuan. Lu Guanyi was no longer the second supreme elder of Chu's sect. So decisive. Fang Yuan sighed. He was still holding the letter Gu that Chu Du sent him. In the letter, Chu Du's tone was very polite. He expressed his helplessness. The situation was urgent. He had to expel Lu Guanyi from the sect. Back then, Chu Du still hoped that Lu Guanyi would stay. He was willing to work with him in the future. Be it Fang Yuan's immortal tribulation tempering aperture or the crazed demon agreement, Chu Du chose to continue working with Fang Yuan in secret. It was just that in public, the 2 of them would be opposing each other. At the same time, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu and Yao Huang sent orders, denouncing Fang Yuan's demonic actions. They wanted Fang Yuan's head until he was executed. This was a Righteous Path game. There was no need for demons to act. The 3 sides directly kicked Fang Yuan out of the game. Even though Fang Yuan's battle strength was something that Chu Du's side needed. Fang Yuan's plan to disrupt Northern Plains had failed. Not just that, Lu Guanyi's identity was wanted by Northern Plains' Righteous Path. Chu Du, Heavenly Lord Bai Zhu, Yao Huang, they are not so easy to scheme against. Fang Yuan smiled, but he did not care too much. Not to mention the fact that Lu Guanyi was a fake identity that he had casually created, so what if it was real? His main connections in Northern Plains' Gu immortal world were with the variant humans. At the same time, he was preparing to go to southern border. Even though Fang Yuan was still paying attention to the situation in northern plains, his focus was on that giant dream realm. Southern border, oh southern border, I am back. As a rank 7 Gu immortal, is this considered a glorious return? Fang Yuan had a complex smile. Right now, Fang Yuan had already been expelled from Chu sect. Yi Lui tribe immediately took action to investigate and hunt down Fang Yuan. The Gu immortals they sent out were not weaker than Lu Chang. But unfortunately, Fang Yuan had already left northern plains. Fang Yuan successfully passed through the Licorice regional wall. Inside this mystical regional wall that surrounded the whole of northern plains, there was green fog everywhere. The fog was filled with bright lights and shadows, like wild grass leaves, like a sea of snakes, or like strands of hair, constantly intertwining and intertwining. Fang Yuan's sovereign immortal aperture, however, had no obstruction at all. After passing through the Licorice regional wall, Fang Yuan entered Eastern Sea's Blue Water regional wall. When he passed through the Blue Water regional wall, he arrived at Eastern Sea's territory. His aura had completely changed, he had become an Eastern Sea Gu immortal. This was also one of the wondrous characteristics of the sovereign immortal body. Wherever Fang Yuan went, he could perfectly blend in with the surroundings, as if he was born and raised here. Unlike other Gu immortals, the aura of other regions was very obvious. Tribulation was even more troublesome, he had to return to his hometown to undergo tribulation, otherwise, if he absorbed the heaven and earth chi of other regions, it would be very bad. After entering Eastern Sea, Fang Yuan did not rush, he went to Jianghu blessed land and rested for a while. This blessed land was left behind by Gu immortal Lu Jianghu. After he was killed by Fang Yuan, the duck land spirit was also successfully controlled by Fang Yuan. Seeing Fang Yuan again, the duck land spirit was very excited, it quacked and jumped up and down. Fang Yuan consoled it warmly, making the duck land spirit shed tears, quack, quack, quack. I knew Master did not abandon me. Regretfully, Fang Yuan's attainment level was not high enough, he could not annex this blessed land formed from a rank 7 immortal aperture. Fang Yuan rested here for a while, the most important thing was to wait for Dark Limit Immortal Gu to recover. Because this blessed land was a world of its own, no matter who tried to deduce Fang Yuan during this period, there was no effect, and it would not increase the loss of Dark Limit's effect. When Dark Limit Immortal Gu could be used again, Fang Yuan used it on himself without hesitation. After replenishing it, Fang Yuan left Jianghu blessed land and went to the turbulent flow sea area. Going back and forth, he spent a lot of time in the turbulent flow, but he finally entered City Well. City Well had many immortal apertures. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme heavenly eagle to enter, annexing a small portion of the blessed land's immortal apertures. Fang Yuan went through 2 calamities and tribulations, but the effect was not ideal. The remaining immortal apertures were mostly water path. Unfortunately, Fang Yuan's water path attainment level was only ordinary. After leaving this place, Fang Yuan was not in a hurry to set off. He was still hiding in Jianghu blessed land. After some time, when Dark Limit Immortal Gu was about to recover, he left. He continued on his journey. After leaving Northern Plains and entering Eastern Sea, those deductions from Northern Plains became weaker and weaker. With every deduction, the weakening of Dark Limit on Fang Yuan's body became weaker and weaker. Fang Yuan was already very different from before. Not only did he have a deep understanding of providence, he knew how to defend against it. He also had Dark Limit Immortal Gu and many wisdom path methods. Of course, most importantly, his cultivation level and battle strength had risen by many times. Compared to the time after the Battle of Heaven Rising Mountain, when Fang Yuan returned to Northern Plains from southern border, it was a huge difference. Right now, if Fang Yuan encountered a group of ancient cloud beasts, he would not be chased around. The one in danger would not be Fang Yuan. It would be ancient cloud beasts. Looking back, Fang Yuan felt deeply. After obtaining the sovereign immortal body, his cultivation speed was incredibly fast. As expected of Spectral Soul, Shadow Sect, Zombie Alliance, and others, they spent close to 100,000 years of effort and hard work to create this super achievement. Of course, the more outstanding the sovereign immortal body, the deeper the hatred between Fang Yuan and Shadow Sect. This hatred was irreconcilable. Fang Yuan often worried about Wuxia and the others. It was a pity. Wuxia and the others were very slippery. Fang Yuan could not find their location. Otherwise, even if Fang Yuan had to give up on annexing immortal apertures, he had to get rid of these huge threats first. Dozens of days later, Fang Yuan finally passed through Eastern Sea's Blue Water Regional Wall and Southern Border's Miasma Regional Wall, officially stepping into Southern Border. Interestingly, be it Fang Yuan or Wuxia or the others, they did not know that they were already in the same region. I heard that the Righteous Path Gu Immortals have joined forces to create a huge defensive Gu formation at the ruins of Tian Mountain. I should go and take a look first. Fang Yuan had no idea how to enter the giant dream realm. He decided to gather information first. He flew towards the southwest direction. The flying route was full of twists and turns. Considering Providence. If Fang Yuan took a straight route, it would give Providence a chance to make arrangements in advance. Someone is deducing about me again? While flying, Fang Yuan found that Dark Limit Immortal Gu's effect was weakening. He found it funny. Northern Plains and Southern Border were separated by 2 regions. This greatly reduced the risk of deductions on Fang Yuan. As expected, in Northern Plains Myriad Bean Garden, Gu Immortal Xianxia Xian returned half of the payment to Lu Chang. Lu Chang's expression was ugly. He had a look of disbelief. What? Even you can't deduce it? Wisdom Path Gu Immortal Xianxia Xian shook his head with a bitter smile. Wisdom Path deductions are not omnipotent. I have already tried my best. I am very sorry. Lu Chang left Myriad Bean Garden very slowly. He was very troubled. He was also somewhat perplexed. If even the number 1 Wisdom Path Gu Immortal in Northern Plains, Xianxia Xian, could not deduce Lu Guanyi's location, who could? Lu Guanyi, you better pray that you don't meet me, Lu Chang, from now on. Lu Chang was determined. His gaze was cold and filled with killing intent. No matter how much killing intent he had, Fang Yuan was living well. Oh, you stopped deducing. He. When these people pay a greater price and suffer more, they should be able to restrain themselves. Fang Yuan smiled. Northern Plains, Snowy Mountain. But every once in a while, it would come to the surface of the sea and play. At that time, it will be your chance. Bai Ningbing followed Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit's instructions and went to the sea to the west. The sea was huge, it was boundless. It was grand and majestic. Bai Ningbing stayed here for more than 10 days. Finally, it was the chance that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. Swish swish swish. Countless huge waves were created on the sea, each of them was over 100 feet tall. The usually gentle and silent sea turned into a roaring beast at this moment. The beauty and ferocity of the tsunami made by Ningbing, who was seeing it for the first time, feel a surge of emotions. Next, he flew into the sky. He saw the immortal material that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit spoke of. It was a small lump of flame. The flame was orange and round, it was the size of an adult's fist. It was burning, the light it emitted formed the shape of a flying dragon. It moved around the orange fireball. Bai Ningbing, who had always been expressionless, showed a rare look of shock on his face. Light of Dao marks, and it seems to be alive. This is a rank 9 immortal material. Rank 9 immortal materials were rare in the world. They could be used to refine rank 9 immortal goo. Bai Ningbing did not expect that Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit wanted him to take it. It was actually a rank 9 immortal material. This was out of his capabilities. Bai Ningbing had to take the risk and activate the immortal goo in his body. He formed a unique method to contacting Wuxia. Didn't I tell you not to contact me? If Bai Xiang Heavenly Spirit senses it, it will be bad. Wuxia said. I encountered a problem. I want to take a rank 9 immortal material. It is a lump of orange flame. Hearing Bai Ningbing's description, Wuxia's expression changed. You said its light of Dao marks is like a group of flying dragons? The surrounding seawater is moving outwards, as if it is afraid of this flame? That is indeed the case. There is a huge hole around the flame. There is not a single drop of seawater in the surroundings. I can see the sea at the bottom of the hole. Moreover, the size of this hole is still expanding, Bai Ningbing added. Wuxia's expression changed again. This time, his voice was trembling. You must have read the legends of Renzu. This is one of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human, raging wave rising dragon fire. Raging wave rising dragon fire? Bai Ningbing heard this and was tongue-tied. She was stunned. Bai Ningbing asked again, then what should I do? Wuxia sighed, it is very difficult. With your cultivation level, there is basically no hope of subduing this wild fire alone. However, this fire is not wild, it was subdued by Bai Xiang before, so there is still a chance. I have 3 methods for you, try them all. What are my chances of success? Bai Ningbing asked. Wuxia smiled bitterly, I have no confidence. There is a chance of success, but the chances are small. It will depend on your luck. The communication between the two was very short. To avoid being exposed, Wuxia cut off the connection. Wuxia's expression was not bright, his mind was shrouded in darkness. Of the 3 flames of heaven, earth, and human, I am afraid only my main body will have a higher chance of success. It seems that I need to help Bai Ningbing. If he fails, it will be very disadvantageous to my plan. Wuxia decided to help. Even though he was far from Bai Ningbing, and the latter was trapped in Bai Xiang Grotto Heaven with the Heavenly Spirit watching over her, Wuxia had many methods to help Bai Ningbing. First of all, luck. Wuxia's immortal killer move, Burning Soul Bursting Luck. He activated this killer move again. The first time he used it was in the Super Goo formation in Central Continent's Earth Abyss. At that time, Wuxia wanted to refine fixed immortal travel. He burned his own soul, causing his luck to rise rapidly. Of course, he failed in the end. This was because Celestial Court had already refined fixed immortal travel before him. Immortal goo were unique. No matter how good Wuxia's luck was, he could not refine a second fixed immortal travel that existed at the same time. Before Bai Ningbing took action, Wuxia had used Connect Luck Immortal Goo to link his luck to himself. Right now, Bai Ningbing wanted to subdue the rank 9 immortal material Raging Wave Rising Dragon Fire. He could not use any more methods. Wuxia could only use luck to help Bai Ningbing. On the other hand, near the periphery of the giant dream realm, there's a situation. Fang Yuan, who had turned into a monkey, quickly shrunk into the branches. 2 Goo Immortals appeared. They were standing under the tree that Fang Yuan was on. The peach that Fang Yuan had thrown down earlier was beside one of the Goo Immortals. Brother Luo, thank you. A Goo Immortal said. I can bring you in, but if anything happens and you are discovered, it has nothing to do with me. The other Goo Immortal said. Chapter 12:20. What? Hearing the conversation of the two Gu immortals below the tree, Fang Yuan's ears immediately perked up. He directly came out of the bushes and appeared above the two Gu immortals, squatting on a tree branch and looking down. For Fang Yuan, who had transformed into a monkey, curiosity was a very appropriate reaction. The two Gu immortals did not even raise their heads. But Fang Yuan was very clear that these two Gu immortals had already activated their investigative methods, they had already discovered Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's familiar face was a rank 8 immortal killer move, it was completely above the two Gu immortals. The two Gu immortals did not suspect anything, they continued to talk. One of them said, "Brother Luo, don't worry, I only became interested after hearing Lady White Rabbit's words, I want to come into contact with the legendary dream realm and try my own fortuitous encounter. I, Jiao Lei Zi, might be a lone cultivator, but I am a man of my word. Since I agreed to you and set the Information Path Alliance agreement, I naturally will not do anything out of line. Precisely because you have such credibility, Jiao Lei Zi, us brothers are willing to come into contact with you. Otherwise, you would not even have met me. Come with me. Later, when we enter the entrance of the formation, you can say that you are a member of Luo tribe, you are here to bring immortal Gu for my brother." The Gu immortal surnamed Luo turned around and left, explaining to him as he walked. On the other side, the lone cultivator who called himself Jiao Lei Zi followed closely behind, listening attentively. Fang Yuan sat on the tree branch, watching them leave, he even followed them and brazenly jumped several trees. Only when the two Gu immortals disappeared did he stop and look around, letting out a confused cry. His disguise was extremely realistic, he displayed the demeanor of a transformation path grandmaster. From start to finish, these two Gu immortals did not suspect anything. Interesting. Fang Yuan shrunk back to the tree branch, his eyes shining brightly as excitement surged in his heart. He had unexpectedly encountered the secret transaction of two Gu immortals. These two Gu immortals had coincidentally chosen to meet on this mountain peak, and had even landed right in front of Fang Yuan's eyes. His luck was truly not bad. Listen to their voices. Evidently, a righteous path Gu immortal in the defensive Gu formation had made a shady transaction with the lone cultivator Gu immortal Jiao Lei Zi. The righteous path Gu immortals led the way for Jiao Lei Zi, letting him enter the defensive Gu formation and try to find the fortuitous encounter. As for Jiao Lei Zi's thoughts, Fang Yuan scoffed. Do you think it's so easy to encounter this dreamland? Opportunity? Without a specific dream Dao technique, what kind of opportunity can there be? And that righteous path Gu immortal calls himself Luo, he is probably a member of the super force Luo clan. There were a total of 13 righteous path super forces in southern border, and they were scattered all over southern border, dominating a region. The Luo family was one of them. Can I use this channel to penetrate the defensive Gu formation and enter the dream realm? Unavoidably, a thought flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. He took one last look at the illusion of the grand formation in front of him, then turned around and left. Fang Yuan transformed into a monkey and rapidly leaped through the trees, climbing down the mountain and trekking non-stop. After spending more than half a day, he finally left the original mountain. He continued like this. After climbing several mountains, Fang Yuan deactivated his transformation and returned to his original appearance. He had a cautious nature, near the Super Gu formation, if he suddenly transformed and used an immortal killer move, it could attract the attention of the righteous path Gu immortals. This distance should be quite safe. Fang Yuan inwardly assessed. He was not sure, because he had no knowledge or concept of this Super Gu formation. However, even if the righteous path Gu immortals found his traces, it would not matter. I don't believe that after this righteous path Super Gu formation is set up, the demonic path and lone immortals will not come and probe. Fang Yuan's guess was not wrong. The Battle of Tian Mountain. Like a ball of lightning, the calm and tranquil lake in southern borders Gu Immortal world was blown into a state of chaos, causing huge waves to form in it. The Battle of Tian Mountain involved the Immortal Gu House graceful chaotic duel stage to begin with. It attracted the attention of southern borders various forces and countless Gu Immortals. After that, the battle between the righteous and demonic Gu Immortals affected the entire southern border Gu Immortal world. But in the end, Tian Mountain suddenly erupted in a huge battle, everything was destroyed, the Gu Immortals who participated in the battle all died. Meanwhile, Tian Mountain's ruins were mysteriously covered by a huge external manifestation dream realm. This made it impossible for the southern border Gu Immortals to investigate Tian Mountain's ruins. The parties involved, be it the Shadow Sect, the Celestial Court, or Fang Yuan, all kept this a secret. The southern border Gu Immortals were still in the dark. Ever since the Righteous Path took the initiative to set up a grand Gu formation around the giant dream realm, the Demonic Path and Lone Immortals were not willing to give up. Many of them went to the Gu formation to scout for information. The Righteous Path Gu Immortals found traces of these people many times, but as long as they did not charge into the Gu formation, they turned a blind eye. Fang Yuan chose an ordinary cave and waited patiently for several days. He finally waited for Jiao Lei to leave the defensive Gu formation. Jiao Lei did not hide his actions. The direction he left was the same as the one he came from. Since Jiao Lei disguised himself as a Luo clan Gu Immortal, he had to be brazen when he left, otherwise, he would seem guilty. Fang Yuan's gaze was fixed on Jiao Lei. Seeing him fly away, Fang Yuan also followed him. The two flew for a while before Jiao Lei suddenly slowed down, stopping at the peak of a nameless mountain. He turned around and looked at Fang Yuan. "Sir, you have been following me for so long, I wonder what is the matter." Jiao Lei did not show any signs of hostility. Because when Fang Yuan was following him, he showed his traces, allowing Jiao Lei to discover him. He also used Attitude Gu to express his goodwill, allowing Jiao Lei to sense it. Thus, Jiao Lei did not show any animosity towards Fang Yuan, but he was still wary. "I am sorry to disturb you." Fang Yuan bowed, explaining his intentions very politely. Wu Duxiu was silent for a while before saying, "Then I will take my leave." The middle-aged Gu Immortal was careful. He slowly stood up and took a few steps back, before turning around and walking out of the house, closing the door behind him. He did not even dare to breathe loudly, he had a respectful expression on his face, it had not changed. Only when he returned, after crossing several mountains and returning to his Immortal Gu house, did his expression change. "I was confused. Before dying, she actually wanted to bring back her illegitimate son. That bastard, couldn't he have stayed in Eastern Sea? Why did he come back to fight for the inheritance with me?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal was furious. "Master, don't be angry, anger will harm your body." A rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal quickly persuaded. The middle-aged Gu Immortal kicked him down, shouting, "My abilities are all in her Wind Path Immortal Gu. She actually wants to give these Immortal Gu to that bastard. Without these Immortal Gu, what use is my rank 8 cultivation level? I will still be bullied by Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan. What do you mean giving me everything in Wu clan, humph? What do I need these resources for? What I want are rank 8 Immortal Gu, true battle strength. If my fists are strong enough, what can I not get?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal got angrier as he spoke, he paced around in the Immortal Gu house. "Master, how about we kill him now?" The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal walked up and slashed with his hand like a blade. The middle-aged Gu Immortal's pacing stopped. He frowned deeply, asking the rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal, "You mean, that's right. First Supreme Elder only has 2 children, other than you, there is that Eastern Sea illegitimate child. If we kill him, won't First Supreme Elder's inheritance be yours?" The rank 7 hunchbacked Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly. The middle-aged Gu Immortal blinked, cold sweat soon appeared on his forehead. "No. If my mother finds out, I will be in deep trouble." Thinking of his mother's methods, even with rank 8 cultivation level, the middle-aged Gu Immortal's heart shook. Let's forget it. He is only rank 7, even if he returns to the clan, what can he do? The middle-aged Gu Immortal heaved a long sigh. But the hunchbacked Gu Immortal did not give up, he still said, "Master, you can't think like that. He already has rank 7 cultivation level, if he gets First Supreme Elder's Immortal Gu, what will happen?" The middle-aged Gu Immortal snorted coldly, regaining some of his pride. "Even with rank 8 Immortal Gu, his Dao mark accumulation cannot compare to mine. He is not my match. But it is a pity about those 2 rank 8 Immortal Gu." Sigh. The hunchbacked Gu Immortal smiled sinisterly, "Master, you are hesitating because you are afraid of failure and First Supreme Elder punishing you. Actually, we do not need to do anything. When you undergo tribulation in the future, you can absorb southern borders heaven and earth chi, there will be no problems." "Oh. There is such a method." Wu Yi-hai heard this and was overjoyed. Even though he was famous in Eastern Sea, he was a lone cultivator, he knew the pain and weakness of a lone cultivator. If he could rely on a super force, Wu Yi-hai would naturally be willing. Just as he was thinking, suddenly, a dragon breath that resembled a sword light attacked his face. Chapter 12:22. This dragon breath was extremely sharp. Before it even hit, Wu Yi-hai felt like his face was being pricked by needles. He was shocked, he could not dodge in time. Clang! With a metallic sound, a small golden shield appeared in front of Wu Yi-hai at the moment of life and death. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the golden shield. In the blink of an eye, it broke the shield and continued to shoot towards Wu Yi-hai's face without losing any momentum. But Wu Yi-hai had the golden shield to block it, he managed to gain some precious time to live. He was indeed a famous rank 7 Gu Immortal in Eastern Sea. He shouted and used a transformation path killer move. Light flashed, Wu Yi-hai vanished on the spot, replaced by a giant tortoise. The giant tortoise's 4 limbs and tail were tightly shrunk into its shell. The sword-light dragon breath landed on the giant tortoise's shell, creating a long mark. Such a powerful dragon breath. The horned divine tortoise I transformed into is an ancient desolate beast. It has a tough shell. It is among the top 10 ancient desolate beasts in Eastern Sea. Wu Yi-hai was deeply shocked. It seems that the enemy this time is far stronger than all the previous ambushes. Now, it is up to Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng. Wu Yi-hai was a transformation path Gu Immortal, but the horned divine tortoise he transformed into was huge and had good speed in the sea. On land, it was many times slower. His battle strength also fell by many times. Wu Yi-hai could only use the tough defense of the horned divine tortoise. High defense and weak offense. Even though Wu Yi-hai survived, he lost his initiative in the battlefield. He naturally had other methods to transform into other forms. But don't forget, transformation path Gu Immortals had a huge weakness. That was, they could not transform at will. There had to be a certain interval between the transformations. After all, Gu Immortals had to get rid of the temporary Dao marks on their bodies before they could transform again. Fang Yuan had sovereign immortal fetus Gu, that was a special case. Qi Zai had once mistakenly thought that he had obtained Reckless Savage Demon Venerable's true inheritance and could transform at will. Thus, when Wu Yi-hai transformed into a horned divine tortoise, he survived. But in the short term, he could not counterattack. But Wu Yi did not panic. Because he knew that there were two rank 7 Gu immortal experts beside him. One was Uncle Zhang. The other was Brother Leng. Even though Wu Yi did not know their names, he knew that they were sent by his mother to escort him to southern border. Along the way, these two Gu immortals had displayed great battle strength. He was very reliable, helping Wu Yi to repel several ambushes. Wu Yi placed his hopes on Uncle Zhang and Brother Leng, but Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood. He couldn't help but vomit blood. Because his golden shield was broken by the dragon breath of the sword light. This was Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move. After it was broken, Uncle Zhang inevitably suffered a backlash and immediately vomited a large amount of blood. Like Wu Yi, Uncle Zhang was also very shocked. In this miasma regional wall, any immortal killer move would be weakened by the miasma. The dragon's breath pierced through the miasma and broke my golden shield. It even left a mark on the horned divine tortoise's shell. Just how strong is the dragon breath itself? Uncle Zhang was vomiting blood while Brother Leng pounced on him. The two of them worked very well together. This young Gu immortal with the surname Leng knew that Uncle Zhang's defensive killer move had not been broken, he needed to rest. He charged forward ferociously, his momentum overbearing. In the blink of an eye, he turned from a human into a lightning-flashed giant wolf. The lightning-flashed giant wolf was an ancient desolate beast. Its fur was blue in color, the tip of the fur had turned into a special blue crystal. It emitted a faint light of lightning. Once the lightning-flashed giant wolf appeared, it illuminated the dark purple miasma. It followed the path created by the dragon breath and charged forward. Four claws dug into the ground. The mighty wolf body's muscles expanded, giving the Gu immortal with the surname Leng great speed. At the same time, countless lightning snakes appeared on the lightning-flashed giant wolf's body. The lightning snakes condensed into one, passing through the lightning-flashed giant wolf's head and flying forward. This was the Gu immortal with the surname Leng's immortal killer move. Seeing this, Uncle Zhang's heart calmed down. After a few breaths of time, he suppressed his injuries as his body shined with a dazzling light. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a golden saber-toothed tiger. His body was twice the size of the lightning-flashed giant wolf. It turned out that he was also a transformation path Gu immortal. This was naturally Wu Duxiu's arrangement. Because the 5 regions' regional walls had special environments. To pass through regional walls, all paths were equal. But if they fought inside, transformation path Gu immortals usually had the advantage. Inside the regional wall, every time a Gu immortal used an immortal killer move, their immortal aperture would shake, they would hurt themselves before hurting the enemy. But if the Gu immortal transformed into a beast and fought with their body, they could avoid this disadvantage, they could fight for a longer period of time. Gu immortal Uncle Zhang looked behind him. He knew about the horned divine tortoise's defense. After instructing Wu Yi, he followed the lightning-flashed giant wolf's path and charged forward. Soon, Uncle Zhang saw that the lightning-flashed giant wolf was running back. Behind the lightning-flashed giant wolf, sword-light dragon breath shot out, and within the dense dark purple miasma, dragon beast roars could be heard. What's going on? Uncle Zhang was shocked. He knew that the Gu immortal with the surname Leng was a strong fighter. He would not escape for no reason. But now, he had to have a reason. Stop fighting, retreat. The Gu immortal with the surname Leng saw the golden tiger and spoke. Uncle Zhang was even more shocked. Why did the Gu immortal with the surname Leng want to avoid fighting? He was about to ask when he finally saw the culprit that attacked them. A sword dragon pierced through the dark purple miasma, appearing in his vision. Silver-white dragon scales were densely packed. Its dragon eyes were pale white, its dragon horns were pointed at the sky, its 4 dragon claws were terrifying, its dragon teeth were shining with cold light. Moreover, its body was brimming with immortal Gu aura. Is this a wild ancient sword dragon? Uncle Zhang stared with wide eyes, he could not believe it. But the truth was right in front of him, he had no choice but to believe it. Gu Immortal was extremely shocked. We were tricked. Oh no! He turned around and saw that Wu Yihai's head was smashed into pieces, as well as white brain matter. His headless corpse was grabbed by the ancient sword dragon and stuffed into its immortal aperture. The possibility of Wu clan finding out was very small. It was more likely that they could not find out. Secondly, Wu Duxiu had been living in Eastern Sea, cultivating as a lone cultivator. He basically had no contact with Wu clan's Gu immortals. Most of Wu clan's Gu immortals did not even know what he looked like. Especially his tone of voice. His habits and other small details were also not known to others. Thus, if Fang Yuan used familiar face to disguise as Wu Yihai, in the long run, the possibility of Fang Yuan being exposed would be close to zero. Wu Yihai's immortal aperture was not subdued yet, but Fang Yuan was not anxious. For the time being, he found a deserted island and rested on it. On one hand, he was waiting for blood asset Immortal Gu to recover completely, on the other hand, he was modifying an immortal killer move, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Ever since blood asset Immortal Gu was damaged, it had been nurtured by Fang Yuan and was close to recovery. A few days later, Fang Yuan obtained a perfect blood asset Immortal Gu. But Fang Yuan cultivated for a few more days, deducing Blood Light Spirit Suppression. Finally, he obtained what he wanted, a simplified version that used blood asset Immortal Gu as the core, Blood Light Spirit Suppression. The following matters were very smooth. Fang Yuan used the upper extreme Heavenly Eagle to enter Wu Yihai's immortal aperture. He pretended to get close to the land spirit and used Blood Light Spirit Suppression to suppress it. Finally, under the situation where the land spirit did not resist, Fang Yuan spent a lot of effort before successfully annexing this blessed land, turning it into a part of the sovereign immortal aperture. This also caused his calamities and tribulations to rise by a large margin. After all, Wu Yihai was a rank 7 Gu immortal, he was on a completely different level from a rank 6. As for Wu Yihai's sea turtle land spirit, under Fang Yuan's intentional preservation, it did not dissipate, it entered Fang Yuan's immortal aperture along with the blessed land. But it did not listen to Fang Yuan, it cried all day long. Fang Yuan wanted to get rid of it, but when he found that it did not have any intention of harming the blessed land, he gave up on this idea. Maybe in the future, I can fulfill the conditions of its ownership, that way, I might be able to truly subdue this land spirit. After dealing with this matter, Fang Yuan immediately passed through the regional wall and returned to southern border. After entering southern border, he flew rapidly until he reached the center of southern border, turning the immortal apertures of that Gu Immortal Lang and Uncle Zhang into blessed lands, before annexing them one by one. Oh, this way, I have already passed the first grand tribulation. That was, the person who had truly killed Wu Yihai was none other than Wu clan's rank 8 Gu Immortal, Wu Yong. There were many versions of this rumor, but in the end, Wu Yong wanted to monopolize Wu Duxiu's inheritance, thus he did not hesitate to kill his half-brother. Undeniably, this was a heavy blow to Wu Yong. Demonic Path Gu Immortals did not care, lone immortals differed from person to person, while Righteous Path Gu Immortals cherished their reputation. Wu Yong, however, remained silent, he did not clarify anything in front of everyone. Interesting. Fang Yuan could feel the turbulent undercurrents from this, who knew how many forces and Gu immortals were working behind the scenes to create this new competition. Wu Duxiu was about to fall. Wu Yong, who had always been protected by his mother, had rank 8 cultivation level, but he had to face his own suspicions. If I appear at this time, what will happen? Fang Yuan had just thought of this when he felt a chill. Wu Yong smiled coldly, pointing at Su Tuo as he scolded, "What a loyal servant, Su Tuo. I trusted you so much, but you framed me and secretly leaked information about my brother's route, attracting countless villains to ambush me. It's a pity that my younger brother was killed by you cunning villains before I could even see him." Saying so, Wu Yong sighed as he looked at the sky, tears flowed down his face. Su Tuo looked at him with a dumbfounded expression. The shock in his heart could not be described with words. He still wanted to deny it, but Wu Yong threw out a huge amount of evidence. The evidence was irrefutable. Su Tuo could not deny it. He realized that Wu Yong knew his true identity long ago, but he did not expose it, waiting until today. Wu Yong used him to get rid of his brother Wu Yihai, obtaining all of his inheritance and becoming Wu clan's first supreme elder. He was going to destroy all the rumors against him today. And Su Tuo was a pawn that he sacrificed. Today, I will win everything. Wu Yong laughed in his heart, but on the surface, he pointed at Su Tuo and ordered, "Bring him away." The representatives of the Fangjing path became restless, even the demonic path and lone immortals had strange expressions. Wu Yong looked around and felt relieved. Just as he was about to speak, Xiao clan's first supreme elder said, "I have something to congratulate Lord Wu Yong. Your brother Wu Yihai did not actually die. Not only did he not die, he even came here with the help of our Xiao clan." What? These goo worms would be placed in Wu clan's ancestral hall. It was a sign that Fang Yuan had returned to the clan. After this round, Fang Yuan finally stepped into southern border's goo immortal world with Wu Yihai's identity. After paying respects to Wu Du Xiu, Fang Yuan cried loudly, showing off his amazing acting skills. During Wu Du Xiu's funeral, Wu clan could not hold a banquet. But after the funeral, Fang Yuan still interacted with many Wu clan goo immortals. Even though it was just drinking tea and chatting, Fang Yuan gained a lot. Of course, some goo immortals asked to spar with Fang Yuan, but Fang Yuan rejected them. His status was very high now. He had rank 7 cultivation level. Wu clan's first supreme elder, rank 8 goo immortal Wu Yong, was his elder brother. Even though these two brothers had their own thoughts, at least on the surface, this was true. This bloodline relationship was also a fact. 7 days later, the funeral ended. Fang Yuan stood beside Wu clan's goo immortals. He acted like the host as he bid farewell to the guests. These southern border goo immortals also remembered Fang Yuan. Many people listed him as someone they could not offend, not because of Fang Yuan's cultivation level, but because Fang Yuan was Wu Yong's younger brother. Wu Yihai's name spread throughout southern border. Even though it was not known by everyone, it was about the same. 3 days later. Early in the morning, the sun rose from the horizon. Fang Yuan stood at the peak of Yuxiong Mountain, quietly looking at the beautiful sunrise. Ever since he returned to his clan, Wu clan arranged for him to stay on this Yuxiong Mountain. This was not Wu clan's blessed land. Fang Yuan also said he wanted to stay outside. Yuxiong Mountain was a famous mountain. The most common wild beasts on the mountain were all kinds of bears. Wu clan directly gave this mountain to Fang Yuan. from now on, this was Wu Yihai's territory. However, Wu clan did not arrange any position related to Fang Yuan. Wu clan's Gu immortals were all supreme elders. Wu Yong was the first supreme elder, below him were the second supreme elder, third supreme elder, and so on. Different rankings meant different levels of authority, and the weight of their words were also different. This made Xiao clan's first supreme elder anxious. He paid close attention to this. Because Xiao clan supported and helped Fang Yuan, it was to insert him into Wu clan's upper echelon, to fight for more benefits for Xiao clan. Thus, Xiao clan had to ensure that Fang Yuan could gain more authority in Wu clan. Only then would he be able to speak up for Xiao clan and put in a lot of effort. Xiao clan's help was not free. Fang Yuan had already secretly made all sorts of agreements with Xiao clan's first supreme elder. But Fang Yuan was not anxious. He was looking at the sunrise on the surface, but he was actually thinking about the giant dream realm. The official identity was already in his hands. How could he openly enter that super Gu formation and use the giant dream realm to raise Fang Yuan's attainment level? Fang Yuan was thinking about this when an information path immortal Gu flew over. It was Wu Yong summoning. Right now, Fang Yuan had already returned to the clan. The entire process was witnessed by countless southern border Gu immortals. Even Wu Yong could not harm his life. What's done cannot be undone. What's done is done. Especially in Wu clan's territory, Wu Yong had to protect his little brother instead. Fang Yuan followed the information path immortal Gu's guidance and met Wu Yong in a hall. Wu Yong spoke. You are my little brother, you have just returned to the clan. According to the clan's rules, every newly advanced rank 6 Gu immortal can receive a rank 6 immortal Gu. After advancing to rank 7, they can receive a rank 7 immortal Gu. Take this information path immortal Gu and go to the clan's treasury to choose an immortal Gu. Big idiot. But, my current actions also seem like an idiot. Who would have thought that I, Zhao Lianyun, would do such a stupid thing? You always do stupid things, but you always get a good result. I am not you, but, this is the only thing I can do. I am just a mortal. Thinking of this, Zhao Lianyun's tears rolled down. The sorrow and bitterness in her heart was indescribable. Right at this time, in her blurred vision, she saw a Gu. 9 revolutions love. It was flying in front of Zhao Lianyun. He had to make use of this chance to make Zhao Lianyun the fairy of Spirit Affinity House. On this basis, he could attack Feng sect. This would be an unprecedented opportunity for him, Su Hao, in the history of the sect. As long as he made use of this opportunity, then, his future career in the sect would be greatly changed. Su Hao had no doubts about this. Therefore, he immediately stood out and strongly supported Zhao Lianyun's ascension to become the current generation fairy of Spirit Affinity House. He continued, our sect's rules state clearly that the past generations of fairies will be selected. First, listen to the will of the people, second, look at aptitude, and third, the will of the people. The meaning was, first, look at the will of the entire sect, then look at the aptitude and talent of the candidates, finally, look at who the higher-ups of the Gu immortals favored. Su Hao continued, now, in terms of the will of the people, although Zhao Lianyun is an otherworldly demon, she is loyal and loyal. In order to save her lover, she did not hesitate to kneel and beg her opponent. Everyone in the sect knows her nature. In terms of aptitude and talent, aptitude is not important. As long as you are willing, you can raise a mortal's cultivation aptitude. As for Zhao Lianyun's talent, I believe everyone knows about her experiences in Northern Plains. She is also an elite in terms of talent. Finally, there is everyone's intentions. I approve of Zhao Lianyun. On the surface, I personally support Zhao Lianyun to become the fairy of our sect. I agree. Su Hao had just finished speaking when Li Juning spoke in agreement. She was Su Hao's wife, they had always been on the same side. This was not strange. However, what happened next shocked the others. I agree with Su Hao. I also agree with Su Hao. Since even Love Gu approves of Zhao Lianyun, what else can I say? At once, 5 to 6 Gu immortals actually agreed with Su Hao's words. Fairy Bai Qing could not sit still. She felt that everyone present agreed with Su Hao's words. They felt that the position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy should belong to Zhao Lianyun. Fairy Bai Qing was a Gu immortal of Spirit Affinity House. She was also Feng Kim Huang's mother. The position of Spirit Affinity House's fairy was very special. She was a cultivation seed chosen by the entire Spirit Affinity House from among the mortal Gu masters. After that, they would invest heavily in her and nurture her to become an immortal. Every generation's fairy would become the face of Spirit Affinity House when they grew up. Spirit Affinity House was an organization. Not only did it need old people, it also needed new Gu immortal strength. It needed new blood to replenish and operate. Fairy Bai Qing was also a fairy of Spirit Affinity House. She had personally experienced what it felt like to have an entire sect sponsor her cultivation. Even though Feng Jioga and Bai Qing were Gu immortals, they alone could sponsor their daughter Feng Kim Huang's immortal ascension. This type of sponsorship was not as strong as the entire sect sponsorship. Fairy Bai Qing did not want to see her daughter fail like this. But she also deeply understood that the current situation was very disadvantageous to her. Because in the sect's rules, other than listening to the will of the people, looking at aptitude, and finally the will of the people, there was another important rule, that was: once Love Gu approves of someone, no matter how unpopular that person was, how bad their aptitude was, or how the Gu immortal higher-ups did not think highly of them, then this generation's fairy would be none other than that person, regardless of gender. Precisely because of this rule, when Su Hao finished speaking, many Gu immortals agreed with him and expressed their support. In fact, just based on Su Hao's political influence, he was not strong. Under normal circumstances, he would never have received so much support. Even though the sect rules are like this, I am not without hope. Because in the history of the sect, there were fairies who were supported according to this rule, but she. Fairy Bai Qing was moved, she opened her mouth to speak. But right at this time, Feng Jioga who was beside her lightly pressed the back of her hand. Don't be rash. I know, you want to mention Mo Yao, right? Back then, she was only an Inkman slave, but she obtained Love Gu's approval. She was sponsored by the entire sect to become a Gu immortal. She reformed Bo Qing. But in the end, she betrayed the sect and went against the celestial court. Feng Jioga transmitted. Fairy Bai Qing nodded, communicating secretly, that's right, this is Huang Er's only chance. As long as we follow this and continue to discuss, using Feng sect's strength, we might be able to change this rule. After all, sect rules are also made by people, aren't they? This sect rule is clearly unreasonable. But Feng Jioga shook his head. He rejected Fairy Bai Qing's idea. Su Hao is a wisdom path Gu immortal, why did he not mention this sect rule in his earlier words? He only talked about the first 3 conditions. It seems like he has completely forgotten about this sect rule that is most beneficial to him. Fairy Bai Qing was slightly stunned. Feng Jioga continued, this is his scheme, a trap. If you mention this, it means that he succeeded in his scheme. Even though Mo Yao and Bo Qing's matter happened, the sect rule has not changed. After the Battle of Tian Mountain, our sect faced huge pressure, but we have never changed this sect rule. This is a trap. Very deep. Today, if you use Feng's sect's strength to challenge him and try to change this sect rule, you will lose miserably. We will suffer heavy losses while Su Hao will be unharmed. This is what he wants to see. Fairy Bai Qing's body was covered in cold sweat. I was too rash. She quickly calmed down. Then, she calmed down and reflected on why she made such a mistake. This concerns my Huang heir. I lost my mind because of love. No, there is another point. I am rank 7 now, and have a rank 7 immortal gu. Compared to before, my mental state has improved. But I forgot that the righteous path does not only depend on cultivation level and strength. If not for husband's reminder today, I would have made a huge mistake. Thinking of this, Fairy Bai Qing involuntarily looked at Feng Jiugu. She felt a strong sense of security in her heart. Even though Feng Jiugu was from the demonic path, over these years, he did not use his fists to speak in the sect. His political skills were also superior to hers. If not for this, how could Feng's sect have its current glory? Husband, since you saw through Su Hao's trap, I will leave this matter to you. Fairy Bai Qing transmitted secretly, her tone was filled with sweetness. Feng Jiugu smiled bitterly. I do not intend to interfere in this matter. Because there's no point in interfering. What do you mean? Fairy Bai Qing was stunned. Feng Jiugu did not speak, he looked up at the sky. He greeted Feng Yuan in a manner that was neither servile nor overbearing. Greetings to Lord Wu Yi. Please forgive me for not being able to welcome you as I have important matters to attend to. His tone was plain, but there was arrogance in his bones. Feng Yuan found it interesting. Wu Liao and Wu En both had rank 6 cultivation level, but there was a clear contrast between them. Together with Wu Yi, this was Wu clan's entire force in the Super Gu formation. There was originally another rank 7 Gu immortal. But since Feng Yuan was here, he was naturally sent away. Even though Wu clan was the number 1 force in Southern Border's righteous path, they did not have so many Gu immortals. Every Gu immortal's strength had to be calculated and used in a meticulous manner. Let's get down to business first. You two should already know the clan's orders. Bring me to refine the 2 immortal Gu that belong to me. Feng Yuan said. This was the first and most important task. Wu Liao saw Wu Yi's swift and decisive actions, he could not help but acknowledge him. Wu En quickly ran to Feng Yuan, saying with a smile, Lord, this way please, I will bring you there. A moment later, Feng Yuan successfully refined the 2 immortal Gu. It was not easy to refine other people's immortal Gu. But with Wu clan's cooperation, it was different. Feng Yuan let out a sigh of relief. He knew that Wu clan's treasury would definitely have immortal Gu that suited him or were especially outstanding. But he still chose the 2 immortal Gu here. He naturally had his own plans for doing this. With these 2 immortal Gu, Feng Yuan was firmly rooted in this Super Gu formation. In the future, even if Wu clan wanted to change Feng Yuan, they would have to consider this point first. This Super Gu formation had already been set up, every immortal Gu was closely related, changing any one of them would have a huge impact. Every immortal Gu that each clan controlled represented their investment in the giant dream realm, it was the main factor that each clan's influence here. Lord, I have prepared some delicacies for Lord to taste. After Feng Yuan refined the immortal Gu, Wu En immediately came over and said in a flattering tone. Feng Yuan was expressionless, he acknowledged in a high and mighty manner. Wu En immediately felt like he had heard the words of heaven, he happily led the way, Lord, please come this way. Wu Liao snorted coldly, he had a disdainful expression, he did not like Wu En's flattery. But Feng Yuan said, Wu Liao, come with me. I have something to ask you too. Yes, Lord. Wu Liao replied respectfully. The banquet was quite good, the delicacies and wine were very memorable. Fang Yuan sat on the main seat, while Wuan and Wu Liao sat on his left and right. Fang Yuan knew the principle of partial trust and double trust. He could not listen to Wu En's side of the story. Thus, during the banquet, Fang Yuan asked the too many questions. Wu En and Wu Liao answered. After the banquet ended, Fang Yuan understood the situation of the Super Gu formation. He had a clear idea of the situation in his mind. In Fang Yuan's plan, he would be cultivating here for a long time. The environment here. He naturally had to understand. The righteous path was different from the demonic path. The demonic path was straightforward, while the righteous path paid attention to the rules of the righteous path. What were the rules of the righteous path? It was nothing more than a set of rules that gradually formed after a long period of time, regarding the distribution of benefits. Fang Yuan had already made up his mind. Since he came here with the identity of Wu Yihai, he naturally had to use the methods of the righteous path to solve the problem. If he used demonic path methods here, his enemies would be overjoyed, and his own forces would become disunited. No matter how much Wu Yong protected his brother, he would not be able to endure the pressure, and for the sake of Wu clan's benefits, he would transfer Fang Yuan away. After all, the entire Wu clan was led by Wu Yong. This place was once dominated by Wu clan, but Ba clan, Shang clan, and Tai clan did not have to submit to Wu clan. Xiao clan was Wu clan's most loyal ally. But after Wu Du Xiu's death, the situation here was greatly affected. Ba clan was already ready to make a move. Especially when Ba clan sent old Treeman Bada to guard this place. Just from this, Fang Yuan could acutely sense that Ba clan would be his main opponent in the future. As for Qiao clan, Fang Yuan felt a headache. By coming here, he had more or less betrayed the cooperation agreement with Qiao clan. As for Qiao clan's attitude and how much support they could give him, Fang Yuan had no idea. After the banquet, Fang Yuan dismissed Wu Liao and Wuan. He rested alone. Before parting, Wuan wanted to say something but hesitated, wanting to say something. But he was hesitant. Wu Liao left quietly. His impression of Fang Yuan rose by a little. During the banquet, Fang Yuan's questions were very sharp. Wu Liao could not answer them. But he had a lot of confidence in Fang Yuan's abilities. Righteous Path Gu Immortals had their own battle strength as a foundation, but just this was not enough. They also needed to have political skills. However, after the welcoming banquet, several days passed. Fang Yuan did not show up in public. He cultivated in his own residence. Is this Wu Yihai really just a lone cultivator? Fang Yuan's actions were undoubtedly the style of a lone cultivator. Many Gu immortals who were paying attention to him made such a guess. Wu Liao was a little disappointed. He wanted a superior who could control the situation, not a person who was purely cultivating in seclusion. Wuan was very anxious and uneasy. These last days, he had invited Fang Yuan many times. He had thought of all sorts of reasons. But Fang Yuan rejected them all. He even told him not to disturb him unless it was urgent. Wuan could not understand Fang Yuan's thoughts, but as time passed, his restlessness turned into a kind of panic. And behind Wuan were the Gu immortals of the other clans. They were also very anxious. The reason was simple. That was the immortal opportunity business. Earlier, the immortal opportunity business was started by Wu clan. They worked with the Gu immortals of the other clans to do business secretly. Wu clan's rank 7 Gu immortal left. Wu Yihai was transferred over. The immortal opportunity business was thus put on hold. After all, Wu clan's leader was Wu Yihai. And most importantly, he had 2 immortal Gu. Wuan was sucking up to Fang Yuan. Other than cozying up to him, there was also a deeper meaning. It was regarding the immortal opportunity business. Wuan obtained a lot of benefits from this. If he did not have any benefits, he would not be so friendly to Fang Yuan. At first, Wuan and Fang Yuan's interaction went well. But soon, Fang Yuan did not play by the rules. Wuan was at a loss. The immortal opportunity business could not be exposed. Once it was exposed, he would be held accountable. This was an act of seeking personal gain for the sake of official business, and it was a very big handle. Not being able to drag Fang Yuan down with him, Wuan was very anxious. Gritting his teeth, he decided to take the risk. As the business became more prosperous, she felt that her future was getting brighter. The accident happened suddenly. It was not sudden. It wasn't sudden because Lady White Rabbit knew about the entire situation. Wu clan's rank 8 great expert Wu Du Xiu died. Her illegitimate son Wu Yihai, who was in Eastern Sea, wanted to return to southern border. But he was ambushed by various forces. But in the end, Wu Yihai avoided the ambush and returned to his clan, officially becoming a southern border Gu immortal. It was sudden because Lady White Rabbit did not expect this to affect the whole of southern border's Gu immortal world. It was actually related to her. It was as if the high and mighty Wu Yihai had been transferred over, becoming the leader of Wu clan in the Super Gu formation. The immortal opportunity business was immediately stopped. Because this business could not be exposed. It was originally controlled by a rank 7 Gu immortal of Wu clan. Now that he was transferred away, Wu Yihai came. Wuan and the rest were the beneficiaries, but they did not have the ability to manage this business. Because they were not qualified. They could not ignore Fang Yuan and continue this business. Because this business only involved 6 or 7 clans, Ba clan, Tai clan, and Shang clan did not participate. They needed a strong background to support them. Stop like this? No, that was impossible. The Gu immortals who participated in the immortal opportunity business had already tasted the benefits. They wanted to continue. Thus, roping in Fang Yuan was the most important thing. Wuan took on this huge responsibility. Wu Liao could not be relied on. This Gu immortal looked young, but he was very strict and inflexible. He had a strong objection to Wu clan managing the immortal opportunity business. Wuan was very passionate and considerate, but Fang Yuan did not buy it. This made Wuan and the Gu immortals around him very anxious. The situation over at the demonic and lone path was also terrible. Suddenly, they could not enter the Gu formation to interact with the dream realms. This made the Gu immortals feel that something was amiss. Were these righteous path people going back on their words after obtaining their cultivation resources? A large number of Gu immortals surrounded the mortal Gu house at the peak of the mountain. They could not find the righteous path Gu immortals. They could only surround Lady White Rabbit, making a ruckus or threatening her. They wanted an explanation. Lady White Rabbit realized at this moment that she was in an extremely dangerous situation. If the immortal opportunity business could not continue, not only would her bright future be gone, she would be torn apart by these vicious people. Her outcome would be tragic. In this situation, Wuan came to find her again. He used his glib tongue and finally convinced Lady White Rabbit. Bai Ningbing was even more shocked internally. He thought, who is this Duke Long? Even though I have only ascended to an immortal for a short period of time, my knowledge is not lacking. I am even more knowledgeable than ordinary Gu immortals. Since Duke Long is someone like Bo Qing, why is there no record of him in the history of Gu immortals? Great joy descended upon her heart, and then quickly overflowed, making her feel as if she had been hit in the head by great happiness. But this happiness came too suddenly, it was too huge. She did not even show any expression of joy. Instead, she revealed a trace of fear and unease. She was afraid that this was all fake. She was afraid that this was just a dream after she fainted. Thus, she opened her eyes wide and asked First Supreme Elder nervously, why? There were too many questions in this why. Why did Love Gu choose her? Why did she become Spirit Affinity House's fairy? What was the reason for all of this? The First Supreme Elder did not reply directly. Instead, he let out a long sigh and said leisurely, you must have read the legends of Renzu as well. In one of the chapters, it says so. Renzu obtained love, courage, and betrayal. He was no longer unable to move forward because of fear. He continued to walk forward. On this day, while he was walking, he heard a voice behind him, "Oh Renzu, I finally found you. Slow down, wait for me." Renzu stopped, he turned around and saw a snowman running in front of him. "What do you want, snowman?" Renzu asked curiously. The snowman panted, "Oh Renzu, I finally found you. I am the strongest snowman in my tribe. Snowmen are afraid of fire, but I want to prove that this is not the case. I have traveled the world, I have already conquered the bright light glorious ring fire in the sky, the azure divine stone cauldron fire in the ground, and the raging wave rising dragon fire in the sea. But I recently heard that there is a fourth type of fire in this world. It is called the fire of love. Once it burns, it can burn all life forms in the world to ashes. I don't believe it. I heard that you just obtained Love Gu, so I wanted to give it a try." Fire of love? Renzu was curious. This was the first time he had heard of it. Thus, he summoned Love Gu and asked, "Oh Gu, can you use the fire of love?" Love Gu answered, "I can, but I cannot." Renzu and the snowman were curious. They asked, "What do you mean by you can, but you cannot?" Love Gu explained, "I can because I need to use the fire of love. I cannot do it without me. I cannot because I alone cannot do it. I need at least 2 hearts." 2 hearts. The snowman was a little worried. She took out her heart from her chest. This heart was huge and firm, it gave off a strong pressure. The snowman said, "This is my heart of conquest, but I only have 1 heart." Renzu said, "It is fine. I have a heart too." Renzu originally had a heart, but he gave it to the Hope Gu. Afterwards, he had a heart of loneliness. Self Gu was residing in it. He still had a heart of unwillingness. Thus, this time, he took out the heart of unwillingness. The heart of unwillingness was shriveled, it was thin and small, because this heart's blood and effort were almost all gone. Renzu had once used almost all of his heart's blood and effort in ordinary abyss to grow the plants of achievement. Love Gu flew into the heart of unwillingness and flew out again. It flew into the heart of conquest and flew out again. It flew into the air and said, "All right, if you want the fire of love, use 2 hearts to collide." The snowman and Renzu held the heart of conquest and the heart of unwillingness as they collided. With a loud sound, sparks were created. The sparks grew in the air, burning into flames. The fire of love. The fire of love burned Renzu's heart of unwillingness, burning it into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Renzu was stunned. Love Gu said, "Love has its own price, I am willing to do it." The snowman laughed loudly, "Oh Renzu, thankfully you have 2 hearts, otherwise, without a heart, you would have died." Next, the snowman looked at the heart of conquest in her hand. The fire of love shrouded this heart, making it shine even brighter. The snowman did not care, "What, this fire of love is only superficial, it does not have the heat of bright light glorious ring fire, it does not have the weight of azure divine stone cauldron fire, it does not have the chaos of raging wave rising dragon fire." As she spoke, she placed the heart of conquest in her chest. But next, her body burst into flames, like a snowflake under sunlight, it started to melt rapidly. She was shocked, she quickly waved her hand, trying to extinguish the fire of love. But the fire of love could not be extinguished. Eventually, the snowman completely melted, only a heart was left, it was burning with a huge fire. Renzu was very shocked, he could sense the strength of this snowman, but he did not expect her to vanish like this. The fire of love is so terrifying. Renzu sighed. Love Gu said, "The result of love varies according to the heart. The snowman's heart is the heart of conquest, while your heart is the heart of unwillingness, and it was burned into nothingness. That is why this result happened. Actually, when the fire of love burns, there are good results as well. The results of love vary, and every love is an adventure." Renzu suddenly thought of something, he said excitedly, "Love Gu, you said earlier that love can make people willing to do it. This is great, I want to fall in love with the feather men, I want them to fly for me willingly, I want to save my daughter from ordinary abyss." At this time, a voice could be heard, "Father, father." From the fire on the heart of conquest, a boy jumped out. He was Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance. Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance went into Renzu's embrace, calling out, "Father, father, so I have a sister. I support you, let's go save her together." Renzu was overjoyed, he rubbed Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance's head, "My son, you are so obedient and sensible." Renzu brought Blazing Glory Lightning Brilliance and set off again. Not long after, they returned to the gathering place of the Feathermen. Renzu took out his heart of loneliness, he asked the Feathermen, "Do you all have hearts?" The Feathermen replied, "We all have hearts of freedom." Renzu smiled, "Then let us love each other. I also have hearts, I also have love Gu." The Feathermen shook their heads, "The heart of freedom will be burned by the fire of love." The process of pursuing love was the process of losing freedom. Renzu insisted, "The result of love varies according to the heart. Don't just look at one heart, I have the heart of loneliness." But no matter how Renzu persuaded, the Feathermen did not agree. This was the habit of Wu Yihai's Eastern Sea lone cultivators, he had not adjusted to it yet. Lone and secluded cultivators liked to cultivate in seclusion. A small portion, like Bard, thought that Feng Yuan was doing this on purpose, to deal with their political methods. Nobody thought of it. Feng Yuan was actually secretly exploring the Dream Realm. In the Dream Realm, it was a crucial moment. Young Master Long had already gained the upper hand in the battle, he laughed heartily at Feng Yuan, "You no longer have any chance, there is no hope of victory. If you surrender now, you can save your face. Fang Yuan was covered in injuries, he breathed roughly as he gritted his teeth, not speaking. This dream realm was already at the 7th scene. Fang Yuan's cultivation level in the dream realm had also risen to rank 5. But Duke Long's son had higher cultivation level than him, he was at rank 5 peak stage. Not just that, Duke Long had many outstanding goo worms, and his dragonman physique, be it the defensive strength of his dragon scales or the recovery speed of his dragon blood, they were comparable to ordinary rank 5 goo. This advantage was too huge. Be it cultivation level, goo worms, or his human physique, Fang Yuan was suppressed by Duke Long. The fact that the two could fight until now had already shocked the spectators in the dream realm. In their opinion, even though Fang Yuan's spirit was worthy of praise, the result of this battle was already decided. Right now, you only have less than 5% of your primeval essence left, let's see how you block my attacks. Duke Long shouted as he pounced at Fang Yuan. Even though Fang Yuan was in a sorry state, his gaze was still clear, he was calculating the time in his mind. After his previous failures, he already knew that this scene did not require Fang Yuan to defeat Duke Long's son, but to stall for time, to stall for enough time. Once the time was up, there would be a change. 7 breaths of time left. This time, I have to stake it all. Immortal killer move, unravel dream. Fang Yuan shouted in his mind. Slap. The imposing Duke Long's son was taking large strides towards Fang Yuan, but he suddenly tripped on a rock and fell flat on his face. The whole place went silent. Those female goo masters who had been cheering for Duke Long's son since the start of the battle also shut their mouths. How could I make such a mistake? Duke Long's face was as smooth as jade, but now it was flushed red, he was extremely embarrassed and furious. He quickly got up and shouted as he charged towards Fang Yuan again. Fang Yuan could only barely support his body, his injuries were too severe. He was simply waiting for death. The whole place went into an uproar again, countless people cheered for Duke Long's son. Go, Duke Long's son. Defeat this challenger who doesn't know his place. Oh my, I will engrave this scene in my heart. Duke Long's son is so heroic. If I could stand beside him, how good would that be? They have been finding trouble with me several times, but I resolved them. It seems they want to stop now. Ba clan was not alive and kicking, Fang Yuan was rather wary of them. After all, if the other party did not make a move, Fang Yuan would not know what they were planning. They were plotting something. If he made a move, he would be able to see the other party's plans and deal with them calmly. All in all, the external environment is not bad. Using the identity of Wu Yi Hai is really useful. Originally, the immortal opportunity business was my weakness. But after my previous actions, it is no longer a problem, it has instead become a trap for me. Who knows, I might be able to trick some stupid goo immortals. After all, wisdom path goo immortals were few in number. Even wisdom path goo immortals might not be righteous path goo immortals, they could not be ignorant of the rules of the righteous path. As for Wuan and Wu Liao, they were doing their own things, Fang Yuan did not have to worry about them. Some time ago, Wu Liao had taken the initiative to report some matters, but Fang Yuan was determined to not do anything. After scolding him, he warned him not to trouble him if it was not a big matter. Wu Liao was very disappointed, he felt that Fang Yuan was the same as the previous rank 7, his attitude towards Fang Yuan gradually turned cold. Fang Yuan acutely sensed this, but did not care. This giant dream realm was slowly expanding at every moment. Fang Yuan secretly explored the dream realm, it would cause the dream realm to shrink, but compared to the entire dream realm, it was a very small portion, it would only slow down the dream realm's expansion. This could be concealed. Those demonic path and lone immortals who entered the dream realm through the immortal opportunity business were the best disguise for Fang Yuan. Although these people were all stuck in the dream realm, there would occasionally be one or two who, even though they could not explore it, could bring out some dream path goo materials from the dream realm. These dream path goo materials could naturally be used to refine dream path goo worms. These goo immortals felt like they had obtained priceless treasures. Even though only a few of them had such gains, it still stimulated the enthusiasm of other goo immortals. Meanwhile, the Righteous Path clans also secretly purchased dream path goo materials from these goo immortals. Wu clan was no exception. However, among the goo immortals who had dream path goo materials, very few would choose to sell them, they would keep them for themselves. Wu clan had only bought a dozen or so goo materials. Fang Yuan did not dare to touch these dream path goo materials. Wu clan was keeping a close eye on them. After resting, Fang Yuan entered the dream realm. But it was not a giant dream realm, it was his own dream. To obtain dream path goo materials, one's own dream realm was the best and safest. Unfortunately, those goo immortals did not know this. Southern Border, by Xiang Grotto Heaven. Chapter 1239. Latest news: tomorrow was 515, Qidian's anniversary. It was the day with the most benefits. Other than the gift bags and school bags, the 515 red packets had to be looked at. There was no reason not to snatch them. Set the alarm clock. Central Continent. In a certain mountain village. Rumble. A huge explosion reverberated in the mountains. Countless mudslides rolled down from the mountain like avalanches, majestically and majestically. Run for your life. I am going to die, I am going to die, Father, where are you? Don't leave me behind. Seeing that the natural disaster was about to befall them, the originally quiet and peaceful small mountain village was now in a complete uproar and chaos. Countless people fled in all directions, some were paralyzed on the ground. Children were crying as they were tightly hugged by their mothers. Many people had already given up resisting. When no one was paying attention, a figure appeared in the sky. This was a rank 7 goo immortal. He wore a blue silk robe, his long hair trailed over his shoulders, his body was not muscular, but rather looked weak. At this moment, he frowned as he looked at the mudslide in front of him, muttering, "This mudslide is very strange." Normally speaking, there would be a rare rainstorm before a mudslide, but recently, it had been sunny and sunny. In fact, the surrounding tens of thousands of li of environment here was secretly controlled by this rank 7 goo immortal. It could be said that the weather was good and there were good harvests every year. Bam! Suddenly, rocks flew everywhere, and a huge brass shell emerged from the mountain. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal floated in the air. It was very obvious. His slightly frowned brows relaxed at this moment. I was wondering how it was. So it is a swamp crab. The swamp crab was a desolate beast. It had a huge body like a mountain. It had no eyes, or rather, its eyes had completely degenerated. Its whole body was covered in a shell. There were no loopholes in its defense. It was the king of the swamp among desolate beasts. Its 10 pairs of pincers were extremely tough, especially the first pair. They were very thick. With a light clamp, they could break mountain rocks and cut flood dragons. The other 18 pincers. Even though they were thin and slender. But in fact, they were thicker than a 100-year-old tree. The rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal's eyes brightened when he saw this swamp crab. He was overjoyed. He was a water path goo immortal, and this swamp crab had 2 types of Dao marks. It had earth path and water path Dao marks. Killing this swamp crab was a huge amount of immortal materials for the rank 7 blue-robed goo immortal. However, the swamp crab is only a desolate beast. If it is carefully nurtured, it might grow into an ancient desolate beast, swamp crab. Above swamp crab, there is swamp crab with mud coat. Swamp crab is an immemorial level desolate beast, swamp crab. Swamp crab with mud coat is an immemorial level desolate beast, I can't have such. My immortal aperture blessed land can't nurture it. Thinking of this, the rank 7 blue-robed Gu immortal made his move. From the wide cuffs of his sleeves, he stretched out his arm. His skin was very white, and his 10 fingers were slender and long. His 10 fingers began to sway like a blooming lotus, stirring up layers of multicolored light and shadow. Goo goo goo, and goo. Soon, the auras of countless goo worms rose from his body. There were mortal goo auras and immortal goo auras. The auras overlapped with each other, forming a complex aura field that spread everywhere. The swamp crab had no eyes. But with its wild beast intuition, it sensed the threat in the air. The swamp crab started to retreat into the mountain. Soon, half of the huge brass carapace disappeared. But at this time, the rank 7 blue-robed Gu immortal had finished preparing. After that, if we have a chance, we can gather his heaven and earth luck and self-luck, and obtain fortune rivaling heaven immortal and other luck path immortal Gu. Fate Gu will also be repaired, then celestial court will definitely stand proudly in heaven and earth. If we have a chance, we can fuse luck path immortal Gu and fate Gu together, and even refine the legendary rank 10 immortal Gu destiny. By then, Celestial Court will definitely comprehend the complete profundity of providence. We will act on behalf of heaven and become the eternal ruler of the universe. Duke Long's tone was low, but towards the end, his eyes shined with a fanatical light. Rank 10 Immortal Gu? Even a Gu immortal at Fairy Myrtle's level could not help but be tongue-tied after hearing such a secret. Is there really a rank 10 realm above rank 9? Fairy Myrtle asked with uncertainty. You're tuning in to the Unparalleled SwordWill YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.